Welcome, one and all, to Oulton Park. Objectively, the best-looking race circuit in the UK, in my humble opinion, but it's fact, of course. My name is Jack Oliphant, and you join us for BARC, the 5th of July TCR event. That's right, we're actually over halfway into TCR this season. We've got Milltek Civic Cups. We've got surrounded right now by CNC Head Sports Saloon Car Championship. In fact, I've got my iPad with me because there's so many cars to be getting through in this assembly area. It's ridiculous. We've also got Scottish Minis and the Junior Saloon Car Championship to be looking forward to as well. Paul Walsh is in the commentary box. Can't wait to be catching up with him a little later. He'll take you through all the action of the on-track stuff. We got Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill as well to take you through the Milltek Civic Cup and, of course, the TCR UK Championship. We're starting here in the assembly area because the Head Sport is the first races that I'll be going to go out today here at Oulton Park. And I think we've got qualifying just about finishing up on circuit, which means we get to have a little bit of a glance around for a couple of minutes before we actually get on track. Now, one of the things that catches your attention is the sheer ridiculousness of the difference in cars here. For instance, we've got a Pontiac Coupe in front of me, House of Balloons. Baz Johnson sat in his car currently, so he doesn't really want to have a chat necessarily. I wonder if that means his cockpit is full of hot air. I'm not entirely sure, but it is really good livery, I would say. It looked incredible. We've also got a few more people alongside me. Different looking cars, again, hatchbacks. Accompanied by the number 79 here of Clive Dix, which is the Mazda RX-7. Now, I heard this has a little bit of history in the Mazda. I believe it's got one of the last engines produced for it or something like that. I'm going to see if I can have a chat to Dixie Motorsport over here. And I've heard Paul Walsh has told me that there's a little bit of history behind this RX-7. He said something about one of the last engines produced or something like that.
Well, it's getting harder and harder to get bits now, so engine prices have gone up because Mazda has stopped producing this particular engine, and we managed to get one imported.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So there's not many left. So yeah, it's really, we should be thinking about putting it with historics now.
I was thinking, every RX-7 owner has always been nervous about the engine. Does that not make you a little bit nervous about taking it out on track, or are you just happy that that's what it's born and bred to do?
No, it's brand new engine, new bits. We're not using 30-year-old bits like we were previously, so we believe we've got reliability in the engine now. We've been using a renowned rotary engine builder, Pip Gardner. He's rebuilt the engine and tuned it, so yeah, we've got all the reliability there. Gearboxes are a problem. We've got a sequential Quave gearbox in there that's strong, so it's just really ironing out all those old components and finding the right things to fit. Now that's where everybody is with this kind of car now. It's
fascinating. We've just been shouted at by a marshal that the drivers need to get ready very quickly, so I'll let you go, but it's fascinating. We might catch up with you in part further, because of course these cars, really the story is in the cars. The drivers have come across them. Sorry, I've just bumped Ben into someone behind you. That's what the little jerk in the camera was. But really, as I mentioned, the story is necessarily in the cars, not necessarily the championships, although there is plenty to talk about. In fact, a couple of B-class cars have actually put it on pole position in the form of Alex Modrow, who's been very quick but slightly unlucky this year so far in his Westfield Aero, put it ahead of the likes of Simon Alloway in his Esprit V8, which is quite incredible considering Simon Alloway has won all bar one of these races in the A-class category, and you'd think that A would be quicker than B. That is the logical sense of it. The way the championship works, which I'm sure Paul will probably describe to you in much better terms than I'm going to right now, but effectively you score the same amount of points if you win the B-class, the C-class, the A-class, and whoever wins the most amount of points cumulative at the end of the season wins the championship. So a C-class driver could beat an A-class driver to the overall championship. It gets quite complicated. Paul knows an awful lot better than me, of course, because he has an encyclopedic knowledge of motorsport. We have got an absolutely cracking day for you so far. I mean, we have started a little bit later because this is, of course, a one-day event. We've got all morning qualifying. We've had 4 races until lunch, and then we've got a full host in the afternoon. I'm going to have to throw over to Paul Walsh because a lot of cars are about to drive me over and run me over here. So, Paul, I hope you are ready in the commentary box. It's going to be a cracking day of racing. We can't wait to share it with you.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and firstly, a good morning as well to our presenter there, Jack Oliphant, who will be up and down the pit lane throughout the entirety of today, covering all the racing action from down in the paddock, and in particular, getting words from our drivers before and after the races. But here in the commentary booth, you have myself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Paul Walsh, and I will be covering all of your racing action from the support races, and you'll be in the very capable hands of none other than Andy McEwen, and also, I do believe, Paul O'Neill, for the purposes of the TCR UK races and the Milltek Civic Cup. But where do we begin then? Well, firstly, we need to say a big hello to all you guys and girls tuning in around the globe right now, including there in both the BARC YouTube chat and also there to the TCR UK YouTube chat. And well, I hope you're all doing well and all smiling positive. Do let us know where you're tuning in from today. We do say hello to a number of you there, including Back of the Nito, also This Is Cool Games, also Tom the Goat. I believe you're all in the BARC YouTube chat. And we also do say hello there to Andrew, also there to, I believe, First of All Respect, and Michael in the TCR UK chat. But where are my manners? I'm not being fair on the cars that are making their way on around the circuit, because this, of course, is going to be the CNC Heads Sports Saloon Car Championship, the first of many races we have here today in this one-day event at the Oulton Park circuit, particularly the Oulton Park Island circuit. Not quite the fallout, but the absolutely loved circuit nonetheless, and we have got 6 different championships or series are racing around here today, all with 2 races apiece, and that means we've got plenty of racing action to play out. But let's talk a little bit about the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and to do so, let's take you through that grid, lining up then on pole position, where it's going to be none other than the man who's taken the most overall wins of everybody so far. And that is going to be, I do believe, Simon Alloway. He'll be joined on that front row by Anthony Sullivan, and then we will have behind him on row number 2 Ryan Nelson and Jamie Cryer. Then on row number 3 we're going to have Gary Wardle and Marshall Groves, one of our reserve drivers there. Plenty of reserve drivers for the racing events this weekend, with Oliver Thomas and Ash Hicklin line up on row number 4, ahead of Mark Primmett and Bod Buckby, who'll be completing your top 10. And there's all different colorations you'll notice behind the drivers' numbers. We'll talk a bit about those in a moment. We then have, starting in 11th place, Stephen Parker on row 6 in the company of Carl Bennett. Then we have David Blockley. He starts in 13th ahead of John Price, with Philip White and Baz Johnson line up on row number 8. Paul Rovereau and Clive Dix line up on row number 9. I believe we only just heard from Clive Dix only moments ago down the pit lane with his wonderful Mazda RX-7 FD. A lot of history behind that car. Matthew Jones and Jason Hennifer complete your top 20. That's 10 rows. We've still got plenty more to go. This is going to be a grid, I do believe, of 36 cars, where Steve Rolls line up 21st in the company of Simon Gravelly. Then we have on row 12 Simon Hutt and Richard Wood, with Louis Dobson and Richard Hibbert line up on row number 13. Row 14 will go to Robert Wakelin and John Edwards-Parton, making his debut in Class C in the Ford Fiesta XR2. Keep your eyes out for him. We look forward to seeing what he can do. The only Class C runner for this season so far, making his debut here today, with Julian Wood and Jonathan Lee completing your top 30 on row number 15. We've still got a few more drivers to come, but as they all gradually make the way on around here on that green flag formation lap, we do have then our final 3 rows of the grid, and it'll be Gavin Taylor and Helen Allen line up on row number 16. Starting in 33rd place, William Bartlett ahead of Robert Claxon, and then last but not least, Errol Taylor and Ralph Underwood. And what is the story coming into this race day for the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship? Well, a quick summary of what it's all about. It's a whole mixture of machines. So long as it existed on the road and there are enough copies of it, you can enter it here. You have classes A through to G. They are silhouettes, or what is heavily modified cars, whereas you have your more road cars that have been modified to go racing in classes D through to F. Albeit we skip, of course, to G for the silhouette class as well. But we can't talk too much more about that because all of our drivers are already getting themselves into position. But look at that front row, and you'll notice there the wonderful Class A machine of none other and then our overall race winning leader of Simon Alloway, who's looking unbeatable currently, and it would have been 5 out of 5 wins if it weren't for contact between himself and Richard Wood at the Anglesey circuit in round number 3. But right now they're almost all in position, the last couple of cars getting themselves into place on that grid there, and it'll be the battle of the Lotus Esprit versus none other than the JCW Mini, and it'll be a raw down towards turn number 1. But who is going to be leading coming out of that oval corner? That is going to be the big question. Well, We can see the marshals furiously working in the background there, trying to make sure all of our drivers take their spots on the grid. The biggest grid you're going to see this weekend, and it's an absolutely packed one. And the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship began life in 1984 as a special GT championship, and it has grown massively over the last 40 years into what it is today, a highly successful turn up in what you rock up in championship with some modifications with it. Absolutely brilliant to see such a packed grid, and these 7 car classes all absolutely itching and ready to go. With our slightly delayed start here, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm sure you'll forgive us. We had a couple of red flags in the qualifying sessions this morning, and safety being paramount, of course, but racing here at Oulton Park for this wonderful Saturday the 5th of July is only now moments away. And well, it's without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, our drivers make the way away, and we are green flag racing there for the first race of the weekend, as it's going to be a lovely start there by one of the drivers further down. We've got the Bentley trying to make a move on the Esprit there. A slow start there from none other than our pole sitter, Simon Alloway, but as the rest of the field now makes its way down there, well, we do have the Rickard Rydell lookalike Volvo coloration making its way down. That will be in the form of, I believe, Rob Rowe, who's had a reasonable start, albeit looks as though we've already got a red flag there. I'm not quite sure what's happened, but as quickly as we've started the racing, we've now put a pause to the racing, ladies and gentlemen. So there's a bit of a story there. I'm sure we'll get an update on that when we can, but it looks though there everyone right now just tiptoeing the way on around. And in fact, that might, and you'll have to forgive me here if I might be wrong, this might be the, well, no, this wouldn't be the green flag lap. We've gone straight to red flag there, and we'll get you an update when we can as to what's happened. Then we've got some green flags being shown there coming through Denton's. Well, I'm not going to try and guess what's happened. Something's definitely happened out there, but we will see. As in fact, we might now be seeing all our drivers calm things down, and well, we might be back to racing shortly. But definitely there's red flags being waved and then green markers a little bit further back there, so something's happened. It's just been communicated on through. And well, to put a bit of context as to the red flags we did have this morning, and this will have a big factor in some of the races you'll see later today, we did have in the Milltek Civic Cup earlier what unfortunately was a roll for Jack Riddell, and well, I can tell you it was quite a sharp one. Not quite sure what triggered it, but we did have, unfortunately, Riddell have a bit of a moment, I believe, coming down into Cascades from what I could see of the pictures that were shown to me. And subsequently, a little bit later, we had a moment where one of our track action drivers, Sean Govard, ended up into the barrier coming down towards the island hairpin, and that brought out a second red flag. But right now we seem to have a third red flag here, and as we look to the 1, 2, 3, the Calsonic there, indeed some of you might be getting vibes of what would be Australian touring car, particularly a Nissan R33 Skyline in Calsonic colours, racing its way up and down the mountain of Bathurst, if my memory serves me correctly. Well, I don't quite think it's the same car, but definitely a very potent car there in the hands of our 1, 2, 3 driver of Richard Wood. And I believe that Nissan RB26 may hold a couple of lap records at Goodwood, unless I'm mistaken, or used to at the very least. We'll try and get a word about that later on if we can. I wonder if our presenter Jack Oliphant might be able to cheekily get a word in, but we will see what he can do later on, because I appreciate he's got a big juggling act there. But let me take a step back. And well, I've just had confirmation in my ear that it's not the Goodwood car, so I do apologise there with a bit of a misinterpretation, but it's quite close to the Goodwood one. You can understand why we might think it would be, but it's not quite the Goodwood car. But from what is not a Goodwood car to a good run through the woods, we have the wonderful 24 there, and that is in the hands of Ralph Underwood, one of our reserves, and he's in the Triumph TR7 V8 and just gradually making his way along, but the whole field right now just being escorted around under those red flag conditions. So that means race has stopped before it could get started, and well, now we'll have to wait and see what's next. I can imagine all the drivers will be brought into their grid slots. I was going to say the pit lane. We've got a couple of cars making the way off picture, and so our cars making the way straight onto the grid here. So it looks as though right now everyone's trying to figure out what's gone wrong or what's going on. And well, if anybody of you are down there tuning in right now, we can of course look to what is our YouTube chats to see if any of you have got any insights as to what may have happened. If you're round circuit side, perhaps you've seen something that we haven't, but I don't think at the moment at least we've got any update on what has happened there. So everyone gradually being pulled back into their grid positions. This can be quite regular with a red flag, whereby the drivers will be directed to go into the pit lane, and then there will be a discussion as to what will happen from there. Normally procedure being, my good lord, look how long that grid is, ladies and gentlemen. So much so it runs its way all the way back to the bottom of Deerleap, the final corner of Oulton Park. I mean, it's an incredible grid, and that is why the CNC heads are so popular out there. But let's not get quite sidetracked there. And, well, we do have at the moment what is the problem. But I do wonder whether potentially we might have had a bit of a error with regards to flags or not, but I can see some of you theorising what's happened there with regards to no green flag lap, etc. But we'll try and give you an update when we can as the last of our cars make their way back into position. But whilst we are waiting, a little bit of an update then in terms of what a CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship all about. So we very quickly covered it, but it originated in 1984, as we mentioned previously, as a special GT championship. It's grown over 40 years into what it is now, a highly popular, cost-effective sports and saloon car championship, which absolutely packs car variety. That's the number one theme here with regards to this championship, is the variety of machines that you'll see out there, from Ginettas to Triumphs to Caterhams through to Renault Clios, you name it. It's probably been on this grid at some point if it's not currently on the grid. And of course you do have silhouettes as much as you do have actual production road going cars. The grid's all back again, and, well, hold the phone here. I think we are going racing again, ladies and gentlemen, so I think there was a bit of an error with regards to the green flag lap, and I think they got the race start underway accidentally, but this time it is the proper race start, and that explains why we had such a poor start previously from Simon Alloway, the Esprit on pole position, but the field comes on down now, and we are very much up to green flag racing speeds. We do apologise for the confusion there. It looks as though there's a bit of misinterpretation, but don't misinterpret this. We are now at full pace racing. Roaring the WAN around then, and as all the drivers make the WAN down, well, it looks though there 2 by 2 they come through the opening couple of corners. Cascade's always proven a tricky one, but already our pole sitter of Alloway is charging away there. However, he is going to be under a bit of pressure coming up from behind, and that is going to be what is none other than the Ginetta driver trying to put some pressure on us further on back there. That's going to be the number 70 of White, having to go a bit defensive as he comes out of the hairpin, and now they'll make the way onto the hilltop here and over the rise. Down they come then, and in towards his lots for the first time, and what are two leaders pulling away. Then it's the third place Ginetta. Oh, a big slide there from the JCW Mini, and it's onto the grass, losing the rear there, and that is exit stage right for Sullivan, and he's been able to avoid the tyre barrier. You could see him briefly come back into your picture, so good car control there for Sullivan to get it away. This grass is going to be a little bit slippery, however, as he rejoins, because we did have some rain overnight, and I can imagine this circuit, as much as we've had qualifying on it, it is still a little bit wet out there, and that is not going to help. And when I say wet, I don't mean standing water, I mean it's just damp, and gradually the moisture will burn away. But as all the drivers roar the way around to complete this first lap of racing, the 55's made a lot of progress, and that is the 55 of Rovero, the championship leader, who right now is continuing to make great progress up the field. But as all the drivers come towards the end of the open lap, got one car going slowly there, came into the pits, and I think it's coming back in again. But your top three are as follows. It's Alloway ahead of Cryer, then Nelson. They're pulling away at the distance with Buckbeat in fourth in the Caterham. And then there's the battle between the TCR and the Vauxhall. And that's the Vauxhall Extra Challenge of none other than Groves fighting with the TCR, the Audi A3 TCR of Wardle there, as they head onwards towards this second lap. Very close between the two of them. And then it will be Hicklin, Rovero, Parker, and none other than Wood completing that top 10. And bad as all the drivers now get themselves settled on down here. Well, what do all the classes mean, I hear you ask? Why have we got such a colourful timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen? Well, actually, hold the phone there, and that's going to be a move up the inside that's attempted, then aborted from our number 27 driver, Wardle. I think of two minds there, trying to beat the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge on the brakes, but then realising he can't quite do it this time, and Groves just holding on there, but very close between the two of them. And here comes the Bentley, looking for a potential move. Can he find it? No, he can't. The Bentley GT of Hicklin there. Well, it's been a car that's definitely gone through its paces over the course of this year so far. There's been a lot of problems ironed out with it very gradually, but I think those problems are going away, as meanwhile the battling's not going away at all there, as one of our silhouette machines looks to go on the charge, and that being the silhouette of none other than Vauxhall Tigra of Price, who's trying to put some pressure onto the back of the BMW 325 of White. Well, they are going to stay as they were. as we do come back to the RB26 Nissan over the crest and down through Druids, and well, flames spitting out the back of that Nissan, lovely to see. As in front it's 2x2 here, and it's going to be a move up the inside there. The Audi A3 finally makes the place, and the Skyline makes the move on the Bentley as well, so change of the places there, and we do now have none other than Wardle ahead of Groves in the fight for 5th place, and we do have that Nissan of Wood making some more progress here, and I think it's going to make another move here into the opening corner, going all in into Old Hall Bend, and we're going to get that done very nicely. Don't count the Bentley, however, it is getting there. As meanwhile up front, that's Cryer and Nelson going too wide for a brief moment. They're going to come out of Cascades, but which way is this going to go here? Now Cryer doesn't seem to have the speed on the straights, but he will have the speed in the corners. Meanwhile, that Janetta of Nelson is looking much more happier all round here, and I think he's going to get on through. And more importantly, he needs to make this progress because points are scored based on your class finishing position, and they all contribute towards the overall championship. So to put that into perspective, if your name is none other than Simon Alloway right now, taking the win in Class A means that he will take on home at 6 points, and those 6 points will go to his overall championship pool. And meanwhile, Nelson, well, if he was to take 2nd place in Class A, as he would now, he'll end up only taking 4 home, etc. So regardless of where they finish on the road, overall, it's all about their class finishing position. There's a bonus point as well for the fastest lap of the race, so you can take a maximum of 7 points from round to round of the championship. And well, there's a very different style of machine that's looking to try and make some headway here in the chase. I'm just trying to understand who that is. I believe that might be Johnson's Pontiac Coupe. That very slender little car, that one, as we come back to the Bentley GT. And well, I'm sure some of you will be able to tell me the last time we saw a Bentley GT3 go racing quite a few years ago, and well, a very lovely car there, as that Bentley GT still staying within touch of the top 5. A bit further on back, we've got a Fiesta having to do a bit of defensive work here. That is going to be the number 1 of Parker. Now, it's important about the number 1 there because Parker is none other than your defending overall champion. But Steve Parker has had an absolutely dismal season so far, where racing in Class D, things have not gone well for him at all. He's the 3rd of the Class D drivers in terms of their individual class championship, but it's just not worked at all. And last time out at Anglesey in the 3 rounds of racing there, well, that's where he did start to pick up some podiums, but before that it just has not worked out at all, and it does seem as though a change is afoot with regards to overall champion this year. But there are big permutations still later on the season, as that Vauxhall's being passed and the Bentley goes deep there. He gets it stopped just in time, does none other than our Bentley GT driver of Hicklin, but that could have been absolute curtains there, but thankfully he didn't make his way to an international excursion and instead kept it on the island loop. But the driver's coming on down here, and from the loss of the Bentley driver, well, it's gains made elsewhere. And what I do wonder there, perhaps a bit of overheated brakes or a missed brake marker. And the number 55 still at Rovero, continuing onwards, championship leader. Keep in mind, of course, that our drivers all do get a joker they can play over the course of the season, and that joker applies to a single round of the championship, with each and every race being a round, and that's going around. And well, we said earlier on about our number 1 driver, Steve Parker, having misery this season. And I hate to say it, ladies and gentlemen, can he get it going? Yes, he can. So it's not complete misery here at Oulton Park so far, but definitely right now, that misery being compounded here, and that's not what we want to see for him. As well, we come from him to the Pontiac there right now that's got some damage on the front of it. I wonder if there was contact between the 911 and Parker's number 1. Something tells me, yes, there might have been. Whether it triggered the incident or whether it's a consequence of the incident, well, we don't know otherwise. But we do know that both are sporting a bit of wounds on them right now, as we do see the Mazda RX-7 there making a bit more progress, and that being the Dixie machine charging on through, and well, battling with the JCW Mini that ends up going around earlier on at Hislops, only to then find its way back off the grass and now trying to pick its way through again. Now, this round does have some special significance as well in terms of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, not because necessarily of drivers running jokers, but because for this season the Dave Simpson Trophy has been allotted to round number 6, so race number 1 of today here at Oulton Park. And a little bit of context about Dave Simpson Trophy. It's in honour of one of the major members over the course of the extensive history of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and it will be awarded based on who wins their class with the greatest speed difference to the driver who comes second, so long as there are at least 3 starters in the class. So the idea is that essentially you need to be at the front of your class field and you need to run away with that victory as much as possible. And the 2024 winner was Marshall Groves in his Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car, and well, Groves right now won't be picking it up this time because he's currently second in his class, and well, Groves will be trying to push a little bit further forward in class what is D there, as the class D leader is none other than Wood, up in 4th place in the 1-2-3. but we will find out about the Dave Simpson Trophy Award later on after this race is completed, because they will need to, and when I say they, the organisers will need to do a lot of analysis as to the speed difference and the gaps between drivers and the winners of the classes versus second place to understand who the winners are there. But as we see a bit of a backfire there from that Nissan, lovely to see it, absolutely roaring in is the Nissan RB26 Wood right now. He's pushing on as much as possible, having recently gotten past the Ginetta G20 Acquire, but from one Ginetta to another, here is your second place man of Nelson in the G56 GTA, and well, 10.2 seconds off of overall leader, the Lotus Esprit V8 of Alloway, and Alloway right now definitely pulling off into the distance and trying to make some headway. I think he's very keen to try and take the Dave Simpson Trophy of his own. And we do see there Wicker Bill in the BARC YouTube chat saying that Esprit is Mega 2, has a Daytona prototype engine in it, and indeed it is not quite the original Lotus Esprit engine in there. It's a very different engine, and it's absolutely fantastic to see there in terms of the fact that machine is roaring onwards. I could also see in the TCR UK chat, we do have a number of you absolutely loving that Nissan out there as well. And it's glad to see so many of you tuning in. We've got some tuning in from Australia. Goodness me, what time is it right now? It must be past your bedtime, unless I'm mistaken, but I'm sure you're staying up for it with the coffee and a few energy drinks perhaps. But that Nissan right now is full of energy as it roars its way and chases down the second place overall Ginetta, as that's getting very tasty further on back. A Toyota Yaris there right in the middle of the road, having to go a bit defensive. That definitive nose scoop there to help the engine breathe, and I believe that's a new engine in that Yaris for today. And well, as a result there, hopefully not pushing the engine too hard. But as our drivers come on through, well, side by side we come, then it's going to be the battle of the Ginetta versus the Caterham. Caterham on the inside there, and it's going to be a lovely move made, and that is going to be a place gain there by Buckby. Or is it, because the Ginetta of Cryer tries to come back here, but it's too little too late as they make their way down to Denton's. Blue flags wave there because our leaders are coming up on back markers, albeit keep in mind, of course, that because of the class-based racing, the leaders there will need to be sensible and find a way through when the time is right. But our drivers all in the way round, and well, and as everyone comes on down here, where it is going to be the Nissan Skyline side by side, and going up the inside into the Hislops, and that is the move being made by none other than Wood there. And I've just had it confirmed here, our thoughts earlier on about the Goodwood Skyline. This is the Goodwood Skyline. We just had it confirmed there, so thank you to our researcher in the background making confirmation. And well, normally driven by Jake Hill, but here today in the hands of our driver of Wood, and absolutely putting it through his paces right now, and that is an absolutely lovely run, and that'll be the owner of the car there, Wood, in the 1-2-3, as meanwhile our Ginetta driver still staying absolutely close on by. But Wood now up into second place overall, and at this point putting plenty of time and daylight between himself and the rest of his class, and that being none other than the Class D drivers. And he's absolutely flying, is Richard Wood here, and well, takes a lot of pride in that car, and you can see it there with the pride he's racing around this circuit. And well, he's definitely now a shoe-in for what will be the Dave Simpson Trophy, and well, coming off the back, of course, of trophy awards earlier on this season, because at Anglesey we did see the Cam Forbes Memorial Trophy being awarded for the driver who showed the best fighting spirit at Anglesey, and that was rounds 3 through to 5, which was the last meet of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and that was awarded to Stephen Parker, who's won it for a second year in a row as a result of a tyre break between himself and newcomer Louis Dobson. You'll see them both on the grid here today. But speaking of fighting spirit, we saw plenty of fighting there as everybody trips over each other right now, roaring the way around a very narrow Oulton Park circuit. The circuit does open up to its widest point coming down the start-finish straight, only then to close up for the remainder of the lap here. And well, that's going to be a bold move being made by a mini driver. Who was that making the move is the big question. And well, your answer to that big question is going to be, that was the Mini Cooper of Lee making a move on the Volkswagen Golf of Claxton, and that would have been their battle for 29th place in two different classes. But to be fair, I don't think they mind it. I think they're enjoying themselves out there, and it's good to see it. But goodness me, 20 minutes of racing, and we're already making our way now into the final 8 minutes. Time is absolutely flying us by here, but that's always a good thing, because of course time flies when you're having fun, and our drivers are definitely having a lot of fun out there. And I keep wanting to say, is that Rickard Rydell making his way around, albeit that's not a Volvo, oh, that is a Citroen making its way around there, the number 55 in the hands of championship leader, that being overall championship leader of Paul Rovero. Now, coming back to the championship as a whole and some things to consider, We talked about the Dave Simpson Trophy. We've also talked about what is the Ken Forbes Memorial Trophy that was awarded last time out. Overall championship, as we mentioned, it's awarded to the driver who scores the most points based on their finishing position in class. Now, why we do have none other than Paul Rovero leading it is because every driver has a joker they can use at a given round, whereby essentially whatever points they score in that round, they are doubled. And that's why he's leading on 45 points in Class E, ahead of your Class D driver of Chris Roberts on 37 points. But we should caveat this by the fact that Paul Rovero is the only driver so far this year to use his joker, so everybody else is keeping theirs in reserve. Nobody wants to reveal their hands here, and indeed you can imagine this is becoming a high speed game of high stakes poker, albeit we've only got one card to play and it is the joker card rather than the ace of spades. But right now acing it out there is Alloway, and the number 6 driver. If he didn't decide to play his joker for this round, I have to imagine when is he going to deploy it, because right now he's looking ferocious. And well, as I mentioned earlier, 4 out of 5 overall wins this season. The only other overall win, well, it has gone to and driver Ben Roberts, Class B driver, who took the only other overall win after coming from the back of the field in round number 3 at Anglesey. And well, that was after it all went wrong for Alloway in the opening stages, where the suspension was damaged in contact with Richard Wood. But right now, Alloway in that spree absolutely flying high here, and well, looking absolutely beautiful as well. And that Daytona prototype engine roaring lovely on song there. And well, I can tell you one thing, when you get into the paddock, you can see that car from a mile away because of its colour scheme, and that's why we're focusing on it as well. I think it has absolutely enamoured all of our cameramen and women out there. I'm sure plenty of spectators are also enamoured by it, as I can see some people around me here in the media centre also looking at it and thinking what a lovely car. But looking at those lap times there, and well, the gap between Alloway and Wood, it was opening up, and now it has closed down a little bit over the last couple of laps, particularly the previous lap, where we did have Wood running slightly faster. But I wouldn't be surprised there if a little bit of traffic has potentially had an influencing factor, and well, that can always serve to shake things up. But when you do have a 17.5 second gap going into 5 minutes remaining, I think Alloway is going to be feeling quite secure here, because he does have a 20 second gap to Nelson. But meanwhile, whilst all this is happening, the number 24 there, that is Underwood's Triumph TR7 V8. And well, my grandfather used to talk about that all the time. He's no longer with us, but you can definitely tell why we've got such a medley and mixture of machines here. Well, that's having a good little scrap, and that is fighting with the Renault Clio there coming on down the hill, but in towards the braking zone to go for the chicane, and that'll be a place swapped there, and the Triumph losing a position, albeit won't be too upset or complacent about that, because it can always try and get it back a bit later. But the 24 and being driven by none other than Ralph Underwood, the Underwood racing machine here, carrying on and racing in class number D. Well, letter D, I should say. You don't really put numbers to letters, depending on whether you're working in different binary codes or not. But we're not here to talk about IT, we're here to talk about speed. And as our drivers roar the way towards the closing point of this race, well, there is your third place man of Nelson, and just behind him, he's just put a lap on the Civic Type R, the EP3, and the EP3 being driven there by Wakelin. And he's, in fact, that's not Wakelin, or is it? I believe it might be, as I confuse myself. And we'll Wakelin carrying on there in the all-black machine, and well, just making his way towards the end of the race distance. But right now things seem to have settled down, at least for now, between all the drivers there, as we do see one of our Fords making its way across the line. And well, we then look back to the BMW, and I believe that is going to be the BMW that's taken the only other overall win, being chased furiously by Caterham there, and that would be the BMW of none other, as I just double check my drivers list and names here. So many drivers, so many to quickly package and unpackage, and that's the BMW M3 of Bennett, who's having a good run, having made the move on the Caterham on the previous lap. But as our drivers head on to what will be, I suspect, 3 laps remaining, depending on how time works, or the Audi A3 TCR, they're still in a happy state as it comes on down, and well, chasing after Cryer, albeit having to swap one way then the other, not knowing which way to go there, did Wardle. And we finally found a way in the end, which was to stay behind the Honda in front of him, but I think wanted to make the move, and at last minute thought it's not worth it versus the Waxworks machine. I might as well do it when I've got a long straight. Well, if you can call the run through Clay Hill a straight, because it is a major kink, there is one particular way you go through there, through Clay Hill into Water Tower. But coming from the driver who's making his way uphill to a driver who's technically making his way downhill now in terms of elevation change, well, Alloway right now heads onto the penultimate lap here, and is just charging away with this. And well, he holds the fastest lap by a comfortable margin. He's the only driver to set a 1 minute 30, the fastest lap being a 30.507. Everybody else in the 31s are higher. He is absolutely dominating here, but remember, whilst he is dominating, this may put him very strongly on course for the Dave Simpson Trophy, but the same could be said of Wood, Richard Wood, in the RB26 Nissan. That's only 15 seconds behind him, because remember it's based on difference between first and second in class. But Alloway right now will be definitely on course to be securing another 7 points in his championship title charge, and he'll be hoping that those 7 points will really continue to pick up the pieces. And if he's played his joker, well, he's going to be smiling there as he puts a lap on the previous champion for 2024 and Stephen Parker right now. Well, he's had it all go wrong in this race. The gravel found him very quickly here coming out of Knickerbrook Corner, and right now it's going to be a race not to be remembered, and he'll be hoping for a better one after the fact later on today in round number 7. But we do see the Skyline trying to pick its way through the traffic as well. A very challenging means of trying to get through there through the chicane as the fire spits out the back of the Calsonic machine. Up the hill it goes, and well, even more fire there. I think he knows he's on camera then, trying to put on a bit of a show for us is Wood, but well, absolutely lovely to see. And well, the Jake Hill machine here absolutely on song as it roars its way towards its final lap shortly of round number 6. But as it comes on down, in terms of other battles out there at the moment, I think we are, in terms of the class battles, they are mostly now calmed down. I don't think we're going to see too many more out there for their first race of this Oulton Park day. And well, I can see there and say hello to a number of you, including Proper Good Stuff and also Tim Gooding and Hazy J in the BARC YouTube chat, and also looking into the TCR UK YouTube chat as we have our third place Janetta putting a lap on the 156 Volkswagen Golf. We do say hello to Brandon Elvis there, but all the drivers absolutely are ready now to see that final lap on through. And well, everything does calm down little by little here as we come to the closing point. And well, there's our leader looking absolutely good, is number 6 of Alloway, and just taking it nice and smooth here towards the end of their first race of the day. Nothing more to do here other than get it to that checker flag, and when he does, well, that will be 5 out of 6 overall wins this season, and he's going to be feeling very happy of that, and that will also be in Class A. But heading all the way up and into the braking zone then for Druids Bend. A very tricky corner at full speed, but here I can imagine he's definitely turned the wick down. He's not going anywhere near the edge of the circuit. He knows he's got a very comfortable gap here. He doesn't need to do anything special, and therefore for Simon Alloway it's just one more quarter to go and it will all be said and done. He's been looking unbeatable all season, and Simon Alloway continues that trend right now with a phenomenal run on around the Oulton Park circuit, and as he heads the line, he'll take the checker flag, your winner overall and in Class A here for round number 6 of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship. You'll then have a bit of a sizable gap, as there we see lap down 2024 champion Stephen Parker come to the finish, 6th place in his class, and then it will be to Richard Wood, who takes Class B honours there and taking that 2nd place ahead of Nelson, who will make his way into the picture very shortly. And Richard Wood in Class D, I should correct myself, and it'll be Nelson coming across the line at Class A as well. We'll then have Victory in the Class 4 Cryer there in 4th place overall, ahead of Wardle, just holding off the Audi at the line. And then we've got a bit more time, another 15 seconds before we do see the 2nd place car coming across that line shortly, and that will be Bennett when he does arrive at his final destination. But across that line they come, and as they do, there's Bennett in his BMW. His M4 makes his way to the finish with the E46 generation, and it'll be the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge of Groves, 3rd place in class, ahead of Buckby. And then we'll have Hicklin very shortly come into the line there, and Hicklin in the Bentley GT that almost went deep at the island hairpin, only to then stay its way back on the circuit, and completing a top 10, it will be Price there. Best of the rest, White, and there'll be Sullivan, Rovro and Dix, with Rovro taking Class Victory once again, and another well-driven drive for Paul Rovro in Class E, and that will be 6 out of 6 wins for him, and well, he'll continue his championship lead after this round. We do have a couple more drives out there, I think, who are still yet to finish, and that's why we're holding shot there on the start-finish line. And here they come, and well, that is going to be none other than Blockley just holding off Hennifer to the line, and then we are just waiting for the Mazda RX-7 FD, and that is going to be in the capable hands of Dix there, heading towards the line, the 79, albeit we're just waiting to see it. And there it is. Give it a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Give them all a round of applause, because it's been absolutely incredible racing for the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championships round number 6, and that will be your final race finisher, coming to the line with everybody else already finished or in the pit lane. So as we get the provisional results up on screen, it'll be Simon Alloway who took victory there after 13 laps of racing. A lovely drive there from our Class A and overall winner by 14.3 seconds over your Class D winner of Richard Wood in his Nissan RB26. Ryan Nelson rounds off the overall podium there, second place in Class A in the Ginetta G56 GTA, with Jamie Cryer taking victory in the Ginetta G20 and that 39 belonging to Class B. Then it was Gary Ward who completed your top 5 ahead of Carl Bennett and Marshall Groves. They were close to the finish, with Bond Buckley in the end taking second place in Class B ahead of Ash Hicklin, and then we did have John Price round off your top 10. 11th it was Philip White ahead of Anthony Sullivan, and then taking victory in his class, Paul Rovero there taking Class E honours, 13th with David Buckley completing your top 14. Fastest lap, well you probably guessed it was Simon Alloway, indeed it was, lap number 7 at 1 minute 30.5. He'll be absolutely chuffed with that one, no doubt about it. A phenomenal lap, and well it's really been Alloway's race to remember there. But those are the results, and well, the circuit falls silent, ladies and gentlemen, and as our drivers make the way down to Parc Fermé, I suspect we're going to be getting an interview shortly with our top 3 finishers. And well, Parc Fermé's not too far away from where I am, but in the meantime, we do need to give a quick shout out to all the marshals out there and giving it their all. They've been here since Friday morning, making sure that all the practice sessions could run on time. And well, they're here all the way through today, and very happy to have them with us, and we look forward to seeing them doing all the hard work. Of course, an easy day of work for the marshals is not to have to do anything and just enjoy the racing. But right now, from enjoying the racing to enjoying speaking to our drivers, let's catch to Jack Oliphant in Parc Fermé and hear from our top 3 finishers of Alloway, Wood and Nelson.
What a race. Thank you very much, Paul, for expertly calling it. That man does not take a breath, does he? It's incredible, really, to watch. I think we're going to be able to have a chat to a fair few of our drivers, actually. And one driver I want to have a chat to is, of course, Simon Alloway, the winner of that particular race. And I have to say, the winner of many races so far this season. Simon, you had a 17-second gap at one point. It went down to 14 seconds at the end. What were you doing?
Making sure I got to the flag, didn't throw it away. I think I've been very lucky with this win today. What with a few fast guys kind of breaking down this morning, which made things obviously a lot easier for me. The only person that was going to mess it up today was me, and I nearly did at the first start because I didn't give it enough revs and it bogged down, and I've had it all to do. But then the red flags came out. It's a pity, really. I'd have probably more enjoyed kind of having to scrap my way through back to the front if it was possible. But yeah,
I was going to say, because we come here to race, don't we? You didn't do much of that in the end. But what can you explain to us? What exactly happened on that red flag incident? Because Paul and me were completely guessing.
Well, you have to I've got a very small flywheel and clutch, so when you sort of let your foot off the clutch in a road car, you generally just pull away nicely. I've got a very tiny little flywheel and clutch, so I've really got to get the revs matched. And if I don't get enough revs, it bogs down and then it's flat, and it's almost like I'm stalling. But if I do it the other way and I give it too much beans, I just end up spinning the wheels for about 30 foot up the pit lane, and I'm as fast as kind of when I do a slow start. So if I get it a sweet spot, it's a very quick car, but there's a lot of chance of getting it wrong.
The sweet spot is small. I appreciate that, but it's a hell of a bit of kit, isn't it?
It's good fun. It's good fun. Yeah, it's good fun.
No, brilliant, fantastic. Right, we'll let you enjoy the win because we're going to have a quick chat to a few of our other drivers. I believe, where is the Ginetta driver? Ginetta G20 of Alan Crossley here. I think the 39B, I'm just trying to find him. We've got a driver there, winner of the, I believe it's the C-class category, B-class category, my phone's just disappeared and turned it all off, so apologies about that. How was that race for you? Because Simon was saying it's a bit dull for him.
Yeah.
Was it a bit more entertaining for you?
Yeah, as you can tell, I had to work hard for it, so it's a fantastic race. Car was absolutely mega, battling with some really quick stuff, so yeah, over the moon with it, absolutely over the moon.
I was going to say, Oulton Park is a hard place to race, isn't it?
Yeah.
So how did you feel when you were going around in that traffic trying to pick out points? Because when a mixed grid of different cars, it's hard to find that out.
Yeah, you've just got to be patient and just wait for your gap, and don't get too brave. Make sure they've seen you before you go for them. But yeah, over the moon, fantastic race.
In terms of Ginettas,
yes,
most people might think of a G56,
yep,
G55, Ginetta Juniors. This G20 is a little bit of a different bit of kit, isn't it? How is it?
So it's a little bit older. It's 2007, so it's nearly 20 years old. I had it 10, 12 years and just developed it. It's nowhere near standard anymore. But it's, for bang for buck, it's absolutely fantastic.
No, I think the whole championship is bang for buck pretty fantastic though, isn't it? Because anything they turn up in, they get you out on circuit.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You can race anything with us, and it's good, clean racing, it's friendly. It doesn't get any better.
About some of the best circuits as well. Thank you very much. I'll let you enjoy the win in class there. I'm just trying to find if there's any other sort of notable drivers that I was recognising. One car I do want to show you before we jump to the Civics, and I hand you over to Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen, is we were trying to find the Skyline, but just look at this BMW Z4. The bodywork, it looks like they've really tried to give the Z4 look. But look at the tyres. They're so tiny, aren't they? It's ridiculous. It's incredible. Right, the Skyline, we were looking at. There we go. It's over to my other side. This is second overall, I believe. And it is ran by Mr. Wood. And there we go, he's popped his head out now. It's a stunning car. Is this the Goodwood car that set lap records? Because Paul Walsh was saying it was, but we weren't sure whether it was or not.
Yes, it is.
Thought so, yeah.
At Goodwood, we put slightly bigger turbos on.
Yeah.
And we turn the boost up. But this, I'm just running at 1.3 bar boost. At Goodwood, we run 2 bar boost.
Which is, I'm guessing, makes it a completely different kettle of fish.
Oh, it's 700, and at 2 bar it does over 1,000 horsepower. So,
yeah, brilliant.
But for a saloon car that weighs 1,500 kilos,
incredible amount, I imagine.
Good. Yeah,
I've just got the director asking me in my ear, are you there next weekend?
We are, yeah.
You are?
Yeah, I'm there with my Holden Commodore.
Okay.
V8 supercar, and Jake's driving it again. So
oh, fantastic!
He can't help himself. So hopefully we'll be in the shootout next Sunday.
I can't wait to see it, to be honest. And neither can my director. He's already getting excited by the prospect of seeing it.
I'm excited now. We've got the car ready. We've got the tyres on it, and they're pitching it because there's kind of 3 supercars there: an Australian driver, New Zealand, and an English driver. So.
Bit of a contest between the two.
I think it's happening, yeah. It's happening.
Talk us through a little bit more about this, because it's Skyline is brilliant, isn't it? But just very, very quickly, what's a very short history of this before we have to go to Civics?
This is history. You can't buy this car, so I made it about 6 years ago.
Wow.
Literally every nut and bolt is as per original, so it's Group A. Yeah. If I wanted to build a fast Skyline, it wouldn't look like this.
Okay.
But if you want papers, it has to still look like this. Certain turbos, 2.6, there's certain things you're allowed to do and not do, so it's to the rules. So this is a Group A car to the rules. This
is incredible, honestly. As I said, my director's buzzing about it. They work at Goodwood, they cannot wait for it. Brilliant, well done. I'm going to have to throw to Civics, which means one thing, and that is the fact that Mr. Andy McEwen and Mr. Paul O'Neill is in the commentary box, ready and waiting to give you all of the best tin top action has to offer here in England.
Thank you very much, Jack. Yeah, Civic Cup cars heading out to the grid, and with a small delay. That is not a Civic Cup car, I should stress. The uninitiated amongst you might have been confused for a moment. I know I was. But the Civic Cup cars heading to the grid once the track is clear. We're good to go with what should be a fascinating race. 2 races today for the Milltek Civic Cup, and a championship battle that is extremely finely poised. After the 3 races at Croft last time out, which were thoroughly dominated really by Liam McGill. Liam picked up 2 race wins and a 3rd place finish in the reversed grid middle race. He arrives here at Oulton Park breathing down the neck of the man really who's led the championship all season long, Alistair Camp. After qualifying this morning, for which points were allocated to the top 6 drivers, there are only 11 points between the top 2 in the championship, with 6 races still to go. Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill then here to talk you through the action. Paul, this championship, as year after year it seems to, is bubbling up quite nicely into the second half of the year.
Yeah, you can really feel it, can't you? Sorry, you can really feel it. The tension in the paddock. You've got different model cars. The FN2, the EP3. Yeah, the Civic Cup is really looking like something that's going to explode into life around this unreal, narrow but fast circuit.
Let's talk about the track then, because you've had the privilege of driving around this place quite a bit. We'll get onto that in a moment, actually. Run through the grid first. So this is how they line up for our first race. Liam McGill and Alistair Camp, Area Motorsport teammates. Different cars, remember. McGill in the older EP3 car, Camp in the slightly newer FN2. And it will then be Jake Hewlett and Lewis Kent together on row number 2. Lewis Kent third in the championship, not out of it yet, but needs a really good final third of the season to get back into contention. Harvey Caton also needs some good results. He starts 5th alongside Wesley Swain. Then Jack Riddell and Josh Bromley. Bromley's got a new sponsor this weekend. We'll get onto that a little bit later on, but he had a real standout weekend at Croft last time out. Jake Renshaw and Dan Petters then complete the top 10 on the grid, with Jamie Petters and Dave Marshall next. Now that's an interesting little group of drivers, because Jake Renshaw has been getting quicker and quicker with every round. Dan Petters and his teammate Jamie we saw absolutely excelling at Croft last time out. And right with them, Dave Marshall, who said the car was just far too leery in qualifying earlier on this morning and was rather disappointed, I think it's fair to say, with 12th on the grid. Aidan Mitchell and Francisco Howitt are next, ahead of Charlotte Birch and Will Butt, who was not very happy with his qualifying performance. Sadly, that's been a theme this year, but Will Butt always races a lot better than he qualifies, so keep an eye on car number 25. The Welshman at his home round, effectively, here at Oulton Park, will be looking for a good result. Harry England and Ben Bateman are together on row 9, and Adam Jackson and Adam Parker who complete the 20-car grid. So the car's heading out on the green flag lap, Paul. You mentioned this circuit. It's a magnificent place, isn't it? You've had the pleasure of racing and indeed winning around here in the past. What does it take to get a good lap out of this place, and why is it so much more challenging than so many other circuits that we visit?
Yeah, so a couple of things. It's very narrow, which is difficult. These cars aren't the biggest, they're quite old cars, these, so they're not the bigger cars that we see off the production line these days in general. But this place is so narrow, it's up and down, it's about carrying momentum into the corners that go uphill. So Knickerbrook chicane, exiting Knickerbrook chicane, you need to make sure you get fantastic exits out of this hairpin, the island hairpin. You need to make sure you don't lose too much time going in, but it's the time that you lose going out that can really, really cause you grief. It's got every corner, this circuit. It's all about keeping that minimum speed up and making sure that you can keep it pinned through the fast stuff. Interestingly though, Andy, so many drivers I've spoken to today, whether it's Civic Cup, whether it's TCR, they've all said the car is so leery. Something's going on with the circuit. I don't know whether it's because it rained overnight, it means it's green, which means it's washed the rubber away, which would make it more grippy, or there was something on the circuit after one of the other races that we had. So other thing to watch out for: brakes around here in every single category that you see on the stream today. They're going to be worked the very, very hardest. This place and Donington GP are the biggest killers on brakes. So you might see some flashing of brake lights in the straight line, so that's just to relieve the car of knocking the pads away from the disc. So there's going to be a lot going on, mate, especially into Lodge. Watch out for the big lunges down the last corner.
Yeah, this has always been the scene of the bulk of the overtaking around here, although we've seen in Civic Cup before, once you get a little battle pack formed, overtaking can happen pretty much anywhere. It's a momentum circuit in some parts, then you've got the really tight middle sector where things often start to ignite. So it should be a fascinating race, this. The two title contenders on the front row of the grid today together. A good day today for Liam McGill. Means he could leave Oulton Park as the championship leader. 11 points he stands behind Alistair Camp, who is alongside him, but it's a 5-point difference between winning a race and finishing second, with a bonus point available for fastest lap. So in theory, if McGill has a really strong weekend, it could be his time to shine. 15 minutes then on the clock. The first race of the day for the Milltek Civic Cup about to get underway. Keep an eye on the lighting gantry to the top left corner of your screen. The red lights will go on. When they go out, we will be away and racing. McGill versus Camp. Here we go. The red lights are on. Out they will go now. And who gets the whole shot? Who gets into Old Hall Corner first? Camp away reasonably well, but McGill, I think, will hold on to the advantage just about. The second phase of Camp's start is strong, but there's no way through. It's 3 abreast nearly for third position as they all tip their way into the very quick right-hander at Old Hall Corner. Often a pinch point on the exit, but they're all neat and tidy on this occasion. They barrel down the avenue into Cascade. McGill, job done so far. He takes the lead, but he's wide at Cascade, Paul.
Yeah, McGill looks like he's ran wide. What's the next shot going to be like? Has Camp got a run on him down to the hairpin? Camp has got the run on him down to the hairpin. Cold brakes, cold tyres. Where's Ken going to come out? They're squeezing him on the grass. That's going to be talked about.
Oh, that was was a little bit rude, wasn't it, from Liam McGill, not leaving any space for his teammate Alistair Camp. It was a difficult place for Campy to be on the outside. You expect to be run out of road on the exit of the corner. In the braking zone, though, he might not be quite so understanding. Anyway, McGill holds on to the advantage. Camp in second. Lewis Kent is there in third, ahead of Jake Renshaw and Harvey Kate, and that's your top 5. As we tip into the Hislop chicane for the first time, snatching a break, Dave Marshall right in between the two Petters brothers there, the two yellow and blue EP3 Civics. Surprisingly, clean opening half a lap there. I have to say, drivers generally being respectful, bit of a squeeze at the front, but that midfield where things can so often go wrong, they all gave each other plenty of respect.
Yeah, quite a lot of respect there. I think Campy knows that that was his one chance, because McGill has been lit at Croft. He's been lit here in qualifying. I hate to use them words, but I do sound like a youngster, don't I? And it makes me feel better. But line astern coming into Lodge, I'm surprised there's been no big overlaps, but there is at the back. Will Butsy there. Oh, and that's going to be out the gravel. He'll get away with that.
That's Howitt, I think, isn't it? Yeah, Disco Howitt. Go on, plant the right foot, but not too hard. You don't want to spin the wheels. Digs his way out of the gravel, rejoins, but right at the back of the pack. So Francisco Howitt then, unfortunately, with a mistake. And again, under braking, it's too early for that to have been brake fade. But drivers, I think, just really struggling, like you said, with the rear end of the car. The rear of his car wasn't the only one, dancing around in the braking zones. Makes it very difficult to get the car stopped into a tight corner such as that one. So they drop down through Cascades for the second time. McGill then, look at this, Paul, already stretching his legs.
Yeah, like I said, that's why that McGill was in that pink and blue car, was desperate to keep hold of the lead, and that was maybe what that little squeeze was towards the white line. I'm sure that's not going to end well.
Birch, my word, that was close. Did well to get the car stopped there, Paul.
Oh, she really did. Fair play, Charlotte. She'll be breathing heavily after that. Not too sure what happened, if there was contact or the rear brakes locked up, but it's not a hot day today, so that will give the brakes a little respite. But when you're behind another car, it's a bit like Formula 1 with dirty, hot, turbulent air going into the ducts for the braking. It's going to be really difficult, and you might see them gap out. But Will Butsy's flying. He's trying to get up the inside, isn't he?
Yeah, 13th at the moment, Will, but then so 3 places gained already. Like I said, always races better than he qualifies, does Will, so keep an eye on him. He could be a challenger for a top 10 by the end of the race. Look at that stack up at the back of the shot. So the top half dozen or so being reasonably well behaved. It's the battle for 7th that's igniting. Jamie Petters and Dave Marshall, who has already regained a few positions from that lowly qualifying effort. 12th Dave Marshall started, he's 9th already, and wants 8th position. Jamie Petters seemingly the cork in the bottle, but Dave has to be careful. He's under threat from the cars behind. Is that Bromley, meanwhile, heading to the pit lane? It was, I think. Yes, it was. Josh Bromley showing in the pit. So Josh Bromley, unfortunately, running into mechanical issues.
Well, that is very, very, very sad for Josh. We know how much he loves his racing. Had a good time at Croft on the podium. As Dave Marshall trying to pick off the Petters. He's in a Petters sandwich.
That's not usually a nice place to be, is it? We'll put there to the inside as well. But the Petters, they give as good as they get. And so Dave would quite like to get away from them, I'm sure, and chase off after this leading group. But he can't make progress. And in fact, Daniel Petters now comes around the outside into the Island hairpin. No way through there. There goes Will Butt in the sort of Welsh Dragon liveried car. Does have the actual Welsh Dragon on the roof.
I thought he was Scottish. He don't like that.
Game we go. Dave Marshall still can't get away from these Petters brothers.
Old Jay is trying to get away, isn't he? And Daniel is there just behind Dave. He's trying to get that run, but yeah, he's really, really struggling, isn't he? It's a difficult one. The FN2 just looks like an interesting car to drive around here, as McGill is just going to try and pull away from Camp as the lead battle ensues. But these guys, look how blurry Dave Marshall's car is. That red FN2, the rear of that car moving around. He was telling me he was going to try and put more rear wing on the car to try and steady it down. He said Druids was scary in qualifying.
Yes, well, the car looks better, I would say, than it did in qualifying. Now, look at this lead gap. That came down that time quite significantly, didn't it? Liam McGill versus Alistair Camp. It is only about 6 tenths or so between them. As here we have side by side between Jake Hewlett and Harvey Caton for 4th position. But Camp has suddenly come back at Liam McGill on that lap. So it's nose to tail between the leading 3. Then the next 3 cars there, Hewlett, Caton and Swain together. And then you've got the Petters-Marshall sandwich. Jamie Petters snatching a break slightly into Cascade. Cascades corner, but I wonder whether that was a little mistake maybe from Liam McGill on the previous lap, and Alistair Camp is not out of this.
Alistair Camp's right on the back of McGill now. Liam McGill will be looking in his mirror, and so will Hewlett, because he's got Caton there in that white and green car, just edging up onto the back of that fluorescent green car. So Wes Swain will be wanting them to get into each other so he can catch back up. But looks like a race of a lap of two halves, really. McGill looks super quick in the second sector of this lap, but the first sector definitely belongs to Campy. Which would is that Will Butsey off?
Yes, and someone else involved with him as well, I think. So Will Butts has gone off or pulled off maybe onto the Foster's loop, but there was a second car that seems to be carrying some damage there, so we'll try and get to the bottom of that if we can. Got just under 9 minutes to go.
No!
Hewlett off the road at Druids. There, and he's into the barriers as well. Jake Hewlett lost the rear into Druids. That's the corner Dave Marshall was talking about after qualifying. Now, luckily, they've got the Recticel barrier there on the exit of Druids corner, and with good reason, because that car, amazingly, Paul, has carried on.
Wow, that was pretty impressive to get out of that. That Recticel barrier is so expensive, and MSV, they always put it around the circuits, and I can't tell you how thankful the drivers are. We've seen some big hits over the course of the last few weeks here in all sorts of different racing, and it's saved a lot of drivers' budgets, but he'll be kicking himself. But the EP3 is so nervous into Druids, and yeah, don't know if they'll call a safety car, because the barrier now will be it hasn't damaged the metal barrier, but still you can't. Very Larry. Is that rear wheel drive, that Campy car? Wow.
Alistair Campbell, the FN2 drivers have really said they're struggling with rear stability, and you saw it there into the Island hairpin. Not a place you often see that.
No, and what it'll be, the rear brakes are working hard on that car. That wasn't yellow flags are out. That wasn't rear stability as in damping or springs. That to me looked like it locked the rear on the way in, so I'd watch out for that with Campy, and if McGill's seen that, he'll know that it's probably time to crack on. But these cars, I've never seen them bounce around so much. They're all of them. It's a real interesting dynamic as they go in. Some of them look really soft as well around here, and look how they're leaning as they come up over Clay Hill.
Now, is that to deal with the bumps, do you think? I mean, it's not billiard smooth, this circuit, is it? So it is quite a bumpy circuit, but then you kind of in risk of losing that rotation if it's too soft. So a real quandary for the team setup-wise right here, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Some of these... Oh, that's a big sideways! Big sideways! Oh, no!
Again, a second car in the fence, and that's the danger of the barrier being damaged and dislodged. Now, that was Harry England, was it maybe, who's been off, I think?
That's going to be a safety car, that, mate.
Yeah, I'm not sure that car's going to be quite as fortunate. No, it's not Harry England, is it? It is the 79, Jackson, who has gone off
that's
Druids.
That's a shame.
Right in front of Jake Hewlett, who, of course, had the moment there a lap earlier, dislodged the barriers, and so when another car went in the same place, sadly, more damage done.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Campy car then in P2. See, it's doing it again on the turning at the rear, and that does make me think. Oh, well, he's got going, but there was tyres all over the track. The clerk of the course has got a big decision to make now.
Yeah, so Adam Jackson back to the pit lane. Didn't get a chance to mention, by the way, Ben Bateman was the other driver involved down at the his car just there in the back of shop being recovered by the marshals. So we're losing a few of them now. Bit of a battle of attrition, this, as we sort of expected. But at the front of the field, this gap has remained remarkably consistent, actually. Never sort of always hovering between 6 and 8 tenths of a second or so. It's up to 8 tenths at the start of this lap. Camp is doing well, actually, I would say. And also a shout out to Wes Swain, the FN2, supposedly not the favoured car this weekend, but 2 of them in the top 5, and they're keeping pace.
Yeah, they really are keeping pace. Fair play. This is, like you say, it's pretty consistent, but I just don't think Campy has the car underneath him to attack Liam McGill. I think Liam McGill is managing this really well. Every time Campy turns into a medium or slow speed corner, the rear whips round. I think you were bang on, mate. I think it's rear stability. I don't think it's actually the rear brakes locking, because I don't see anything snatch. I just think the front end of that car, look at it. It turns in and he has to wait to get back on power. It's really nervous, but Campy can deal with that, and maybe that's the way to drive an FN2 round here.
I mean, yeah, I look at this as a casual viewer and think, well, he's about to have an accident at every corner, but you need that rotation to get the car, particularly through the low-speed corners, like the hairpin, like the chicane, like Lodge, And as a driver, you sometimes just have to take it on the chin almost and think, well, I need the car to be good at that part of the circuit, so I'm just going to have to hang on to it everywhere else. The trouble is, it looks a little bit leery, even through the low-speed stuff, and now Lewis Kent is presenting more of a threat, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think it's the brakes that, but I've got to say there is something definitely hindering Alistair Camp and McGill. I think Kent's going to have a real go at him, because any time he turns that, look at that! Oh! The car, it's like it's got oil on the rear tyre, isn't it? It's really, really difficult to drive. If it's like that in the slow speed stuff, I would never want to think what it's like in the high speed stuff. It's going to be crazy.
Now, the championship significance here as well. If Kent gets past Camp, McGill would score 11 points more than Alistair. There are 11 points between them going into this race, so this is how quickly it can change. Now, all three of these drivers are run out of the Area Motorsport squad, but they're all win this for themselves. Kent is not mathematically out of title contention either, so if he decides to have a pop at Alistair Camp, that could have big championship ramifications. He's not quite close enough at the moment, though, and in fairness, Kent looks like he is pretty close to the limit as well.
Big time. But watch Campy's car in P2 now. He turns in a lot earlier than some of the other guys. Look, he's so early on turning. I think that's because he's worried about what he's going to get on the exit. And now Kent knows it's time to attack. But I'll tell you what, you keep doing that, you'll get track limits. But Campy's car just looks like an accident waiting to happen. It's crazy loose.
Well, he's hanging on to it for now. Not many people could, you sense, but he is now fading away a bit. This is by far the biggest the gap has been, 1.1 seconds at the start of the lap. The lead margin for McGill. Now watch Camp's car as it turns and slides its way into the hairpin. And as Paul was saying, that might work well on the way in, but then he can't get on the throttle as soon as Kent... Oh, red flag! Red flag, race being stopped, and with only 3 minutes to go, that will be it. They won't restart this, I don't think. So the race is being called, and Alistair Camp breathed a sigh of relief in a way, because he now doesn't need to worry about defending from Lewis Kent. We know not the reason for the red flag just yet, but the race being halted, and that means that Liam McGill is going to notch up, it would seem, another race victory. It's not quite enough to get the championship lead, but that could change in race 2 a little bit later on. For Liam McGill then, it is a 4th win of the year, got his first at Brands Hatch in the 3rd race of the weekend. Did the double, of course, last time out at Croft. This, we think, is the reason for the red flag, that barrier that was damaged a couple of laps ago, in fairness. Race control have decided they can't risk continuing the race. Now you might be thinking, well, that's well off the track. It's, you know, the track surface itself is perfectly clear. The danger is if another car went off onto those tyres, well, unfortunately they would act as a launch ramp, and we don't want to think about that. So obviously safety has to be the priority, and so race control deciding that they need to address that before racing can resume. So that, with 2/3 race distance or 3/4 race distance completed, will mean that I think we have a result with Liam McGill, Alistair Camp and Lewis Kent, your top 3, as it was really for the entirety of the race. But an interesting race, and I'm going to be fascinated to get the thoughts of those top 3 drivers afterwards. Paul O'Neill has dashed over to the podium area already, and I think these drivers will assemble in Parc Fermé, and yeah, they pull into the pit lane. They'll take a hard right if they're going into Parc Fermé. They may head down the pit lane, but wherever they go, Paul O'Neill will follow, and yes, into Parc Fermé they head, and we'll have a chance to chat to those top 3 drivers in just a moment or two. So Liam McGill is your winner officially by just under 9/10 of a second from Alistair Camp. He takes provisionally 6 of the 11-point deficit away from Campy, and they're going to be almost neck and neck heading into race 2 later on. Camp 2nd, Lewis Kent 3rd, Harvey Caton 4th position ahead of Wes Swain, and Jamie Petters 6th at the checkered flag. Really good effort that from Jamie Petters, who started 11th on the grid. Dave Marshall was 12th. He came home 7th at the end of the race ahead of Dan Petters, Jake Renshaw and Harry England, with Jake Hewlett, Aidan Mitchell, Charlotte Birch and Adam Parker next in line. There weren't many more finishers, I don't think. In fact, that was the last of the finishers. Adam Jackson, Francisco Howard, Ben Bateman, Will Butt and Josh Bromley all failing to see the checkered flag. Right then, lots to talk about at the end of that race. I've got just the man to do the talking. Paul O'Neill heads down to Parc Fermé, and we can catch up with him now, along with our podium finishers.
Milltek Civic Cup is over, cut short, but the winner, Liam McGill. Liam, I'm going to come round and give you a little interview, mate. Wow, talk me through the start, because I've just seen, thankfully, there are smiles all around between you and Campy, because that looked a bit tight on the grass when you were turning in for the first corner, but you had a bit of a nightmare through Cascades as well.
Yeah, the whole time, actually the whole weekend. And but the team said to me before we went out, there's a lot of tow on that side. Do you want to take it off? And I says, nah, just leave it, I'll live with it, because it's been going okay. But I probably should have took it off. There's a few hairy moments for sure.
Everybody was having hairy moments, mate. The rear of the cars, FN2 and EP3, were unbelievable. Happy with that? Was you happy that it was cut short? It looked like you were comfortable.
Yeah, sometimes I was pulling away and sometimes Camp was gaining. Actually, even when you thought you'd done a really good lap, you looked in the mirror and he was coming for you, you thought, oh my God. But at the same time, I don't think anybody wants to see a race cut short. Kind of, everybody wants to do the full race and battle to the end. That's what we're paying the money for at the end of the day, so, yeah.
Did you see Alistair coming down your outside? I know I said in comms you would never ever want to squeeze your teammate, and it wasn't a big squeeze, it's just unfortunate. It was white line and grass, but he was fine about it, wasn't he?
No, he was fine about it, and honestly I had absolutely no clue at all. I mean, his eyes forward off the start. I know that he got a better start than me, but by the time we come to the first corner I thought he had room there, of course, but no, he seems fine about it, nonetheless, and maybe he'll squeeze me back soon.
Yeah, he'll probably get you back. Well done, Liam McGill. Right, let's speak with Alistair Camp. Is over here with his other teammate, which is Lewis Kent. Alistair, can we have a little chat? Mate, hey, tell you what. So in comms, I first of all said that looks like rear brakes, and then I changed my mind and was like, that is damping or it is springs or tow. What was that? The suspension looked unbelievable, mate.
It's just, you've got to drive it like that, unfortunately, to try and keep with Liam at the minute, so we're fighting that battle. But yeah, it was exciting to drive, but as you've probably seen, if you miss at apex, then you get gapped. So it's like you're trying to keep everything on its toes. I was flashing him like I was like, right, I'm coming for you. At the start, like I got squashed to the grass a touch. Nothing, obviously, you probably didn't see me there because your eyes are in there. But I was like, no, I was like, oh, I'm gone. But hey, it was good, mate. It was a good battle. Yeah, keep going, towing the caravan round.
I did think to myself, you were going down the long circuit on the first lap.
Yeah.
But like you say, he just said that he didn't see you. Liam would never do that.
No, of course, no. Shale racing does pay off eventually, eh? Yeah, you're used to being sideways.
You just mentioned there you're towing a caravan. It's a little bit different, isn't it, with these cars now? The FN2, it really isn't an FN2 circuit, is it?
No, but funnily enough, last year it was, because we was quickest last year, and obviously there's a lot of hills around here. We're carrying that extra bit, and it's hurting us. I don't know where the rest of the FN2 boys finished, but I should imagine they're feeling my pain also. But yeah, I'm just trying to polish it off at the minute by doing what I'm doing. It's not good for these boys, because it's making it look like it is possible, but trust me, it's on the ragged edge of possible.
Don't worry about that, mate. In comms, we've just said that must be the hairiest car to drive, mate. It was a mega P2. I'd take that as a win, if I'm honest.
Yeah, well, that's exactly why I'm happy for once in my life.
Good man. Well done, Ali Camp. Lewis Kent, you okay, fella? You're looking a bit trim there. What's going on with your overalls?
I've got a new suit made last year, and they sent it to me. It was about 2 inches too wide from day one, so I'm a bit of a parachute, but it's right. It's nice. It makes me feel confident that I'm skinny, but I'm not.
Good lad. On to the race. Got to say, just before that red come out, it looked like you were making inroads. His rear of his car in the slow speed, the medium speed, every corner looked horrendous. Ali Camp in front.
Yeah, Ali's sort of having a bit of a handful all weekend of keeping the thing in a straight line, but yeah, no, as you say, on that red flag lap, we kind of went through turn one and invented a new line out wide, but I found 2 temps and got right onto the back, and then red flag come out. But I reckon if we went full distance, we could have had a P2, but still happy with it. Still points.
What's it like round here in an EP3 Honda, or just a Civic in general? Because it looks like the hardest I've seen the cars work, the drivers work. It's bouncing, the cars look a little bit soft. Is that to get over the curbs, to get the traction?
They're just sketchy in general. That's the best word to describe them, is sketchy. I've had a couple of junior drivers say, what they like, we're looking at them for next year, and I said, don't get me wrong, the best car to go into to learn, but they are probably the hardest car I've ever driven. Yeah. And I've driven a couple of quick cars, but yeah, they are a handful to say the least.
It's up to us oldies, isn't it, to drive these cars. Leave the youngsters just have a couple more years in juniors.
That's it, yeah. Let me wait until retirement, and then they can come and take all the glory.
Exactly, mate. Well done. Spot on. P3 will do. Jamie, how's it going, boss? That was a Petter's sandwich, wasn't it, with Dave Marshall? Great race. Paul Winfield Trophy winner. Good though, mate. Yeah, loving it.
Yeah, that was a great race out there. Very good race. Yeah, and I'm glad to beat my brother as well.
The only way we can tell you guys apart on track is you have blue headlights, I think?
Yeah, and the trim around the splitter.
Well, every day's a school day. Absolutely amazing. Against the FN2 of Dave Marshall, were you looking in your mirror thinking, you just keep that oversteery car away from me, because he was sideways everywhere?
Yeah, he was quicker in some sections of track, and I was a little bit quicker in other sections, so I just had to keep it in front of him and not make any errors and keep the position.
Happy with that, though?
Yeah, very happy with that.
What are we going to do for this next race? Are you going to change anything? Car looked pretty good, to be fair.
Pretty good, to be fair. Just going to go out and see what we can do.
Good man. Right, don't be crashing into your brother.
Lovely.
Top work. Right, I think we're going to head over to Paul Walsh, and he's going to bring you the next race in action.
Well, I would try and do my Paul Walsh impression, but I haven't had enough cups of coffee this morning. So instead, we'll talk through the highlights of the Milltek Civic Cup race, which started with Alistair Camp certainly giving Liam McGill, the pole sitter, title rival, a real run for his money. Francisco Howard got it all wrong under braking into Lodge and bounced through the gravel trap, luckily able to dig his way back out the other side, though, and would eventually finish in the pit lane anyway with a mechanical issue. Charlotte Birch had other issues up at the hairpin, locking up on the grass and doing well not to spear into the side of the cars on the circuit. She again would rejoin. Jake Hewlett then from 4th place had a big lose at Druid, bounced off the tyres, did remarkably little damage to the car. He eventually finished 11th, just 1 place away from the reversed grid pole position, but the tyre barrier was damaged and it would become even more damaged only a couple of laps later. The racing at the front was pretty interesting, the lead gap ebbing and flowing. Then this was the moment when Adam Jackson went into the tyres at exactly the same spot as Jake Hewlett had. That did even more damage to the barrier, and eventually race control would make the call that the race needed to be stopped. You can see the reason why. Tyres were in the road, other drivers had to dodge to avoid, and had another car gone off, a third car at the same point, then that could have been an enormous accident. Alistair Camp reckoned that he was really struggling through the Hislop chicane. The car was certainly rotating well, and in the closing stages he was losing time to Lewis Kent, who in the end ran out of time to find a way past him. So the rebuilding of the barrier ongoing up at Druid's Corner. Then we're going to have a small delay, I think, before our next race of the day. That will be the Track Action Racing Club. Then myself and Paul O'Neill will next be back with you for the TCR UK opening race of the day. So 12:50 is the scheduled start time. I will, as I always say, particularly here at Oulton Park, say that those times are very provisional. They could change if we have delays. BARC, though, in fairness, have done a really good job of building time into the timetable. There's about 15 minutes of downtime between each race, and that should allow us, hopefully, to deal with incidents like this. And in fact, Paul, already your cars are heading out on track for the Track Action Race Club, so I'll hand back over to you.
Thank you, Andy, and I love the comment about cups of coffee there. I'll be honest with you, I've only had 1 cup of tea so far. I haven't had coffee, so we'll have a cup of coffee later. Perhaps I won't resist doing one or might end up in the stratosphere. But still, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got controls out on the circuit for Track Action Racing Club. What's it all about, I hear you ask? Well, it's simple. It's a series of championship. You turn up and we race your machine. And a number of these vehicles you'll see, they are relatively close to their stock car, the production car, and then it's as far as you want to go as a driver to make adjustments to them as everyone heads around. So you're going to see a whole variety of machines, and well, there's multiple classes on the grid, including the Britannia Marks Cups, are dedicated to British manufacturers, also the Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup. That's always a big spectacle out there, where it's solely focused on the Peugeot 206 GTI model, and well, those cars are run to a very tight specification and do utilise, I believe, the machinery of none other than the NS2R Nankang dry tyre in order to do everything they can in order to keep it as close as possible and running on the absolute ragged edge of adhesion when they drive on a round. And well, as they all make themselves ready to go racing, well, we always do here what is as well plenty other cars out there, including the Deutsche Marks, also the Nippon Challenge. The Deutsche Marks being dedicated to the German manufacturers, and Nippon Challenge dedicated to Japanese manufacturers. And we also have the Tricolor Trophy, that is none other than, of course, what will be a French Marks. But here's your grid then, ladies and gentlemen, for what will be the first of 2 races of the Track Action Racing Club here today at Oulton Park. Round number 9 sees William de Claudio line up on pole position. Alongside him would have been Sean Govard after a great qualifying performance, which was curtailed in disaster, with Govard having an off, and that off occurring right into the island hairpin and sending him on around. And very unfortunate with regards to that, but they will be joined from that front row to row number 2, where it'll be Paul Roderson, who's moved up into second ahead of Gareth Porter and Lee Curry, with row 3 going to Adam Croft and Callum Trump. Row 4 it'll be Sean Deacon, and then we'll have Grant Hatfield alongside, and then completing the top 10, Ben Southwood and Stephen Rigby. Outside the top 10, you will have on row number 6 Matt Anderson and Barry Morris, and in completing that starting order we know Chepley there, as we do have the grid up on display, and well, there's the final half of the grid there. We do apologise for the slight technical hitch there, but all will be alright on the night, as they do say. But as all the drivers get themselves set and absolutely ready to go racing, it does mean that for all the drivers here right now, it's all going to be about the run towards turn number 1. And last time out, when they raced at Croft for their 2 races in rounds 7 and 8 of the series, well, it was the top 3 of Sean Govard, Paul Roderson and Sean Deacon who made that running order in both races there. And, well, unfortunately, we didn't see William De Claudio race at Croft, but if we had, we could have expected him to do battle once again with Sean Govard, because we saw that at Silverstone a little bit earlier on. But now we're missing Sean Govard due to his trials and tribulations in qualifying. So William De Claudio, in theory at least, is expected to be the fastest man out there by a comfortable second based on the qualifying times. But keep your eyes out for the Skoda Octavia, Paul Roderson, who lines up on the front row alongside him on the right of your picture. Because the thing about that Skoda is it is lightning quick on the straights, but it does have some difficulty in the corners, because it is the best part of almost half a tonne heavier than what is sat alongside it, that little Peugeot. But as the green flag waves behind, all drivers are headed on around. Well, we will very shortly, I believe, be getting the race underway. And, well, when we do, will it be a green flag lap or will it be go, go, go? Well, we're about to find out. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, all the drivers make the way away, and I believe we are under that green flag formation lap. So there we go, green flag on the left-hand side of your picture. Lovely to see that there. And now our drivers have gone from the outlap from the pit lane and back onto formation. So they'll get some tyre heat now, and they'll try and get some brake temperature as well. A very cold Oulton Park today, indeed. In the northwest of England, it's much cooler than the rest of England and the United Kingdom right now. We've also got quite a lot of wind blowing over the circuit at the moment, and I do see we also do have a little weather radar station here in the commentary media centre, and a couple of eyeing up the fact we've got a lot of cloud coming this way. There's no likelihood at the moment, or urgent likelihood of rain. You can see some blue sky in the rear of the picture, but it is going to be intriguing to see exactly how the weather develops. Now, as the drivers make the way on around, well, as we said only moments ago, the Track Action Racing Club is a very basic route into motorsport. So it really is the idea, you take a car that you want to race in, and then you make it compatible with the rules and regulations in terms of you strip out a lot of the interior, you put in the roll cage and all the other safety equipment, and you make sure, depending on which class you're competing in, that you adhere to any regulations. But beyond that, you can go racing straight away. And the wonderful thing is, a great example of this is none other than Paul Roderson, who, of course, racing the Skoda Octavia today. Well, what if we were to tell you that a lovely blue and yellow Mazda MX-5 that you'll see him out there in, that was previously his, indeed, one that he built, and, well, he's been a gentleman who's absolutely loved racing MX-5s over the last couple of decades. And I believe when I was talking to him earlier, he was saying to me he was the first person to buy in the United Kingdom a Gen 4 Mazda MX-5 and convert it into a racing machine. And, well, that MX-5 you see out there, which is being driven coincidentally by the Jedi Order team driver there of Stephen Rigby. Well, it was previously Paul Roderson's, and he raced it to great success. And also you'll see a Volkswagen Scirocco out there, and that will be the Scirocco in the capable hands of Adam Croft. And that was previously raced by Paul Roderson. In fact, he raced that last year, and he took 7 out of 10 wins over the entirety of the season. So therefore, Roderson, a highly decorated driver, and the reason he's running a Skoda Octavia, in his own words, because nobody else was racing it. And why not? Because everyone's done the Audi TT, everyone's done the Peugeot 206 or 106, everyone's done X, Y and Z, but nobody has raced a Skoda Octavia. So it's a man in a Skoda looking to take on the rest of the field. And so far this season, he's been looking very fast near in the number 55, but the only problem is he's got to try and beat William De Claudio. And, well, we can tell you one thing about De Claudio's Peugeot 106 GTI, a very fast car, the man who hails from Chippenham, and, well, he'll be looking to try and blaze his way away off into the distance as quickly as he can in this race of the day. But We will see exactly what happens between them because, of course, Roddison does normally have some quite quick starts, very different drivetrains between the two of them as well, with the Peugeot being front engine front-wheel drive, and I believe the Skoda being front engine rear-wheel drive, and that changes the dynamic of wheel spin off the line. We do have a bit of a depleted field further on back in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, with only 3 drivers here today, and watch out for Noah Checkley at the back of the field because he is, based on speaking to all the drivers, the favourite here in the absence of last time out winner, and that was Andrew Mitchell, who's not here today, so therefore it is going to be interesting to see what Checkley can do from the back of the grid. But the green flag formation lap is complete, and that can only mean one thing. We are about to go racing for the first time this Saturday for the Track Action Racing Club round number 9. And it's lights out and away we go, and then as they roar their way away and down towards the opening corner, it's a great start there from William de Claudio, but look at Callum Trump in the Nissan 350Z up the inside of Roddison into the opening corner. Roddison with a slow start and the rest of the field will follow on through. We also do have Deacon there trying to sandwich his way in amongst the top 5, albeit can't quite find it at the moment, so he's going to stay back. But a lightning start there from Callum Trump, which is what we've come to expect from him based on how he performed at Croft, where that Nissan was the fastest starter of them all, normally gaining him 3 to 4 places on average in both of the races. But down they come then, and oh goodness me, that's gone very wrong. It's into the barrier, and that is the 46 there that's gone astray, and that's Porter there, and that's going to be a very dismal start to the race for him, as meanwhile Deacon looking up the inside of the Scirocco there, quick on the brakes and even quicker on the exit of the corner, and makes a lovely move there, does Deacon, now up into what we believe is 5th place. But over the crest of the hilltop and down they go, and Claudio already pulling away, but you can see Trump for his quick start. Roddison going back into him immediately, goes very late on the brakes. Will he get it stopped in time? He does, but he has to mount the apex curve there, and Roddison, I think, realising a bit too late in the day that's not going to work. We've got some damage on the front of the 27, and that being your number 27 of Curry. I wonder whether Curry was involved in the contact with Porter, and that's why we saw Porter being absconded to the lakeside barrier. As our drivers now carry on here, we'll wait to see if we do get a safety car, any other description called, or Callum Trump keeping Roddison behind, and Roddison's got to take his time with this for the simple reason that Trump here seems to be at a circuit where that Nissan is looking very happy, and more happy Nissan is one that's going to run away. We saw that earlier on in the CNC Heads race where the Nissan RB26 took 2nd place overall and absolutely led its class off into the distance, and I think Callum Trump is trying to be inspired by success in other series here at Oulton Park. But to the end of that lap, and we do look there to what's happened to Porter, parked up at the moment, as that was a brief shot there of Roddison trying to go around the outside of Callum Trump into Old Hall Corner. Did he successfully do it? Well, there's our leader, but who's going to be next in the order? And yes, it is Roddison. He finally gets it done then. Well, it's now going to be Trump who falls back down to 3rd place, and behind Will Curry and Deacon continue to give chase there. And well, we also have Croft and Hatfield in the mix. Obviously, they will neutralise the racing coming on past the parked car of Porter, and then it'll be back up to green flag racing conditions as soon as they pass it there in the marshal's post, so no overtaking permitted, and they do have to slightly back off there to make sure they don't overspeed and run the risk of adding to the incident. Normally you do see cars go out wide and up onto the banking on the outside of Cascades, but sometimes they get it wrong, experience snap oversteer, they can end up going in the same direction as what happens there to Porter, and hopefully we don't see that happen at all. We'll stay away from that danger wherever possible. But right now, speaking of danger out to the circuit, there's the Scirocco trying to hold on. That will be Croft fending off the charge of the Audi TT of Hatfield. Hatfield close there on the first half of the lap, but looks to be falling away, I should say, as he heads up the hill into Clay. And I wonder there whether it's the difference of 2 dynamics in terms of the cars and where they're strong and where they're weak. But right now, despite the war wounds on the front of that car, well, Curry right now in the 27, he's absolutely going for it as the Renault Clio driver, and who could blame him as he tries to keep Deacon behind him, but the Peugeot 106 is staying strong right there with him. So these drivers right now, the top 7 pulling away, and elsewhere in the battle for his rights to be the winner of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, it is Noah Checkley who leads that currently ahead of Anderson. The gap between the two of them being half a second, not quite on the screen, but definitely right now you can see on the timing tower, so we'll keep you updated on that. I'm sure we may see it a little bit later on, but the Scirocco there of Croft now starting to pull away from Hatfield, and again I think the first half of the lap is in the favour of the Audi TT, the second half of the lap meanwhile is definitely in the favour of the Scirocco, as Trump falling backwards now, and well, we come to expect this. That's not to be rude about Callum Trump, but that Nissan, for all its speed at the start, it normally does start to fall back. Now how well can he hold on here? Well, he's going to go defensive in the middle of the road there coming into Island Bend. Meanwhile Curry says, okay, I'll try and look round the outside. He goes very deep, however, does Curry, and that that's going to invite Sean Deacon to have an opportunity. I need to then find out, okay, I can't get the power down right now, as I'll understeer into the back of another French machine, and I'll cause the French Revolution at that point. But as they revolve around each other, well, that's going to be a move made there by Curry. Up the outside he goes, and Cullen Trump there yielding the position, went defensive, but Curry's got too much pace, and through his option to Nickel, they go, and it is going to be the 27 of Curry that gets there for a while, but Trump gets the cut back here. Lovely bit of manoeuvring. Who's going to have the speed up through Clay Hill? Too wide at the best of times here, and as they roar the way over, now coming in towards the Tower Corner, someone's going to back out before Druids, and Trump in the end gets ahead. Lovely move there, gets it parked on the apex, and says to Curry, if you want it, you're going to have to work a little bit harder for it. Well, down and up they go then towards the final major corner of this lap, and we still do have the best part of another 10 minutes after this one in this 15-minute race. The opening 5 minutes has been full of action and drama. More's certainly to come there. But as we then pan away towards the start-finish, we can see right now that battle for third place really taking centre stage, with the top two being allowed to run off into the distance. But the queue is forming behind Cullen Trump, and here comes Deacon looking up the inside. There's very late on the brakes there, and well, a little bit of a tussle and touch there. I don't think Curry saw it coming until it was practically at the apex, but Deacon says, I'm taking this, whether you like it or not. And now can Curry come back at him? Well, I don't think so at the moment, as they head down into Cascades, and the Scirocco of Croft now says, it's my turn to play. He's going to get a bit closer than that if he wants to, but there's not an opportunity at the moment. And I think in the end, with Porter being extricated from the 46, it's going to be left there and recovered after the race. So I think we are good to be under green flag conditions now, unless somebody else has a bit of a moment. But hopefully, it looks like at the discretion of the race director, they've decided that Porter's car is in a safe enough spot to be left there, and driver is out the car A-OK. But speaking of A-OK, well, that is a move being made then by Deacon, now up another place, so passing Callan Trump on the run over Hilltop. Now up into third place, Trump going back to fourth, and we'll carry it. Ooh, a big power slide there, cutting loose from Trump coming out of the chicane. A very easy mistake to make. He's pushing it as hard as possible. He wants to try and keep ahead of Curry. But the problem is here, with the pace he's putting on down, I can imagine the rear of the car does not like it one bit. However, he'll try to sort that out. As you can see there, third place running off, and now Trump continues to try and keep everybody behind him. But will Curry find a way past here, coming in towards none other than Lodge Bend? We'll see as they make the way down. He sizes it up. He looks the inside. He'll be a bow on the brakes if he's going to go in. He looks for the opportunity, but in the end, not quite close enough. So trying to fake out his rival, and does exactly that. Trump goes wide as a result, and therefore loses the speed onto the start-finish straight. And it's going to be the little Renault Clio that makes its way around the inside on towards the opening corner. And now Trump down to fifth, but his woes are only going to continue there, because from Curry's great progress, it's now going to be a potential move coming from Croft. Croft, however, is going to need to be inventive as they head into Denton's, because he's not too wide at the moment. I think he's going to wait for his opportunity. I think he recognises the fact that Trump is gradually losing pace, and therefore you don't need to do this immediately. The only thing that Croft's got to worry about, of course, is the rising presence of Hatfield, who is getting closer and closer with each and every corner as they all sit in this pack. Big front lock up there from Croft. Both front brakes locking up fully there, and well, absolute smoke pouring out of either side of the Scirocco. How it all clears very quickly. That's just standard brake smoke and roaring the way onwards. Well, there goes to show that even with Trump losing pace, he's still getting his rivals to push themselves too hard into mistakes. Therefore, right now, all these drivers absolutely going hammer and tongs and right on the limit of driving. But we see the Audi TT of Hatfield staying close, and he just watches in the distance right now. Very popular car, the Audi TT, to be used as a race car there. Indeed, you'll see it across multiple disciplines in terms of touring car racing all the way through to more club level racing, as we can see here. And a very popular car as well. It's wonderful, I think 3.2 litre engine, if I remember correctly there. I always do get the literage of Audis slightly incorrect there. I'm more of an American muscle person myself, but still, from going from what we talk about here in the commentary booth to what's happening down on the circuit, well, right now everything calms down. A little bit between all the drivers, but never say never, more could still yet to be coming. And well, in terms of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup battle, it is Noah Checkley who leads that still, and now has a sizable gap over Anderson. And well, a little bit of context as to how that gap may have developed. When I caught up with both of the drivers earlier on, Anderson was telling me in the fact that there is a crack in the engine. I do believe it's in one of the hitters, unless I've gotten it correctly. And well, as a result, he's essentially driving that car on the basis that it's not going to get any worse. What it means is he can't drive it at full pace, and that is a downside. The simple reason, understand, he pushes it too hard, then the engine may end up having to be retired from service. But our top two, meanwhile, De Claudio and Rodison. Rodison is not falling away, and in fact, last lap, Rodison at 1 minute 37.017 versus De Claudio's 37.034. These two are matching each other right now, and on call there we have the comparison of lap times, so this may not all be the story of William De Claudio here today. We've got 5 minutes left on the clock, and that Skoda is flying right now, and Rodison absolutely throwing everything at this. I don't think he's got anything more out there at the moment. I think if he was to try and do anything more, he'd be driving off the circuit at this point, because that Skoda is looking absolutely composed. It might be the bigger, bulkier car compared to the rest of the field, but right now he is shifting that bulk like no other. The car, that is, not the driver. But as we do see back into the fight for fourth place, well, that is still in the hands of Curry at the moment, with Trump, Croft and Hatfield all together. And down into the old corner they go, on Lodge Corner. No change between them at the moment as they all stay absolutely nose to tail here. Well, I suspect at the moment it is all going to be about who makes a mistake first and opens up an opportunity. We will see, however, as they roll away onwards, and I can see a lot of big favourites there in the TCR UK chat with regards to the Skoda Paul Rodison, as we do say hello there to Lucky Ears Lonely, and also enjoying seeing the 205, the version 205 that's running, well, previously in third place, but now has gone a little bit further back. In fact, it might be the 113 of Deacon there, to be fair, but everyone cheering on Skoda for the win there, including Masha number 9. Well, I can definitely see that Paul Rodison has gained a few more converts to the way of the Skoda here at Oulton Park based on this one race alone, and that's absolutely lovely to see. We will see whether he can find a way to take victory. He'll be absolutely ecstatic about that, because that's the one thing he really wants to do in that Skoda is take a win. But right now, the one from the Audi TT there wants to do at Hatfield is he wants to go up the inside here of the Scirocco of Croft. Down they come then, onto the brakes. It's going to be too wide on entry, but very quickly it turns into one wide, and it will be Hatfield who gets that move done. He runs a little bit deep. That will enable him to go defensive here, going into the corner, and that's going to cost him a lot of his momentum up the hill. But the problem is, did Croft get a good exit? No, he didn't. He went a bit deep there, didn't quite set up the cutback he wanted, and now it means that they are going to stay exactly as they changed. In terms of Hatfield moving up into 6th place, lovely move there, classic move down into the chicane, and well, Croft now got to try and find a way back, and I would imagine here that for Croft he might be having to manage those front brakes a little bit, because we did see that big lock up earlier along. But coming to a car that hasn't really been talked about, there is Rigby's Mazda MX-5, and that being the class lead there, the sole Japanese machine racing its way on around, and we're very happy to be heading on around there. And as we mentioned previously, this car previously been run by Paul Rodison and built, and now in the hands of Rigby. And a very happy car out there, albeit normally getting more and more involved in amongst all the Peugeot pack is Rigby, but today he's in a bit of a lonely place. That does happen every so often as all the drives come down. Now, we should point out that when you do see blue flags wave, well, this is not in the situation whereby the driver who is going a lap down has to completely step aside. It is the requirement of the lead lap drivers to essentially find a safe way through, because remember, our drivers are all racing in different classes. Speaking of which, a move up the inside there into the hairpin, and that is going to be a lovely move from Hatfield. And well, Callum Trump, I think, caught the back of, I understand, that would have been Anderson's car. And that would have been the Peugeot 206 GTI. Caught it at the wrong time going down to Cascades. We do see Noah Checkley there waving on through your 4th place man, but right now this traffic is definitely going to play a big factor. We did see a bit of a moment there, and I think that was a wheel bump in an arch on Callum Trump's 350Z. Well, as he exits the corner, there's no sign of any more smoke, so I wonder whether that was just an overcompression of the bodywork onto the tyre. Past Chetley they'll go, so Noah Checkley right now, knowing that all he needs to do is stay safe. And well, speaking of staying safe here, it is still William De Claudio staying safe by the best part of 2.2 seconds as they come on to their penultimate lap. But Rodison is still absolutely pushing as hard as he possibly can here to make sure that De Claudio is not able to take his foot off the gas. And of course, with that, if you're driving at 100% for the whole race, you can always lead to a mistake. But here's Callum Trump, and speaking of mistakes, he runs out wide there. That was not scripted, I should point out, ladies and gentlemen, but that run wide is going to enable Croft to make his way and pass, so Trump will now fall down to 7th place, and his woes are getting worse here. He's doing everything he can, to be fair, to get the most out of that Nissan, but it just does not seem to be that compliant at Oulton Park for all the lightning starts, and I can imagine how hard he's worked that car in order to try and hold on to those positions. well, now he's feeling the subsequent consequences of trying to work it as hard as he has. But still, credit where it's due to him. He's put on an absolute show so far, and I would expect we'll see plenty more in their second race of the day this afternoon. But right now, on that penultimate lap for our drivers, well, battles are calming down for a brief moment. We could see that Scirocco probably get a bit closer to Hatfield in the fight for 5th before all is said and done. We'll have to wait and see what happens between the two of them. But up the road from them, well, we do have Curry's Renault Clio, despite the damage on it, just gradually pulling away into the distance. And what I think he'll feel as though he's quite safe there for the remainder of the day. The top 3, meanwhile, are the Clio, Rodison and Deacon. Well, the top 2 separated by less than 2.5 seconds, and then second through to third separated by a further 18 seconds. I think your podium is going to stay rather static right now unless anybody has an absolutely hairy moment down the circuit. And there is the Buzz Lightyear machine. It's William de Claudio's number 17. The Peugeot 106 GTI roaring its way around here. Sadly not accompanied by Sean Govert's Citroen AX today. We won't be seeing that in race number 2 this afternoon due to the damage it picked up as a result of the incident in qualifying at Island Bend, where unfortunately did miss the tyres by the best part of 50 metres and instead headed into a barrier, and that's caused significant suspension damage, and it won't be repaired. But hopefully we will see Sean Covert back out there on what is it, the Sunday the 10th of August at the Oulton Park National Circuit. But still, our leader, he's got to put in the effort in order to keep these laps up, because Rodison is keeping him honest. Although that last lap, I think Rodison's perhaps backed off because the gap has practically doubled now. And Claudio here, last lap, a 35.678. He's decided to get that fastest lap in the bag, and we're looking very composed out there right now. This car very nimble, and we've seen it all the way through the year so far. It really has been one of the cars to beat in the Track Action Racing Club Series, and now he's only 4 major corners away from taking the first victory of the day. Rodison will not be too far behind her. You can see what 5 seconds or so looks like, as there's finally Rodison making his way on through the camera shot. Claudio right now, nothing can stop this man other than him running out of talent, but he's got that in abundance, and I don't think he's going to run out of that anytime soon. So whilst it may have been an absolutely dominant time at Croft for Sean Covert, as Paul Rodison gave chase in the Croft races only a month ago, he's given chase again, but this time to William de Claudio, and he will take victory with de Claudio for race number 1, round number 9 of the series, and he'll take that victory by the best part there of 5 seconds or so over Paul Rodison, who in the Skoda Octavia did everything he could to chase down the Peugeot 106 GTI, but it wasn't quite enough despite his early endeavours. We've still got a bit of time before we get towards our 3rd place finisher of Deacon, but in the meantime, we leave you here with the battle for 6th place. In fact, the battle for 5th place, and that's Hatfield and Croft getting very close and firm to each other. Curry in 4th place looks safe, and well, there you'll see 3rd place man Deacon come into line, as we see Noah Checkley a lap down, almost taking victory in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup class, and that was in 8th place overall. 3rd place has gone to Deacon, and then it will be Curry who holds on to 4th, and Hatfield does a fantastic job to round off your top 5 with Croft just missing out, and Callan Trump will credit where it's due, the Nissan driver having a phenomenal start, but in the end having to settle for 7th place. Well, we'll expect a couple more of our remaining drivers to finish their race in short order. We are waiting for the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup machine of Anderson, and we've also got the 150 of Peugeot 206 GTI, and it is technically a Cup machine of Morris still to come through, but there is Noah Checkley, your class winner for the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, and he'll be absolutely ecstatic about that one. From the brake difficulties at Silverstone to missing out due to being caught up in all the battling for 2nd place at Croft last time out, well, today he is the winner. And yes, some could say it's a depleted field, and therefore we don't have Andrew Mitchell in particular, the man who's been leading the way over the last couple of race meetings. But to be fair, Checkley's had to get it done, and he's done it in absolute style with Anderson and Morris rounding off that field. So the circuit falls silent after brilliant racing in the Track Action Racing Club's 1st race of this day. And here are your provisional results, ladies and gentlemen. And as we can see, William de Claudio, the man who took pole position, and he ran away with it to victory in the Peugeot 106 GTI, taking that overall victory ahead of the Skoda Octavia of Paul Rodison, who kept de Claudio honest for the first half of the race at least. There was a sizable gap to Sean Deacon in the Peugeot 106, who took 3rd place, but he had to fight hard to get through after a slow start, with Lee Curry taking 4th there in the Renault Clio ahead of the Audi TT of Grant Hatfield, who did extremely well to hold off the Volkswagen Scirocco of Adam Croft. Callum Trump took 7th place in the end in the Nissan, and what a drive from him, ahead of Noah Checkley, who was your Peugeot 206 GTI Cup class winner in 8th overall. And then behind him was the Mazda MX-5 of Stephen Rigby, with Matt Anderson, Barry Morris, Ben Southwood and Gareth Porter rounding out your finishers. Unfortunately, of course, a non-finish for Gareth Porter in 13th place there due to the incident with the barrier coming out of turn number 3 at Cascades. We believe that may have been aided somewhat by Lee Curry's Renault Clio due to the bodywork damage on the Clio, but we will have to wait and see if we can find out a bit more. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we very shortly will be making our way down to Parc Ferme to speak to our top 3 finishers, and we'll get to hear the story directly from them in terms of how the racing did go. But in the meantime, definitely a fantastic race out there, and what we got to see was the complete mixture of cars out in the grid. And well, for a very basic route into motorsport, it's a very basic formula to give you some brilliant racing action. I'm sure you'll agree. Without further ado, we go to Jack Oliphant then in Parc Ferme for interviews with our top 3 finishers from the Track Action Racing Club's round number 9 of 2025.
Thank you very much, Paul Walsh. That is the Track Action done and dusted for the morning here at Oulton Park. And an unmistakable flying machine. Our Space Ranger himself is William De Claudio. That was an incredible race, wasn't it? I mean, in terms of everybody behind you, but you had 2.5 seconds to spare. Did you know that throughout?
Yeah, I was obviously keeping an eye on Paul behind me, and there was a point where he started catching me up, so I was like, well, I need to start pedaling it a little bit quicker to put a bit of a safe gap between us, really. But no, in a way, it's a shame because obviously we lost Sean this morning with his qualifying incident off into the barrier, which was annoying because we usually have a really good race with each other. But yeah, no, apart from that, the race was lonely, really, to be honest. But no, good. I enjoy the circuit. It's the first time here, so I've never raced here before. So no, I really enjoyed that.
You never raced here at Oulton Park?
Never been here before.
Oh.
I've came here and watched the touring cars. A friend of mine, Josh Cook, put a shout out to him. Yeah, and it's a lovely circuit. It's very challenging, and there's a lot to learn as well. So there's still a lot more to come from the car. I just need to pedal it a bit quicker, I think.
I think if you pedal it any quicker, there's no point even turning up. They might as well just give you the race results at the end of it, because ultimately, you said it was a bit of track management. The fact you've never been here before, were you expecting that?
Yes and no. Sort of like I knew Paul was going to be quick because he's obviously been around quite a while and he's raced here quite a few times. Some of the others have been here before. I know I've got a quick car. It's just myself learning the track and doing as much as I can possibly do.
Well, you seem to do enough there. I'll give you a chance to enjoy William De Claudio in the Buzz Lightyear car. Where is the fan favourite, Paul Madison? There he is. Paul, come over here, because you have got a whole host, thousands of new fans in the chat. They were all rooting for the Octavia, and that's why you wanted to race it, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just something different, not been done before. You never see another one, and yeah, it's good fun. I can't go after these light things like I wish I could. At one point, I think you were playing with me, but and it got to the point where I couldn't do any more, and I took the best out of the tyres and I had to back off towards the end. But yeah, I gave it a good shot, but we're quicker than we were in quali. We didn't do the test day yesterday, so yeah, we'll have another go later on.
I mean, why don't people drive these Octavias? Because ultimately, they look really fun bits of kit. I mean, they're obviously a lot longer than the Peugeots. They're a little bit newer. Are they any more powerful? Why did you choose it, I suppose, to start with, and why should other people choose it?
Like most things, most good ideas come from a pub, don't they? And, and because I'm getting old and getting grey, we decided, what about an old bloke in a Skoda? So it was a bit of a Mickey take, really. But yeah, it's a big thing. If I could get to the front, you could almost make it wide enough that he can't get past me, but I just can't get to the front. But no, it's good fun. I just wanted to. I built the first Mark III MX-5 that was ever raced in the UK, as we did with the first Mark IV MX-5 that were raced in the UK. So I just wanted to yet again invent the wheel and come out with something different that you never see.
I'm loving it. And the fact that that's a quote. Most good things, most good ideas come from a pub. That's not something we'll get for the Junior Saloon Car Championship either, so thank you very much for that absolute perler of a quote. I'll let you enjoy yourself. Right, I mean, just look at it again. It's absolutely so. I'm a big fan of the green wheels as well. He's done it all properly. You would walk into a Skoda garage and you wouldn't be mistaken for thinking that's just on the used bottle line. That is absolutely clean and pristine. Right, I'm also looking for Mr. Deacon, who is the number 113, so over here, Mr. Deacon. Sean Deacon, there we go. I was looking for your name, but you got it in slightly small on the bottom there. That was a really entertaining race from yourself and Trump and a few of the others, wasn't it? I mean, how did you manage to marshal it, given the fact that all the cars are slightly different?
Well, I think first time on this track, so I used the quali as a test. I didn't get a chance, opportunity to drive it yesterday. Yeah, wow. So my qualifying times I knew were way off where the other WADS guys were, and then I knew what I had to do. So 8th to 3rd, I think. So I was
going to say it was pretty sensational.
And it's a 1648 against 2 litres. It's an unbelievable bit of kit. I absolutely love driving it. It's great. Shout out to Sean Govar, obviously. Couldn't make it after the quali, but good day. I'm looking forward to the next race now.
No, I think we all are. I'll let you go and let you enjoy it. Right, I believe, I'm not entirely sure, I'm waiting for the director in my ear to tell me whether or not there may well be a TCR grid walk, because sometimes there is, and we would like to go down and have a chat with them. So there's a few cars still on circuit, which means I can't walk over to the grid walk. We can't do that. So what I might do is I might throw over to Paul Walsh or Andy McEwen, someone in the commentary box, and I'll get this microphone and Ben the cameraman over to Paul O'Neill, and we'll see if we can do some work down there.
Thank you, Jack. Well, here's some highlights, ladies and gentlemen, from the Track Action Racing Club's opening race of the day. It all ends up in woe in the barrier coming out of Cascades there for Porter. But once it cascaded away from him, the battling started very strongly with Callum Trump's lightning start, then seeing everybody have to try and get past him. Well, there's plenty of fighting behind him to do so, as we did see Sean Deacon trying to find his way through, but it wasn't quite easy. And we also got to see Lee Curry there have to work hard. First, it was the 27 Lee Curry who was able to find his way past the unstoppable barrier of the 89 Nissan Trump, but as he made his way finally on through, sporting the wounds from the contact Porter, well then Trump managed to find his way back past only moments later, proving that he's not just there to act as a rolling roadblock. It was brilliant racing all the way through, but in the end Callum Trump did start to finally fall, and well, for Sean Deacon it was a much easier job to find his way past the Nissan. That was more sideways than pointing a straight line when they did see the change of places. And well, from them, and with Trump starting to lose time, it was then the attempt of the Volkswagen Scirocco Croft to try and come through, but not with that lock-up. And in the end, he found himself more falling backwards to battling with Hatfield, who made his way out the inside only moments later in their great little battle of the two front-engine, front-wheel drive German and Mark machines. And as they roared their way on through, then they found their way back to Callum Trump once again. Hatfield was the first to make his way on through, and this time it was a smooth, as absolutely you would like, as smooth as butter, they would say, move into the island hairpin. And then later, well, Callum Trump had a bit of an excursion wide coming out of Lodge Bend, and this was the perfect recipe to enable Croft to finally, in that Scirocco, put the place over the Nissan. Some great highlights there, ladies and gentlemen, from none other than the Track Action Racing Club, and I do believe now as our TCR machines gradually start to tiptoe their way out of the pit lane, well, I'm going to be handing over to the wonderful vocal cords of none other than Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill as we get set for plenty more racing.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Cars lining up at the end of the pit lane then, and we're going to have a really exciting race, I think, here for TCR UK. The championship is in a really fascinating position points-wise. We had an interesting qualifying session earlier on today, which saw pole position go the way of Adam Shepherd, but only right at the death, with Sam Laidlaw looking like he was on course for a pole, and Adam Shepherd just pipping him by 6/100ths of a second at the end of the session. And championship leader Callum Newsham, who spent much of the session looking like he'd be lining up towards the back end of the top 10, managing to put a late improvement up to 5th on the grid, but says he's really struggling with the balance of the car, not helped by the fact that he's carrying all of this compensation weight after his success at Croft last time out. Paul O'Neill joins me then for 2 TCR races here at Oulton Park. A real turning point in the championship this could be. We said that about Croft when going into the weekend it was all about Steve Laidlaw versus Adam Shepherd. Through the chaos though emerged Sam Laidlaw to an extent, but particularly Callum Newsham. He's got this healthy points lead coming to Oulton Park, but he doesn't seem all that confident that he'll keep it.
No, I think he knows it's going to be a real struggle in that Hyundai with that weight, that compensation weight. He's the championship leader. He's got the heaviest car. It's not the fastest car in the world. There's a lot of newer generation cars that should be quicker than him, but he finds himself on top of the tree, and that's because the team are great. He's doing the best job I've ever seen him do in this championship, and it's going to be amazing to see what happens in this first race. He just needs to stay on track. But just to let you know, this is the hardest I've ever seen these cars work round here, and Adam Shepherd, for him to say that he's a bit scared, then I think we could be in for some mistakes.
It takes a lot to scare Adam Shepherd, who's very used to a car that's moving around underneath him, but he powered his Cupra Leon VZ to pole position earlier on today with the similar car of Sam Laidlaw alongside. In fact, it's a Cupra 1, 2, 3, 4, three of the newest generation VZs at the front of the grid. Shepherd, Sam and then Steve Laidlaw third, with the, seems strange to call it the older car now, but the Cupra Leon Competition of Brad Hutchison, who told me this morning he's looking for some wins. He'll be starting fourth for race 1. Then comes the points leader Callum Newsham, who sees his points advantage now shrink after qualifying. He scored just 2 points, whereas Shepherd for pole got 6, so 23 points now is the advantage of Callum Newsham, and he has got the similar car of the Hyundai i30N of Finn Leslie alongside on row 3. Row 4, Rod McGovern, who looks pretty competitive, it's got to be said, coming into Oulton Park. He's got George Jackson in his Audi alongside him. Then Will Beach and Harry Blore to complete the top 10 on the grid. And Will Beach is a part of the battle within his class as well for the Goodyear Diamond Award. Mark Smith is leading the Goodyear Diamond Award at the moment, but will be looking to try and close the margin. Outside of the top 10 then on the grid, row number 6 for Mark Smith, with Jordan Kerridge, who had an issue of some sort in the qualifying session earlier on today. And then at the very back of the field, Stuart Lyons, championship promoter, and Greg Saunders, who were both disqualified from qualifying earlier on today for being caught speeding in the pit lane. So Stuart Lyons and Greg Saunders were caught by the speeding police, and they will be starting from the back of the grid. So that's the way the grid lines up. Points wise then, we've got in the overall championship, Callum Newsham, like I said, 23 points now clear at the top of the championship table over Adam Shepherd. The problems, though, as we see there, the last couple of rows of the grid, Paul, the problem I see here for Callum Newsham, well, there are a few really, his car isn't all that quick this weekend. There are a lot of points available each weekend. Just today alone, 86 points up for grabs. And look at that big fat zero that I'm pointing at. No, you at home can't see, but a big fat zero in Callum Newsham's dropped points column. He's already used up his 2 non-finishes. He had one, remember, in the first round of the season at Donington Park, another then on the Grand Prix circuit at Donington next time out. So Callum's got an ever-diminishing lead, a car that doesn't have the pace this weekend, and he cannot afford a bad result. So what can he do to keep himself up there?
Well, this is damage limitation now for Callum. Like I say, he's got a car over race distance to do well in. The only thing I can see is Brad Hutchison is going to be so hungry for a win that he's around and about where Callum is as well. So, and Callum can only really, overtake people on the brakes. It's never going to be better traction and an overlap from power because he just has got so much weight in the car, and the engine is not as strong as those new generation cars that are in front. The only other thing you can hope for is that Shepherd and the Laidlaws get into each other. That is, I mean, let's be honest, this is a tight circuit. I'm not saying they're going to or they would want to, but when you're battling over a position at the front and you start to get a little bit of a squeeze, anything can happen. Callum will be hoping that the pack stay tight and something happens in front.
And let's not forget, Adam Shepherd, when he was battling Carl Boardley for the championship here at Oulton Park, exactly that happened. They tangled on the start-finish line. Adam ended up off the road. It looked like he'd be out of the race, and somehow through a whole weird series of events, he ended up back in contention. But things can happen round here, and there is, I think it's fair to say, a little bit of needle between Shepherd and the Laidlaws. Although I will say, Paul, we had a really interesting chat with the Laidlaws, Sam and Steve, earlier on this morning, which hopefully will be going out on the social channels. It really seems to me, at least from what they were telling us, like they put what happened at Croft behind them. I think that's the only way the Laidlaws were going to get back into championship contention, because if they came into Oulton Park with that still in their minds, it's not the right mindset to be in coming into the weekend, is it?
Yeah, exactly. It was an impressive interview, wasn't it, between ourselves and Steve and Sam, and they were very, very abrupt about saying it's behind them, that's that. And I thought that was such a really amazing professional way to think for such inexperienced racers, because we see it sometimes in championships where people get eaten up by what's happened and they don't look forward, but they've been testing here and they've been quick, and that's exactly what I expect from them now. So yeah, really impressive stuff. But you know, the more I see of Sam Laidlaw, the more I'm impressed, because he is rapid at the minute.
Well, and Steve was telling us he's been quicker than him, really, of late, so he's sort of trying to hang on to Sam's coattails a little bit. Worth reminding you all that Steve is in a brand new car as well this weekend. Remember, his old car got completely written off in that enormous accident that he had at Croft, which, again, he claimed full responsibility for when we spoke to him. Very easy for him to start blaming outside factors and what had happened earlier in the day, but no, he said, that was my mistake, I've learnt from it, and I'm going to apply what I've learnt in these final 6 races, because we do only have 6 races left in the championship. 2 today, 2 at Snetterton, and 2 at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. And remember, those 2 at Brands Hatch, you cannot count as dropped scores. So whatever happens at Brands Hatch happens, and that is that. So the pressure is going to slowly start mounting now over these final few races, and it's going to be really a case of seeing who can handle that pressure the best. Adam Shepherd, by the way, a word on him. He starts from pole position. A handful of records that he could potentially break today. Paul, you can tune out if you want. I know you don't like all the nerdy stats all that much, but there'll be someone sat at home who's interested in this. Adam Shepherd is 1 win away from matching Lewis Kent's all-time wins record in TCR UK. Podium record, I should say. 1 podium away, 27 podiums for Lewis Kent, 26 at the moment for Adam Shepherd. He is 10 laps away from matching Lewis Kent's all-time laps led record. 229 laps Lewis Kent led in TCR UK, and Adam is only 10 shy of that at the moment. And if he can set fastest lap, Adam Shepherd, in the 2 races today, he will match the 15 fastest laps that, again, Lewis Kent set in his very, very impressive TCR UK career that led to 2 championship titles. In a way, though, all of these records are nice to have. The fact that Adam Shepherd hasn't yet won this championship, that's the thing that will irk him the most. He's got to see this, hasn't he, as his best opportunity yet?
It's the best opportunity he's ever had, and he's been so close to it, hasn't he? And the thing that interests me is that when we come away from the accident between himself and Steve Laidlaw in the first race, I believe it was, where there was a bit of contact between them, I believe that Adam thought that it might be over for him, which I found hard to believe. But then when you look at the points and how much you're on offer and how much you're behind and him getting disqualified and the points he lost, you can see why he thought that. But now he's on pole. You know, he's had a decent back end of Croft, and now he needs to just knuckle down and try and get this job done. But Callum Newsham will be the fly in the ointment, and Sam and Steve, because they're not out of it.
No, not at all. And this new Cupra that they're all in seems to be starting to really come on song now, and it appears to be the car to beat at least this weekend. But Oulton Park is one of those circuits where you need a chassis underneath you that is going to be stable first and foremost, because we've heard a lot of drivers saying grip is limited at the moment. They don't have a huge amount of confidence in what the car is doing, and that's one thing I have noticed with the VZ. It seems to have great traction and doesn't seem quite as leery as some of other cars that we've seen out on track.
I'll tell you how worried the drivers are about rear grip. I have not seen that much weaving from TCR UK cars for a long
on a warm day as well.
On a summer's day, it's only what, 21 degrees, but it's still warm. The rears will get worked out. These drivers are worried about what grip they're going to have when they go into the high speed stuff.
Yeah, and of course the lap starts with high speed stuff. A quick right-hander, deceptively quick right-hander at Old Hall Corner, then Cascades, which is a really challenging corner. Cascades downhill's a big bump just on the braking point. You turn into the left-hander, easy to lose that rear end. The right rear, of course, is the tyre that will take the longest to warm up. So yeah, drivers really working the cars hard here to make sure they've got the grip available that they need.
And the problem you have is the experienced guys at the front will not do this, but the problem you can have is if you weave too hard and put too much temperature in the front tyres, you'll get an amazing start, but you'll have the pointiest TCR UK car ever, and as soon as you turn in, the front will have so much grip that the rear just cannot keep up because you've not put enough heat in those rears. So honestly, people at home, I cannot tell you, I was never good at anything at school, but this is an art. To get the delta across the front and rear axle of the right temperature in the front tyres and the rears is unbelievably difficult, and sometimes you get it wrong, and when you get it wrong you only know when you turn in for the first corner.
And from there, there's only so much you can do because, of course, saving a slide, there are other cars around you, and that could create a few shenanigans on the run out of the first corner. So, could be an interesting start to the race. This a crucial start as well. We know it's not the easiest thing to do to overtake around here at Oulton Park, and given how tight the qualifying times were, particularly between those top two, Adam and Sam Laidlaw, 6/100ths of a second between them. Adam on his very last lap of the session, managing to snatch the fastest time away, and they will both know that whoever gets into Old Hall Corner first on lap 1 has a very good chance of claiming the checkered flag first at the end of the 20 minutes. So, back of the grid, comes into position then the first race of 2 today at Oulton Park for TCR UK, about to get underway. Adam Shepherd, Sam Laidlaw on the front row of the grid. Keep an eye on championship leader Callum Newsham from 5th. Rev start to rise, lights go out now, away they go, and Newsham looks to have got away well. Steve Laidlaw stalled, hasn't he? Yes, Steve Laidlaw stalls and drops to the back of the grid. Shepherd holds on to the lead, Sam Laidlaw second, Hutchison third, and Finn Leslie was briefly ahead of Callum Newsham, may still be ahead of him as they exit Old Hall Corner down the avenue. Yes, he is. So Callum Newsham, actually delayed, I think, by Steve Laidlaw's stricken car ahead, is still only 5th as we arrive at Cascades for the first time. So, major drama for Steve Laidlaw, but Callum Newsham not able to take advantage.
No, it was a bit of a nightmare that for Callum Newsham, wasn't it? But you can see in the background them two Hyundais now are battling. Finn Leslie up to 4th, and Callum is just trying to swarm all over the rear of him. But great start. I'll tell you, I was really impressed with, because he makes terrible starts using Sam Laidlaw. Made a great start.
He's passed that misfortune on to his dad, I think, hasn't he, in this one? Yeah, Sam Laidlaw there in second place. It's Hutchison third. Here comes Newsham. Look, launches to the inside of Finn Leslie. Supreme confidence under braking on cold tyres, and he's into 4th position and will now try and set off after the front runners ahead. That's Rod McGovern, the green and black car, next in line. Where is Steve Laidlaw? There is Steve Laidlaw. Look at the back of shot. So he really was delayed there, Paul.
Yeah, really was delayed. He's going to be kicking himself. The start procedure on these newer cars is really, really difficult to get your head around. He's driven the car enough. It could have been some other problem that we don't know about. But yeah, the person I'm impressed with now is Hutchison in 3rd place in that competition.
Yeah, going after Sam Laidlaw, isn't he? Looks maybe a little bit quicker at this stage of the race. There's Harry Blur, who's made up a few places from where he started as well. Adam Shepherd, though, leads the way at the end of the opening lap of the race. That's a very, very healthy lead that he's got. 8.5 of a second over the cars behind. And if I might warn that, actually, if I reset the timing screen, 1.3 seconds, I beg your pardon, over Sam Laidlaw in second, Hutchison third, then Newsham and Finn Leslie. Rod McGovern is next, ahead of George Jackson and Harry Blur, with Will Beach in 9th and Mark Smith 10th. Remember, they're the two battling for the Goodyear Diamond Award Championship, and it is Will Beach that needs to take a few points out of Mark this weekend if he can. So things settling down then halfway around the second lap. Shepherd's race to lose already, Paul?
I wouldn't think so, yeah. To be fair, he gets away all the time, doesn't he? Very quick on cold tyres. And we're starting to see now from that first place car of Shepherd, I've not seen it in a long, long time. Since he's had this car, the car moving around on his nose, the typical Adam Shepherd way to drive a car, all on its nose, the rear moving around. I just noticed it for one of the first times.
Which, if it was anyone else, might be a cause for concern, but that is how he likes the car. We know that historically that's when he's been at his most dangerous. So yeah, good stuff for Shepherd. He's getting away out in front. Steve Laidlaw, I noticed, had picked a few positions up. Now remember, it's a top 10 grid reversal for race 2 later on, so as long as he gets into the top 10, Steve will have another opportunity to start near the front, as happened at Croft, of course, last time out. It was that second race which really should have got his day back on track, but Croft didn't quite pan out that way, did it? 1.4 seconds then the margin, but a purple first sector on the previous lap for Sam Laidlaw. So Laidlaw not quite as quick as Shepherd, but not losing chunks of time. Now he's got the tyres up to temperature.
Yeah, it was only a 10th down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
On that lap, but it may be just Shepherd managing the gap, but we're going to see as they go for the first split, and it now looks like it's just, well, they're still matching each other. Sam is good enough, but can't down his time.
And when he gets going, it seems to take him a couple of laps, doesn't it, to get going? But when he gets going, he's been, certainly, as we said, the quicker of the two Laidlaws, but he's been setting lap records. So he's been the quickest man on track. Just it's that first sort of 2 or 3 minutes of the race that seems to let him down. But now he's in his groove. He's under no threat from Brad Hutchison. We'll watch that gap with interest, because I think it might start to come down as the race moves on. This is a good battle, meanwhile, for 6th. Rod McGovern there, and the Jolt Cupra has got George Jackson and Harry Blur not that far behind him.
I was here the other day, and I was just coming to watch a friend do some stuff, and I noticed that there was a few TCR cars testing. I was watching it. It's just better. Running in P6. That Cupra is looking pretty spot on. So looks like Shepherd now has just opened a bigger gap on this lap. So it's all happening up front, but like just a note on your point about Sam Laidlaw, it takes him a couple of laps to get going. That's just experience. And I love that from a youngster, because he's not going off flat out, bouncing across the grass and having a nightmare. He's just going at the pace he feels comfortable with, just with a big slide, comes over the time, settle in, and then just play. Absolutely spot on.
Yep, looks good, doesn't he, at the moment, Adam Shepherd. 1.8 seconds his margin then. Adam Shepherd, who has gone so well here at Oulton Park in the past, and we know will be a danger man for sure in the second race later on as well. Should be able to make some good progress regardless of the reversed grid. So if he gets a good haul of points in this race, I wouldn't then necessarily count him out in race 2 later on either. So the leading group then pretty well spread out, but the gap that seems to be coming down, Paul, is this one, 3rd to 4th. Brad Hutchison versus Callum Newsham. On the previous lap, Callum was about a quarter of a second quicker. Impressive, really, and I'm sure they've made a few setup tweaks after qualifying. He said that not all of the time lost in qualifying was down to the extra weight that he's carrying. He felt the balance of the car wasn't quite right. This looks much more like it.
Oh, someone's off.
Oh, that is Blore, and that's Knickerbrook, I think, isn't it? So Harry Blore's gone into the barriers. That's the exit of Knickerbrook, an odd place for a front-wheel drive car to end up, Paul.
Was he? He was quite close with George Jackson.
Yes, he was.
So I'm not saying that there's been contact, but it looks like there's quite a bit of damage maybe on the other side. It might just be leaning one way. But it's going pretty wide there, so let's hope what's happening. It could be anything, so we'll keep an eye on that. That could be a safety car, you know, because that's going to be a real problem. Exactly on that exit, it's going to be interesting.
As we're hearing that he hit the tyre stack on the apex at Knickerbrook, Paul, which is so easy to do, and that'll break the steering in an instant, won't it, and fire you straight off at the scenery.
Interesting, that's interesting. That's a call now, because that car is in a gravel trap. It's going to be spoken about. That's going to be very interesting. John Jackson, he's got a penalty as well.
A time penalty for numbers 8 and 28. 28 is Jackson, 8 is Rod McGovern, 10-second penalty. Now, this early in the race, Paul, one would assume something to do with the start procedure, out of position, jump start, that kind of thing.
Got to be, because it's usually a 5-second penalty
for track limits, yeah.
You do well to have as many track limits. You'd need like 6 or 7 to get a 10-second penalty. That one, well, we don't know, it could be.
We'll wait for official confirmation. Doesn't give us that information on the timing screen, unfortunately, but that's a shame. That's the 6th and 7th placed cars with 10 seconds to be added onto their time. Now, the man that benefits, as we go safety car is scrambled. I was about to say, Paul, the man that benefits is Steve Laidlaw, because that's 2 free places in effect. But now the whole field will get bunched together anyway, so Steve Laidlaw will be really rubbing his hands with glee here. This is a golden opportunity for Steve to cruise up onto the back of the likes of Will Beach, George Jackson, Rod McGovern, even Finn Leslie. A top 5 could still be on the cards here.
We'll see about that. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting restart. Shepherd will be looking behind him, and he'll be absolutely devastated that he's actually now going to lose all of that lead.
Yes, he is, isn't he? So this will be a reset of the race. We're about a third of the way through, 12 minutes to go. Adam Shepherd, then the leader, was leading by 2.8 seconds, but because of this car being in a dangerous position, that means that the race has to be neutralised. I can't quite tell whether that car's pinged off the barriers or just kind of got stuck in the gravel trap, but he's clipped that tyre stack on the inside of Knickerbrook corner. Had an interesting conversation with Alistair Camp, actually, after that Civic Cup race, and different cars, I know, but he was saying that final part of the Hislops Knickerbrook section, Knickerbrook corner itself, is a really tricky corner because you want to turn in early because you go over a crest and you can pick a bit of understeer up, but if your car's rotating really well, sometimes that can send you straight on a trajectory towards that tyre stack, and you don't have to hit it hard to do some real damage.
Honestly, it's the hardest corner technically. Hardest corner technically on the circuit, because it's all it is in a TCR car, front-wheel drive car. It's full power, and then it's a big lift to get all the weight over the front of the car to then turn the car and rotate the rear to come round and then fire up Clay Hill. If you get it wrong by an inch or two, you are hitting that tyre stack. And you've got to remember, you're going to have some steering on, so that means the tyre will come out from the wheel arch and it is on show to the tyre stack. tyre stacks are sticky because it's rubber on rubber, and then it just rips the right front wheel or subframe or whatever you want to rip out and probably do damage. And it's an expensive, clumsy accident. I'm not saying it's all Harry's fault, but yeah, I've done it. I've been there. It's the worst feeling in the world because just a little bit too much turning and you are in for a big bill.
But if you turn in a fraction too late, that crest takes you too wide, you understeer, and then you can't get on the throttle. So it's a really tricky corner to get right in a front-wheel drive car, in any car, but particularly front-wheel drive cars, which on the power are prone to a little bit of understeer. So yeah, understandable. Shame though for Harry, because his pace had really started to improve there as the race was going on. He picked up a few positions from where he'd started. Chatted to Harry after qualifying, and the reaction that he had was that he felt he could have gone an awful lot quicker. But anyway, hopefully he'll have that car out, or the PowerMax Racing team anyway will have that car out for race 2 a little bit later on. So safety car procedure continues, hopefully not for too much longer, because we've got a race on our hands, I think, once things get going. Going to catch a glimpse here of Steve Laidlaw, so he's in behind Stuart Lyons, it should be, I think. No, Will Beach maybe. Timer screen says Will Beach, but that is not Will Beach ahead. I think that is Stewart, is it not? Who's a lap down, that's why. Stewart has been in the pit lane and rejoined directly ahead of Steve Laidlaw. That's what was confusing me. So he'll have to overtake the Hyundai, then get on after the cars on the same lap as him. His first real target then will be Will Beach. What progress can Steve Laidlaw make here, realistically, then? He's in 9th position at the moment. He's going to have, what, 7-8 minutes or so at the most to try and, probably less than that, really, to try and gain more places.
I think he'd be happy probably with maybe with a 5th place, I would have thought. Yeah, let's just see what happens. I think it's going to be a really difficult few laps, because it depends how much time they've got left.
Yes, so okay, we'll see then what happens in the remaining 8.5 minutes or so of racing. Adam Shepherd will be pretty satisfied with this, although won't be thrilled that that 2.8 second lead that he had has now been reduced. Of course, he will be in control of the safety car restart, and so we know that he should, in theory, be able to manage that situation well, and hopefully pull out a bit of a gap upon the restart of the race. There is Harry Blur, and he looks thoroughly unhappy with himself and with the way that his day is going. Hopefully not an enormous amount of damage done to that car, but well, the PowerMax Racing team will assess. We might get a look at it actually here as it gets pulled up onto the back of the flatbed truck. It's that right front corner that's taken the whack, Paul, and as you said, that can do a lot of damage and not a huge amount of turnaround time. It's one of the real challenges for everyone, I think, this single day format at Oulton Park. 3 sessions over the course of, what, 6 hours or so, doesn't leave a lot of wiggle room for repair.
Yeah, exactly. It's a difficult turnaround, especially when you're struggling with time. So yeah, I think this will be. They'll get it out. The PowerMax team are absolutely spot on. They're a good bunch of girls and boys. They'll get that sorted, but it just depends how much damage it's done. So let's hope it's all okay. But it's such an easy mistake to make. And I've just got to say a quick sorry for just a couple of sound difficulties we're having. Apparently, I've about 5,000 messages on my phone saying it sounds like I'm in a tin box. I've had Lewis Kent message me from Civic Cup saying, "You need to speak up, mate." So we are dealing with these sound difficulties as we speak.
At least it proves people are listening to us, or trying to listen to us anyway, so that's something. Often we get the opposite response, so yeah, we're working on it, guys. Well, we're not. We're certainly not, don't have the brain capacity to do that, but anyway, what we can tell you is that the safety car's still out. 6 3/4 minutes of the race to go. There's Will Beach. There's the damage to Harry Blur's car. That wheel is not supposed to be pointing in that direction, Paul.
No, it's not. That'll be probably a bottom arm, a wishbone, or something like that. I mean, that should be okay. I'm glad to see there's not a lot of damage on the front. Sometimes you clip the bumper and that rips the carbon fibre off, and it's an absolute disaster. So hopefully that's a real quick fix for the PowerMax team. And if anyone's going to fix it in time, it'll be
Good amount of spectators there on the spectator banking at Cascades, watching on with interest. They want to see some racing, and I think they'll get their wish at the end of this lap. Blur's car will be well out of the way by then, and so with maybe, 5 minutes, just less than 5 minutes to go, we will get racing resumed here at Oulton Park. A bit of a sprint to the finish it will be. What can Sam Laidlaw do here then? Adam Shepherd's been in control of this race throughout. The safety car came out, it seemed, just as Sam Laidlaw was starting to hit his stride. How much of a threat do you think he can pose on the restart?
He'll have a proper go. I don't see why he wouldn't have a go. But it just depends. It seems weaving hard. Adam Shepherd had stopped weaving. The speed now of these cars tells me that I think they're nearly enough ready for a restart. The lights were still on the safety car. I'm very surprised that they're still on at the end of this, because the safety car had really picked up the pace, and that's why everybody's right. The safety car's gone. It's in. This is going to be a restart.
Right then, so 5 minutes to go. We're at 3/4 race distance. Stuart Lyons is not really getting the hurry up there that Steve Laidlaw would like him to be getting, as they now do close in on the back of the pack, and Adam Shepherd decides when to accelerate. Has he gone early? I think he has, and look at that, he's left Sam Laidlaw well in the distance. Sam Laidlaw caught sleeping a little bit there by Adam Shepherd, who accelerated only on the exit of Druids Corner, really, so he will be at full speed now through Lodge Corner and up and over Deers Leap. So Shepherd has bolted. The battle is for second place. Sam Laidlaw versus Brad Hutchison. We need to see second position. Sam, I think, is just about still in front as they turn into Old Hall Corner, but he's wide over the exit curb. Here comes Hutchison with a run for second. That's the outside line for Cascades. It doesn't matter though. Has he got the move made? Yes! Brad Hutchison to second position, parks the car on the apex, and that brings Callum Newsham right into the battle too.
Absolutely brilliant. This is what we were fearing could happen. Newsham is just waiting and getting involved when he needs to. Absolutely brilliant. Big move down the inside. That is awesome. Brilliant stuff from Newsham. Sam Laidlaw down again and has to hit the brakes because he nearly hits the back. But look now, Finn Leslie's going to take another place. If he's on the grass, he'll have to come out of that.
Oh yes, and he does back out of it, but Sam Laidlaw must have thought he had that inside line covered. Callum Newsham sent it a squeaky clean move, inch perfect, and he is into the podium places. And remember, was catching Hutchison before the safety car, so Callum Newsham, the championship leader, might not be done yet. Out of Nickelbrook Corner they go. Sam Laidlaw will be absolutely furious with the way that safety car panned out. There was nothing that anyone did wrong. He just wasn't quite on his toes enough and didn't expect Shepherd to go early. But again, that's experience. How many times have we seen Adam Shepherd in control of a safety car restart? He knows all the tricks.
He knows all the tricks. You could tell that he wasn't actually warming his rear tyres, so he wasn't too worried about what was going on. So yeah, and that's Steve Laidlaw down the inside of Wilton Beach. That's another place gained. But great stuff at the front. Adam Shepherd's got this one. Hutchison and his team will be over the moon.
Right then, 2, maybe 3 laps still to go. Steve Laidlaw is up into 8th position, so in a way, every place that he gains now is a position further away from the front of the race 2 grid, but that doesn't really matter. He needs the points, and that has got to be his priority. Next target, George Jackson, and George looked like he was a bit wide there through Cascade, so Steve Laidlaw will be looking for the run down the Lakeside Straight. At the end of the Lakeside Straight is the Island Hairpin. That's where this second place battle is now, and they're all bunching together. Newsham, having got this 3rd place, has he got the car underneath him to keep hold of it?
Yeah, well, we're going to find that out now, aren't we? Because this is now starting to get tasty. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. But Hutchison looks quick enough to me in that car to keep Newsham ahead. Newsham will be made up. This is perfect. This is damage limitation. This is an expert drive onto the podium. But he's got to keep Laidlaw behind him. Sam could be back into this in a second.
Now, if you're Callum Newsham, Paul, are you settling for 3rd or are you going for 2nd? 2nd place is worth an extra 5 championship points. That's quite a tasty prospect if you could get it. But Hutchison's not a title contender. Sam Laidlaw is. There's a danger, isn't there, that in going for 2nd place, Callum could slip off the podium altogether. So how do you play it?
He won't want to stoke a hornet's nest. He'll just be trying to keep that position.
Oh.
Look at Laidlaw. Sam Laidlaw now is onto the back of Newsham. Newsham has got no interest in that 2nd place. You can have that. 3rd place would be great, but I've got a feeling this is going to get really close now onto these last couple of laps.
We've got 2 laps to go, as Paul quite rightly says. Callum Newsham also now being warned about track limits. Only a warning for now, but if he does it again, that's a 5-second penalty, so he's got that to factor in as well. And he's got Sam Laidlaw right in behind him. They exit Cascades, then down the Lakeside Straight. Laidlaw's got a run, but Callum will hug the inside line. Very bumpy braking zone, such a difficult braking zone into the Island Hairpin, but watch for the traction on the exit. Sam Laidlaw with the wide line in, you'd expect would come off the corner better than the Hyundai, but they were pretty even, Paul.
Yeah, but if you take the normal line like the Hyundai has, then you're okay, and it's got great brakes as well. It's going to be on traction that Sam gets a run. This is where he might do it, because the car is so heavy. But look at the change of direction.
Yeah.
That Hyundai is absolutely stunning.
If ever there was a car that can carry the weight, Paul, it's the i30M, because it just always has gone well on those changes of direction. The areas of the circuit where the weight would normally slow you down just doesn't really seem to affect the Hyundai as much. I'm sure it is affecting it, but he's doing enough at the moment to keep Sam Laidlaw at bay. This is where Sam closed in a lap ago, though, and he's even closer this time into the braking zone at Lodge. Callum just feints to the inside to defend, merges back onto the racing line, but on the entry to the corner, Laidlaw way quicker, maybe a bit too hot that time, Paul.
Yeah, I think he's just done himself out of a move at Old Hall this first corner. Callum Newsham will be breathing a sigh of relief now. He actually turned in quite early for the last corner, and that's because he was trying to just get the car in and defend at the same time. So Laidlaw really hasn't got that many corners to try to get back past Callum Newsham. But this has been expert stuff from Callum Newsham. But look, he's right into it. Down at the hairpin, he's going to have to defend now.
Yes, it's close, isn't it, into the hairpin again. Laidlaw tries the outside line. Newsham covers the inside, parks the car on the apex, and then tries to get the power down. Look at how tight he was on the exit of the corner, not wanting to open the door for the switchback for Laidlaw. They're both looking a bit quicker than Brad Hutchison right now, actually. So Newsham's sort of getting forced into a battle he doesn't really want to have, but the fact that he's defending into the Hislop chicane tells me he's much more interested in keeping that Cupra behind him than he is getting ahead of the Gen 2 Cupra ahead. Out of Knickerbrook, 2 corners to go. You can't really overtake at Druids, but a good exit from the double apex right-hander can yield an opportunity at Lodge. There goes Adam Shepherd. He is well on the way now to another race victory, but who will be on the podium with him and in which order? It has huge championship ramifications whichever way round it is. Steve Laidlaw, meanwhile, might yet be able to get 6th place away from Ron McGovern. That too could be crucial for his championship hopes. Into Lodge we go. Sam Laidlaw not quite close enough on the way in, gets a better run through the turn this time, and it's a drag race to the line, which I think Newsham will win. The race, though, is won by Adam Shepherd. Adam Shepherd crosses the line for win number 11 in his career. Brad Hutchison's on the podium, and Callum Newsham, the drive of a champion that was, to salvage 3rd place away in a race in which he maybe had the 4th or 5th maybe fastest car. He ends up on the podium. Fantastic for Newsham. He will lose 11 points to Adam Shepherd, but that could have been a whole lot worse. He will retain the championship lead and, of course, will start ahead of Adam, crucially, for race number 2 a little bit later on. So that is going to be well worth tuning in for. So Paul O'Neill then will dash, microphone in hand, to go and have a chat with our podium finishers. They will be Adam Shepherd, Brad Hutchison and Callum Newsham. They lock out the top 3 positions. Sam Laidlaw 4th and Finn Leslie in 5th position. Steve Laidlaw was 6th, but will be ruining that poor start that he made. Stalled the car, dropped right to the back of the field and finished in the end outside of the top 5. Will Beach was 7th, though. It should be a Goodyear Diamond Award win, with Greg Saunders 8th and Ron McGovern 9th. Mark Smith was only 10th ahead of Jordan Kerridge in the Audi. George Jackson's Audi was in 12th position after some dramas. Stuart Lyons a lap down after a mystery pit lane visit, and Harry Blur, of course, his race ending in the Knickerbrook gravel trap. So, drama aplenty. You would expect nothing else really from TCR UK. So yeah, Callum Newsham then for 3rd position scores 30 championship points. Adam Shepherd for the win gets 40, but he also had, I think I'm right in saying, yes, the fastest lap, which is worth a bonus point. So he scores 11 points more than Callum Newsham. Remember, Callum's already had 2 non-scores. They're his 2 drops. So from now on, any result that Newsham gets will stand, and that significantly tightens up the championship battle. So a dramatic opening race here at Oulton Park. This was what happened to Harry Blore. The car did make contact with the barriers down at Knickerbrook, having clipped the tyre stack to the inside of the corner before that. Upon the restart, though, Adam Shepherd, that was the lead that he had. Look at Sam Laidlaw desperately trying to keep Brad Hutchison behind, but to no avail. Brad was able to go through, and then crucially at the island hairpin, Callum Newsham up to 3rd. That could prove to be a really significant moment in the championship. The difference between finishing 3rd and 4th in the race is 3 championship points, and I would not be surprised if this title gets decided by that sort of margin at Brands Hatch at the end of the year. So yes, 11 points then gained by Adam Shepherd, who was 23 points behind coming into the race. So by my rough calculations, 12 points only now between them, as we have 5 races still to go. Let's head down then, shall we, to the Parc Ferme area. Paul O'Neill is ready to have a chat with our podium finishers, and they will all have some stories to tell, I'm sure.
Wowzers, TCR UK is back at Oulton Park. Adam Shepherd there taking a fantastic win, and that meant a lot because there ain't a massive amount of team representation down here from a lot of people, but this team of Adam Shepherd's were just so loud when he come across the line there and parked up in Parc Ferme. An absolutely devastating win, and he's going to be well happy with that. Adam Shepherd, first of all, mate, well done. Judging by that noise of everybody and your engine being revved hard, that meant a lot. Why has that meant so much, mate?
Oh, God, you wouldn't believe how many, what's the word, girls or kind of politics and whinging there is around the weekend. Like, obviously, what happened at Croft, and then it's carried on to here, unfortunately, with other teams moaning. So we just went and chanced everyone then. Twice and with the safety car, so hopefully it stops the moaning, but I don't suspect it will. But no, great, car was unbelievable.
Unbelievable start, mate. Got off the line well. Wasn't massively challenged, but was you happy to see the safety car out to grab your breath, or did you just want to keep going?
Either really. The car was so good. We pulled a big gap early on, and then I'd rather not the safety car, to be honest. It was job done. And then, yeah, when the safety car come out, I thought, oh, God, here we go. But, yeah, I got a really good restart. Sam, as soon as I see Sam's front dip, I went, and that was it. It was all done.
Yeah, and obviously his dad, Steve, he stalled on the start. I don't know how aware of that you were. He's come back a few places, but another championship contender you were probably looking out for, as well as Callum Newsham.
Yeah, for sure. To be honest, I did see Steve stall, but yeah, it was more about Sam and Callum, really. I think Steve's quite a bit way back now, so focus on what's ahead. Callum's leading the championship, so that's the aim. Yeah, no, it's good.
Finally, the car now looks in Adam Shepherd mode. It's moving around into the slow speed corners. It looks super quick, and you look super confident through Druids. I mean, the car looks like a Formula 3 car. The aero looks like it's working amazingly.
Yeah, the car's phenomenal. I think the other VZs are a bit more hooked up in qualifying than we are, but we've got a better race car. So it swings and roundabouts. We knew if you could get off the line well, would be strong. And yeah, it was a good, dominant win.
Top man. Next race, what are you thinking?
Oh, yeah, you know, we just got to go, see how it goes. You know what I mean? We've got the pace to come through to the podium, so get a clean start, stay out of trouble, and see what we can do.
Good man. Go and celebrate with the team. Well done, mate. Everyone's happy for you. Well done. Right, let's go and head over to Brad Hutchison. Brad will be well made up with this result. Beginning of the day, we do our little pre-record and say what we think's going to happen. I said, you're going to get a podium. The car looked hooked up. Forget about the car. You looked like you wanted it more than a lot that you have in the past.
Yeah, it's not Yorkshire, but it's home, isn't it? It's first track I ever went to as a wee nipper, and yeah, I wanted to win really, but you know, podium's all right. I think given the grid and the cars on the grid, I think we did about as best as we could. But I'm happy with that. Obviously, I was hungry for it. Yeah, we'll go again. I'm really happy. Obviously, we've got so many sponsors, guests here. You know, friends, family. You know, it is our local round. Said. Not Yorkshire, but it's the only place outside of Yorkshire I'll give a pass. But yeah, no, obviously over the moon. Thanks to Bondit, thanks to all the boys and Swell and Roofing for all getting us here to get the moments like this. It's special. Feels more than a second place, really. It's good.
I think Andy McEwen summed it up quite well on when he was looking through the grid. We were talking about the cars, and we related to your car as, strangely, the older car from what's going on at the front. That's the big thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one thing. I was saying this to all the guests earlier. It's one thing having obviously the Hyundais and the Hondas and the Audis, and they all have, with the balanced performance, strengths and weaknesses in different areas, and it makes them equal. But when you've got the same car, just a newer, faster version, it doesn't really have any weaknesses, you know. So it's one of them. You just have to make the most of it out in the race. Obviously, qualifying, we were quite happy with the time. So I thought we've got a race car. You know, we could do this lap in and out. Non-stop, so I thought, yeah, we'll use a bit of the home crowd advantage, I guess, and really go for it. But yeah, happy.
Talk me through the restart. Was that in your head while you were under safety car? It looked like a move that you'd planned, and you looked like you knew where you were going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, obviously, previous to the safety car, the gap was fairly consistent with Sam. Obviously, I knew he was just faster, but the gap was the same. And I thought if I could just close that somehow, I could be on him, I could pressure him here, there, and everywhere. As soon as I seen Adam go, I was almost pushing him down the back straight because I think he caught Sam off guard. And then I seen him go quite tight going into the last corner, and I thought, it's on here. I'm going to show a nose regardless. Obviously, nowhere near a move, but showed the nose. Seen him sort of in the middle of the track, sort of squirming. As soon as I seen him skate off, we got side by side. I thought, there's no way I'm not coming out of this corner ahead. You know, it was one of them. I'll just hold on, close my eyes, and go for it. But yeah, it was. Thankfully, he gave me room. I don't think there was any contact whatsoever. So yeah, a good bit of racing actually, I think.
And Callum Newsham helped you out, didn't he, at the end?
Yeah, well, I just said to him then, I said, I didn't even know when you overtook him, but I'd seen them coming out of the hairpin side by side, and I thought, just buy me enough of a gap. Obviously, Callum was faster in a couple of places down that bit, but I sort of had the edge on him in the back straight in the fast bit. So yeah, it was we were quite balanced. I just needed that buffer, you know. But yeah, happy enough with that.
Good man. Well, it's a nice podium because everyone seems really happy, so well done.
Cheers, thank you, Paul.
Right, let's speak to Callum Newsham, championship leader. Let's get away from these noisy cars. I don't even know where that noise is coming from. I can only imagine how much of a win that feels like, mate. You must be over the moon because it was damage limitation before the morning started.
Yeah, literally was. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see a podium coming in the first race anyway. But yeah, I think the safety car helped me out a bit. Brad got past Sam, and then I managed to squeeze up the inside to him into the hairpin, and he left me just enough room, and we could keep it from there.
The change of direction of the Hyundai, even though it's laden with compensation weight, it looked phenomenal, but there's other places where you are looking in your mirror, isn't there?
Oh yeah, it's out of the slow speed where I'm struggling, but the fast speed we're alright, and through the technical chicane we're good. But to be fair, I was struggling a bit understeer there, so we'll try and sort that out and probably be faster in the next race.
Understeer in a Hyundai?
Yeah, I know, weird, isn't it?
What are you going to do for the next race? What's the plan? Just try to keep on the podium. It's going to be hard, isn't it? Because I said in commentary, your passes are going to come from lunges because it ain't going to be traction and power, is it?
No, definitely not. Yeah, we either have to lunge it or they make a mistake, but I can keep them behind me, so I'll just try and do that. Try and get on the podium again.
Good man, I'm sure you will. Have a good rest of the day.
Cheers, man, thank you.
Top man. Will Beach is here. Will, Goodyear Diamond Trophy. That was a quietish race, wasn't it? There was quite a bit going on around you, but you didn't have to do anything horrendous, did you, in the race to fend off or anything?
No, I've struggled all weekend, to be honest with you. After Croft, and I've come here and just no pace whatsoever. I've got no words for it. I'm just really struggling, and the lads are trying this, trying that. And I think just in me, just a bit of confidence. I don't understand it really, but it's nice to come away with the Diamond Trophy.
Exactly, it's some silverware, isn't it? What happens then? So you will go look at the data now. People will compare it in your team against Adam Shepherd or whoever it is. You've got to do the data. What do they say to you now? What's going to come up on that? You're braking too early, is it? Mid-corner speed? What do you do?
It's carrying minimum speed in, like you always told me. Like, you're out on the brakes, it's just in the middle. I'm getting off the brake, do you know what I mean? And just having the minerals to take it through, do you know what I mean? I just seem to not click this weekend, but it's been a nice thing coming away with the trophy in that one. So maybe we'll do it in race 2 as well, and it'll be a good weekend then. But yeah, really, really struggled. But thanks to all the lads and the wife and the kids and stuff.
I like it, mate. Just finally, Adam Shepherd's had a good run of it, hasn't he, today? You must have been made up to see him cross the line. The noise from the team and the driver, that meant a lot to him. I was just asking him about that.
Yeah, it means a lot. We put a lot of effort in, a lot of hard work, do you know what I mean? And we go out there, and all we all want to do, all of us here, is have some fun, do you know what I mean? So that's what it's all about.
Good man, I'll let you go and celebrate with the team.
Thank you.
It's a very happy podium here at Oulton Park. So TCR UK, first race is done. We're going to be coming back for some more live action a bit later on, but we're just going to leave you with this little slate, and we're going to leave you for a little lunch break because the marshals here and us need to get our lunch, but we'll catch you in a little bit.
Oh, indeed, like Paul O'Neill has just said there, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short lunch break here, a much shorter one than originally planned, but when we do return, we have got plenty more racing to come this afternoon. And as we can see there, here's your afternoon schedule. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 races still to come here at Oulton Park, and we are going to be back at what will be roughly 5 to 2 if all proceeds as planned for the first of 2 rounds of racing in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Then we're going to have the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup out there for the first of their 2 races today, and then we return to the absolutely packed grid of the CNC Head Sports Saloon Car Championship ahead of a return of the Milltek Civic Cup again, and then it will be rinse and repeat for the Track Action Racing Club TCR UK Junior Saloon Car Championship, and the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup wraps us up there. And who will take victory in the final race of the day? Indeed, who will take victory in any of these races of the day? Well, we will find out when we come back, but we're going to take a brief breather here because we've got a short lunch break, and we'll be back in approximately 10 to 15 minutes time, it all being well, ladies and gentlemen. So go grab yourself a cup of tea, go make yourself a quick sandwich if you haven't already, because you haven't got long before plenty more racing gets underway here at the Oulton Park Island Circuit in good old Cheshire. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it looks as though our lunch break that was expected to be 10 to 15 minutes has been absolutely slashed in half here, but I'm not complaining, and I get the feeling you guys and girls at home won't be either, as we are back for plenty more racing this afternoon at Oulton Park. And first up on the list, well, it is going to be round number 16 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC here, and they continue their story of the battle of the drivers aged between 14 to 17, and it is one of their very first steps from karting into car racing. I need to give a quick shout out as well to Perfect Acceleration Sim Racing, or PASR, because a good number of the drivers you see here will have learned the circuits and learned how to race in these machines using PASR simulators, and they're here today working with the JSCC and also advertising their brand. But here is the grid, and let's advertise who starts on pole. It's none other than Josh Salvador, second in the championship and battling with championship leader Wilf Butler. They can occupy your front row. On row number 2, it's Oliver Kerr, the man who was lightning fast at Croft last time out and was unfortunate not to make it 3 wins out of 3 with 3 pole positions, but he starts third ahead of Lewis Austin with one of his best qualifying performances of the season so far. Ollie Smith starts 5th, the leading rookie, ahead of Matthew Swatton. The Kersey Motorsport driver there will be looking to move forward from a 6th place start, with Max Scharfegger and Tom Ulgar completing your 4th row, and then we have Leon Holly and Martin Wright rounding off your top 10. We've got a couple more drivers on this grid, however, let's not forget about them, and in fact we literally do have another 2 drivers if everything is all proceeding to plan. And there they are, the Powell family drivers, Sherry-Ann Powell and Lexi Powell there, and separated by a second in qualifying, and the battle of the 2 of them, well, it's always good to watch between them at the back of the field as it is at the front of the field. But what's the story then heading into today at Oulton Park for the JSCC? Well, the story, simply put, is that Wilf Butler picked up 3 podiums at Croft, including a win in race number 3, and that means he now leads by 26 points over Josh Salvador, the Lightning McQueen machine that you see on the left of your picture, who really did seem to have to go for a game of damage limitation at Croft. I say damage limitation, he was on the podium in all 3 races, but he did feel as though he was the odd one out of our podium finishers. And in 3rd place, man, your leading independent championship driver of Oliver Kerr, he was the king of Croft, no doubt about it. And I think in another world, he would have picked up all 3 wins if it weren't for that slow, pesky start in race number 3 there. Round 15 was really a blemish on what could have been a perfect trio of races. But with all our drivers having completed the pit out lap, well, they've still got the green flag formation lap to go, and the next time come around it'll be that traditional standing start and they all go racing. Now, what else is there to look out for further down the championship order? Because the top 3 occupy the first 3 slots on the grid, where you also need to keep an eye out for the likes of Lewis Stannard, who will be fighting for 4th place honours, and well, he'll be looking to try and hold on to that from the rising tide of Ollie Smith and Max Scharfegger. Intriguingly, we do have a very close battle between Smith and Scharfegger for the rookie championship lead, and that battle being separated by only 9 points. And Max Scharfegger, well, his nickname at Croft was Mr. 4th Place because he finished 4th in all 3 races in a highly consistent run of performances, and Scharfegger really has been one of those drivers who's demonstrated the fact that wherever you start at the beginning of the season, you move forward from race to race, round to round, event to event, and right now Max is definitely pushing for a podium at some point. He has picked up a couple of podiums so far. In fact, as I double check my statistics, he's picked up 1 podium, and that was at Silverstone. But he'll be looking for another podium if he can help it here today, as all of our drivers now really start to build up the pace on this green flag lap. So just to reiterate, well, this is a series focused on drivers aged between 14 to 17, and it is in its 11th year, having started in 2014, and the first ever champion was James Dorlin, who has gone on to race in the likes of Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain, British GT Championship, and is now on the 2025 British Touring Car Championship grid with Toyota Gazoo Racing. Also, some other great alumni within the JSCC include 2021 champion of Charlie Hand, who has been racing so far this year in the JCW Mini Challenge Championship, and also 2019 champion Harry Rice, who raced in the 2024 ADAC NLS Championship, and that being the championship dedicated to racing around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and indeed the endurance circuit there, the ultimate test of driving ability. So indeed, this being the starting point for many of these drivers, but where will they end up at the end of their long journey in their motorsporting career? Well, this is just the very first step in closed cockpit and indeed closed wheel racing as well. But everyone absolutely set and ready to go. I know there's a few mums and dads out there who right now will have their nerves and their excitement, because from speaking to all the parents of the drivers over the course of the last few race meets, they've all said the same thing to me. First and foremost, they want to see their son and daughter get home absolutely safe at the end of the race and make it to the checker flag. After that, The results, they are secondary. As much as they want to see their son or daughter take victory, indeed anybody wants to, the main theme is they want to see them make it to the finish line, and that's always a big positive. But as they all get themselves ready to go, well, they make the way into the grid, and who is it going to be out of our front row starters? Josh Salvadori or alternatively, will it be Wilf Butler leading out of turn number 1? It's going to be intriguing, ladies and gentlemen, and I suspect we are in for a treat here for the first of their 2 races. Round number 16 Championship is only lights out away. And the revs rise, and it's lights out, and away we go then for round number 16, the JSCC for 2025. A lightning start there for Josh Salvadori, and Wilf Butler being made to practically look static. However, going defensive there for a brief moment was Oliver Kerr. He settles it back down immediately now as they roar the way down towards Denton's for the first time. But who is now going to think about a move? Because so far, everybody's lying astern. Looks like all of our drivers right now focusing on just getting themselves eyed in. And for many of them, this is their first ever time taking on the Oulton Park circuit in anger. Oh, a big slide there, and I believe that was one of the Powell sisters going very sideways. Was that Lexi there in the 333? We'll have to see, but it did look rather skittish. But meanwhile, look at this already. Butler trying to go for the lead. Salvadori taking his time to get up to speed. Going defensive, there's the Lightning McQueen machine, and Wilf Butler really putting out a message early on in this race, which is I want that lead. And we can see, look at the defence having to be put up by Salvadori. Butler is absolutely chomping at the bit here, and as they come down the hill, in towards the chicane they come. There's not going to be a move, and well, Salvadori is able to stay safe, but intentions have been made very clear here. And now as they rocket their way into the second half of the lap, where could we go from here? Well, in third place, Oliver Kerr's just watching this right now, and I think if he could have a bucket of popcorn between his legs to watch it, I think he would. But right now he's got to focus on driving himself, because there could be some drama here, and if so, he could be the beneficiary of it all, albeit there's been a lot of respectful racing between all of our entrants over the course of the 2025 season thus far. We expect it to continue, and indeed these drivers right now are racing like true adults out there. They may be youngsters, but they are treated like adults. When I spoke to the clerk of the course for this series, Craig Zilney, earlier on, he was reiterating to me again the pride he has with all the racing out there, and the fact that last time out of Croft there were no judicials between all the drivers. They were absolutely sensible out there, and it led to 3 classic races. But speaking of a classic here, we're building up to one, because lap number 1 is complete, and it's Salvadori who still leads. However, Wilf Butler is right there behind him. 2 tenths is the gap, and then you do have a sizable 8 tenths of a second gap there to Oliver Kerr in third. The leading independent right now just watching in the wings, with then Lewis Austin in fourth ahead of Ollie Smith, then Matthew Swatton, Max Scharfegger, Tom Olgar, and then we've got Leon Holly and Martin Wright completing the top 10. And a big shout out to Martin Wright as well. Many of you may remember his car came to the end of a rather hot end of race number 1. As hold the phone on that one. That's move being made, and I think that's Max Scharfegger gaining the place there. We will come back to see that in a brief moment, as meanwhile your lead battle is too wide here, coming down into the hairpin. It's going to be Salvadori defending again, but Wilf Butler decides he's going to try and cut it back, but to no avail as they head up the hill. And Wilf Butler now starting to really demonstrate he's got a lot of pace, a lot of confidence in that Citroen, but he's got to try and find a way past the resolute defence of Josh Salvadori. And the one thing you can count on with Josh is that he is no easy cookie to crumble, because as they come through, hopping over the apex curb there, cocking the car up onto 3 wheels once, then twice. Well, right now these Citroens, they can go very quick around these corners. Indeed, you'd be crazy to think that they're roaring the way around here on an average lap speed in somewhere in the region of about 75 miles per hour. Well, what were we all doing when we were 14 through to 17 years old, ladies and gentlemen? I can tell you one thing, I definitely was not contemplating racing a Citroen Saxo around Oulton Park circuit like these guys are, as they use all the width of the circuit there. And Salvadori couldn't use any more width coming into Druids Bend. If he did, he'd be on the grass, and it'd be a rallycross machine as they head down in towards the next corner, coming down into Lodge here. And it's absolutely brilliant between them as they romp their way to the end of another lap. And what we're saying only moments ago about Martin Wright, many of you will remember at the end of race 1 at Croft, his car actually went up in smoke, unfortunately. Driver was all okay, but the car was not. And it's great to see our 2025 scholarship winner back out on circuit and going racing once again. But across the line they come, and as they do, with some changes afoot, and indeed that was Leon Holly, not Max Scharfegger out. I do apologise, Leon, making the move on Tom Algar. And Algar right now falling backwards, but he's got Martin Wright for close company. Top 2 are starting to pull away a little bit here. It looks as though they may be feeling as though this is their race to have. However, you can see, look at Wilf Butler again, so strong off a Cascades corner. Salvadori knows where he needs to position the car, and under braking, no difference between them. But in the battle for third, it's Oliver Kerr who keeps none other than Austin, and also Smith at bay for now. Scharfegger goes a little bit deep there, but he does bring the car back together just in time to finish off the corner. But that was definitely a bit of a headstrong start to the hairpin. It's easy to go a little bit too deep there. We've seen it in plenty of our races earlier on today. With this afternoon right now getting off to a cracking start, and well, Salvador here still holding on, but Wilf Butler is pushing him every step of the way. And intriguingly, what's noticeable there about the way that Wilf Butler is taking that car through the corners, turning in much earlier, and I think trying to protect the left-hand side tyres on his car in order to give him a bit more tyre life later in the race, because the tyres that they run on these single-spec Citroen Saxos, well, they are tyres that can last the distance of the race, as there's contact between the two of them going through Druids Bend, and as they make the way through, the door was wide open, and Wilf Butler said, I'm going to take it, and Josh Salvador said, well, I'm not backing out here, and that was literally on ice skates there between the two of them. I'm amazed they kept it going, but well done to them both. There's great respect being shown, and meanwhile Oliver Kerr now watches this and thinks, okay, right, time for me to get a little bit closer here, as he gets very firmly onto the back of Butler's machine, and as they charged away across the line, well, you can see how that lead gap, the top two that are gapped to third place, suddenly that is completely reversed there, and Oliver Kerr having an absolutely wonderful lap, a personal best lap, and stripping a whole second out of the two leaders as a result of this small altercation. And I think that is more of what's to come here really right now, as we do have a black and white flag for the 110 of Salvador and also the 333 of Lexi Powell for track limits. So for Josh Salvador right now, if he carries on exploiting those track limits, what's going to end up happening is that he's going to end up in a position whereby he'll be given a post-race time penalty, and suddenly wherever he finishes on the road, it will be the end of the road for him in terms of trying to take that victory, unless he can gap the field by X number of seconds. That X normally being 5 seconds at least, if not 10. Now as they roar the way onwards, over the crest they go, over Hilltop, and you can see Salvador pulls over to one side. Butler meanwhile stays right there with him. Oliver Kerr meanwhile just simply says, okay guys, you keep scrambling all over the road, I'm not going to follow you like this, for the simple reason I don't need to at the moment. You two are going to cause each other to come back to me, I'm certain of it. As we do see there, Lewis Austin meanwhile just enjoying a very happy run in fourth place. Max Scharfegger in the 23 find himself a bit of no man's land at the moment, running in 7th, 2.5 seconds off of Swatton, but conversely 3 seconds ahead of Leon Holly. I wonder if Scharfegger here is perhaps just still trying to find his pace and get himself embedded, because he was really strong at Croft Circuit, it has to be said. Here, however, a very similar circuit in some respects, albeit the elevation changes being the main difference between Croft and Oulton Park. A lot more elevation changes here. One of the most aggressive circuits for elevation change in the United Kingdom, if not the whole continental Europe, is this circuit. And therefore, I wonder whether the elevation change and the fact that a lot of apexes are blind as a result of those elevation changes might just be leading him to being a little bit more hesitant to be as aggressive, because he was very aggressive at Croft and it showed. The pace was absolutely pouring on through. But the aggression right now is flying high there with the screech of the tyres on the top two. Reopens that gap from the second through to third by a second, and down they come then into Cascades again. Now we do see a couple of you there who absolutely love watching the JSCC in the YouTube chats respectively, including back of the Netto 7 saying what happened firstly to Wells and Maserati. They haven't been in the last couple of meetings. Well, I do believe unfortunately they have left the championship for the remainder of this season to move on to other series, but all's okay with them. And also saying that, oh my word, how do they hold that in reference to Salvador and Butler? Well, absolutely clinical between the two of them. I think in the end Wilf Butler went for it and recognised the fact that okay, it wasn't completely on, and he backed out just as they started to make the contact. I think if he'd gone any deeper than that, I think they both would have been completely sideways through Druids, and we would have had essentially synchronised drifting or synchronised Saxos. Well, that's something I never thought I'd say in my history of commentary, but there we go, from synchronised swimming to synchronised Saxos. But we've still got plenty more time to see what other concoctions they can cook up here at the Cheshire circuit. But from our top two running away, other things to talk about as well is the battle for fourth, because we do have Austin being chased down by Smith a little bit behind, and Oliver Kerr right now is definitely gapped to the fight for fourth. He's feeling quite confident. We also still have Leon Holly holding off Tom Algar, and a bit further back also Martin Wright's on the back of that, so the battle for 8th will get tasty. You can see it briefly in the rear of the camera shot depending on how well we pan. Well, there's your top two clearing the picture, then third, and then you do have Austin and Smith 4th and 5th here enjoying a great little hustle and tussle The thing is for Smith, however, he's just got to get himself a little bit closer as the leading rookie in the Rookie Championship. It's not easy to do, however, because of how equally balanced these machines are, but the idea being, of course, it all comes down to the driver's skill, as there Austin demonstrates how much skill he has in going completely sideways into the opening corner of Old Hall, and, well, holds it very nicely. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to chuck these cars at the corners. They are very lightweight, and they've got a nice little nippy engine in them, and putting that together, it means that the JSCC machine is one you're going to learn all the traits of driving a front-engine front-wheel drive car. But as we said earlier, they are quite aggressive on their front tyres. I wouldn't be surprised here with the clockwise nature of the Oulton Park Island circuit if the left-hand side tyres are starting to feel a little bit hot, particularly that front left, which will feel quite punishing, as we do have all of the field making the way on down and around. And we'll further back, this is that fight for 8th place that we've been waiting for to erupt, really, with their Holly holding off Algar, I should say. He hasn't got 2 L's, he's got 1, and I'm sure all the family will be on to me because he does have the best part of 3 generations of racing in the family, all concurrently at the moment, with his grandfather racing. I'm trying to remember the series he races in. Is it the Track Action Racing Club? It may be, but don't quote me on that. And, well, he's racing at the grandson level there, and there's also racing in between. Indeed, it's a big racing family there in the Algar family, and absolutely wonderful as he runs a little bit wide out of Knickerbrook corner. Just about keeps it on the road there. He's pushing hard. He wants that place, and he'll be looking to go for one of his best performances of the season in recent race meets. But as we do come back to your top 2, 5 minutes or so left on the clock when you include the final lap they're going to need to deliver, and up the hill they rise. And if you're wondering, for those of you who are wondering whether we're going to have Lewis Standard here today, unfortunately we're not going to be seeing Lewis Standard on the grid for the remainder of the season, and that is because he's decided to leave the championship and move on to other racing series. But still, we wish him all the best as he moves on to other series, and that does happen, to be fair, with regards to our regular cohorts of drivers. They do move on, sometimes at the end of a given year, sometimes they move on mid-season as opportunities arise. And as we said earlier, the JSCC really is the starting point for what is the careers of a lot of these youngsters, and as quickly as they can perform, they can be very quickly snapped up and move into other series there. And this is really their first taste of closed wheel, closed cockpit racing action, with many of them coming from simulator backgrounds, alternatively coming from karting backgrounds there. But coming back to what's on our screen, that's a big slide there for Smith, coming on through the hairpin. He's pushing hard, and, well, if he keeps pushing any harder than that, he will be going sideways through the corner. But he does about to keep it together now as they head on through. But our 2 leaders here, well, it looks as though Wolf Butler's fallen away. Intriguing. We take a look at the sector times from this lap alone, and Josh Salvadori, first sector of 31.266. In the second sector, we're waiting for that to come on through. Wolf Butler was absolutely fine. He matched Salvadori in the first sector. The second sector, my good lord, Josh Salvadori at 40.599 versus a 41.146 there. Salvadori pulling out 6 tenths alone there in a purple middle sector of the lap. Josh Salvadori has found that lap time out there. That's what put him on pole position. And look at the gap. It's growing here already. I think Butler has taken too much out of the car early on by running so close to the back of Salvadori and really trying to hang on to him. Well, it's all worked out the wrong way. We do have, by the way, a time penalty that's been issued to the 333 of Lexi Powell, and that is a track limits. That's a 10-second penalty. Lexi is currently running last of our runners there, so won't lose any places as a result of that, but that's always a shame when that does happen, but always a learning experience as well. And I can tell you one thing, there are a lot of drivers, it doesn't matter at what level or racing series, they do end up picking up time limit penalties for track limits. So Lexi Powell there, no exceptions to the rule, which is those track limits are there for a reason, and if you do get caught out enough times, you do end up being penalised by the stewards. Josh Salvadori does have a black and white flag against him, but so far has been innocent of those track limits for the remainder of the race, and long may that continue, because we wouldn't want to see him relinquished from the lead, literally with only this lap plus 1 more to go. But you can see the difference in lap times there at the bottom of your screen over the last 3 laps, and Salvadori, that previous lap, absolutely flying. But also absolutely flying here is the number 80 of Smith. Ollie Smith still breathing down the neck of Austin. And, well, it's a little bit personal between these two. Not because they don't like each other, but because they are both competing in the Rookie Championship. And right now, Ollie Smith is the man to beat. Lewis Austin, meanwhile, is running all the way down in 4th place in the Rookie Championship. So, therefore, for him, there's going to be a lot of pride online. If he can claim the place of the Rookie Championship leader, he'll be feeling as though things are going upwards from there. But will he be able to to? Well, we'll have to see as our top three abscond into the distance up through Clay Hill, and Oliver Kerr right now, I think he's decided, you know what, I can't get any closer at this point, so I might as well just back off and hold on to third, and I can always look at the second race of the day in order to see if I can get an opportunity. Remember, the grids are set for the races based on qualifying times alone. The grid for this race was the fastest lap set by each driver, and the grid for race number 2 later on today will be based on their second fastest qualifying times, and that could lead to a little bit of a shuffling of the grid, because that means in qualifying you've got to be consistently fast. You can't just put in one magical lap and let the rest of the racing do the job. But from the top three running off into distance as they go on to their final lap, well, the battle for fourth right now of Austin, Smith and Swatton. Well, Matthew Swatton has crept up to the back of this battle. He's looking, in fact, as though he's got an opportunity here to take a top 5. I think he's going to need Smith to try and do something versus Austin, however, as otherwise I think the two are just a little bit faster than Swatton, but Swatton has been protecting the car over the last few laps, and it's noticeable here where some of our drivers are really taking it nice and easy. As a bit of drama, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, well, we said only moments ago about Josh Salvadori. We do have a 5-second penalty now lingering over Josh Salvadori's race, and I believe that might be potentially for track limits. We're not 100% sure. It's just come up on our timing screens. You can't see those on camera, but if you're following on TSL timing, you may have seen that as well. Well, if so, that 5-second penalty is applied. That would relegate Josh Salvadori down to a third place finish. So there is some late drama here. Just been called out by track limits with a lap to go. But again, we'll talk about the provisional results and then they'll be updated after the race, I'm certain. But Salvadori right now, he can't be thinking about that if he's aware of it at all. His head's got to be down, and down on one thing, which is just getting to that checkered flag by the best possible margin he can to make sure any penalties of that, they do the least amount of damage. And as a driver, you've got to think what you can do on the road, because once you've got a penalty, if he's got one, that's it. There's no going back there. You can appeal it afterwards, but that's a whole separate process. But that process doesn't apply here to what happens on the asphalt as he roars his way under the Warwick Bridge, and will right now keep in a comfortable gap of about 1.3 seconds to Wilf Butler. But he's had to work very hard for this, Josh Salvadori. So as he comes on through the final corner, well, it is going to be a victory on the road for Salvadori. We'll see what happens with the penalties afterwards. But as he makes his way to the timeline, Josh Salvadori will take the on-road victory there for round number 16, but immediately demoted behind Wilf Butler and Oliver Kerr, who will take third after the time penalties added, and then it will be Wilf Butler who's promoted to victory ahead of Independence winner Oliver Kerr. We'll have Leon Austin take on home at fourth place. A brilliant drive there from Lewis Austin ahead of Smith, and that will be Austin taking that fourth ahead of Ollie Smith, with then Matthew Swatton taking sixth place, and then Max Scharfinger in seventh. Leon Holly holds off Tom Algar to finish in eighth place, and then it will be Martin Wright who completes your top 10, and then we will in due course have both Sherry Ann Powell and then Lexi Powell finish their races in 11th and 12th respectively. What a round of racing for the JSCC, and the story of that one really had to be Josh Salvadori on the road pushing it to the limit to keep ahead of Wilf Butler, but in the end, due to pushing it a bit too far at certain points on the circuit, Wilf Butler being able to pick up the victory provisionally, it would seem, based on track limit penalties. As there's Lexi Powell coming to the finish line, but credit where it's due, because our top three were sensational, and well, they carry on from where they left off at Croft, i.e. Butler, Salvadori and Kerr in dominating the podium places, whereas meanwhile it was an absolutely brilliant job there for none other than Lewis Austin taking fourth place, and with it rookie victory there. But here are your provisional results then, ladies and gentlemen. As we can see, with post-race time penalties applied for track limits, Wilf Butler promoted to victory there ahead of Oliver Kerr by 2.5 seconds, and Josh Salvadori, he may have won on the road, but he's been demoted back to third. But still, I think they'll all be happy to be on the podium again, and what a battle between the three of them. Lewis Austin, one of his finest performances of the season. In fact, as I double check all of my notes here, this will be only his second top 5 of the season for Lewis Austin. Well done to him. That was a very well-driven drive. Ollie Smith, 5th there, didn't quite have enough to beat Austin, but stayed close. And then Matthew Swatton in 6th place, got onto the back of that top 5 battle right at the end, but didn't have enough. Max Scharfinger was 7th ahead of Leon Holly, and then Tom Algar and Martin Wright completed your top 10, with Sherry Ann Powell in 11th and Lexi Powell wrapping up the finishing order in 12th. Fastest lap of the race as well went to Wilf Butler there on lap number 4, a 46.98. Well, he did manage to find that lap time, and well, it was back and forth between himself and Salvadori all the way over the race distance, but in the end, Wilf Butler adding another victory to his tally. That now makes it 6 wins. He is the most decorated winner of the season so far, versus conversely the 3 apiece of Josh Salvadori and Oliver Kerr, but right now he is running away with things is Wilf Butler. Well, the circuit falls silent for a brief moment. The roar of the little Citroen Saxo VTI machines suddenly downs, and as it does, we've still got plenty more racing to come because they'll have another race coming up later today for race number 11. But as we get ready for our next race, ladies and gentlemen, let's cut to Jack Oliphant as he's down in Parc Ferme to interview our top 3 finishers of round 16 of the JSCC for 2025.
Well, the Junior Saloon Car Championship really hotted up there, didn't it, in Oulton Park? It's very nice to see. I mean, only 12 cars, which is a bit of a shame. But it didn't mean the racing was diminished, luckily. So we've got a few drivers that we want to have a chat to. First place, not necessarily... well, where is he, actually? First place. That's a good point. I had him in my sight, and now he's just disappeared. Where is Wilf Butler gone? Wilf, there you are. He managed to sneak around the back of me. He's still got his helmet on. He was that keen to go over and chat to his friends and family. Do you want me to let you take your helmet off? That might be really useful, mightn't it? God, you can go and get your helmet while we see some impressive hand-eye coordination from some water bottle throwing over there. So Josh Salvador, there's a bit of a shame for him because of course he drove so well with that 5-second penalty, jumped him down to 3rd place. But Wilf Butler, 1st place. I mean, that's pretty good, isn't it, for you in terms of your championship points? You can't ask for better.
Yeah, it's a good result, especially where we started on a grid. Managed to convert it to a win. Josh drove really well. It's just unfortunate, really, with the penalty, but yeah, it's a good race.
Do you enjoy Oulton Park then? Because Paul mentioned that a lot of drivers in this championship may well be experiencing this track for the first time. It's not your first time here at Oulton Park, I don't believe. So how is it like coming back here? Is it a track that you enjoy or is it a track that you dread? Because it can go one or two ways at this mini Nürburgring.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of my favourites, this or Cadwell. I really like him when they're technical, so yeah, it's a really good circuit to learn and just hack around and have fun.
Yeah, it's a very tight circuit, so you enjoy there. Right, I'll let you enjoy the moment because, of course, he has had a big moment. Now, I want to find Oliver Kerr because Josh Salvador, I'm giving him a couple of minutes to maybe just have a little bit. In fact, there's Oliver Kerr, just literally where I came from. I'm giving Josh Salvador a bit of an opportunity to maybe compose himself because he may well be a bit annoyed. Oliver, a strong 2nd place finish there in the end after Josh's 5-second penalty means that you've been promoted up to 2nd. That must be pretty good then.
Yeah, obviously it's really good for the championship, just consistently putting in these points. Just didn't have enough in that race to kind of keep with them, but yeah, points nonetheless.
Oulton Park is a very difficult circuit to push, isn't it? If you don't quite have the time, if you overdriving is very easy around this circuit because you can so easily do track limits or cook the tyres, can't you? What were the challenges that you found in that race?
I think definitely kind of the tyres going off towards the end and understeering near to the track limit sensor. But other than that, I quite like this track, but I still need to work on probably my driving more than the car.
Well, your driving, I think, is pretty top dollar, considering this is a very strong grid. You're trying to mix it with some extremely talented drivers. You're a talented driver yourself. What's the extra little bit that you think you need to find? Or is that a case of maybe getting a driver coaching to help you find that? Or what's the next stage for you at the back end of the season?
I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, I'm going to have to go back and look at the data and see how we can improve. But yeah, just looking at data.
Yeah, well, fantastic. I'll let you go back and I'll let you cool off. Oliver Kerr. Right, one last interview I want to do because we need to get his reaction. Now, I've given him an opportunity. Josh Salvador, he's still got his helmet on. I think that's Josh anyway. I don't want to interrupt him too much, so I'm just going to very quickly, I know this might be a bit annoying for you viewers at home, but I'm going to give him a quick question to see if he wants to have a chat to us. I'm hoping he does because it's still a podium position. Josh, do you want an opportunity to pick your bottle up? And do you want an opportunity to take your helmet off, or do you want to do this interview with your helmet on? Yeah, okay, right, cool. Obviously, a 5-second penalty is a bit of a kick in the teeth, isn't it? But an amazing race from you. And I mean, you were sideways going through Druids. How on earth did you keep that car on the road at that point?
Yeah, I didn't really expect it, but you know, contact happens sometimes, and yeah, just tried to keep my foot in and power out of it.
Yeah, I love it. And I'm enjoying the fit right now with the helmet as well. I'm going to let you go and try and compress because we have got some Scottish Mini Cooper Challenge cars out there driving around on circuit. I can see them to my right-hand side. I don't know if Ben can pan across, which means we can send over to Paul Walsh for more on-track action here at Oulton Park.
Thank you, Jack. Well, there they are, ladies and gentlemen. From Scotland, they have come all the way down to the northwest of England. It is time for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup and round number 10 of their championship. Now, on row number 1, you will find the rather lonely R53 Mini Cooper S of Ross Wilkinson. It starts there not because it's been shunned by the rest of the field, although it would be an indication that perhaps it is going to be, but because it is an R53 machine, it is slightly different from the rest of its competitors, and therefore it is a separate cup of its own as they look to get themselves underway for the green flag lap. 3 rows behind, on row number 4, this is where the R50 Mini Coopers stand, and this is where the big championship battle will kick off. And line up on pole position is Stuart McFadden. He'll be in the company of Robbie Dalgleish, who lines up in second. We then have Chad Little and Daniel Patterson together on row number 5. That completes your top 4, and we'll keep in mind that Stuart McFadden is currently your newcomers championship leader, and with Chad Little, meanwhile, is your overall championship leader. Behind them, on row number 6, we will have Michael Williams and Jensen Bell, and then we'll have Chris Colburn ahead of Barry Holmes. They'll be on row number 7, and then we'll come to Jack Irvine and Martin Wijatunga, who starts there on the 8th row. Row number 9 will go the way of Jonathan Wild and Blair Dryber, and then it will be Ross Foster, and hopefully I've got this name correct, it is going to be Sam O'Riordan, who rounds off your top 10 rows there, and he will be starting in none other, in terms of the position, than what will be 20th place on that grid at least. But of course, remember, we've got a couple of rows thrown in there, and I believe that is full grid, and it will be a classic 15 minutes of racing from the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. So what's it all about, I hear you ask? Well, it's one of Scottish Motor Racing Club's championship series, which are run on an annual basis. It's one of the best single-make series in the United Kingdom, which has acted as a proving ground for many big names, including the likes of British Touring Car Championship stars Rory Butcher, who has gone on to compete also in the British GT and the European Le Mans. Also Aidan Moffat, the youngest driver to ever compete in the British Touring Car Championship when he debuted at Knockhill in 2013, and he's been on the grid ever since. He can never shake his way off that grid, and that's fantastic to see. And also Chris Smiley, who coincidentally bringing it back to TCR UK, the 2022 TCR UK champion, and also the 2013 Mini Challenge UK champion. So therefore, this series really being one of the launching points for so many individuals, particularly perhaps of Scottish heritage. But to be fair, it's not exclusive to Scottish drivers necessarily, but indeed house them up there. And this round, well, we should say this racing weekend is their away day, one of a number of away days. They previously came from an away day, which was at Cadwell Park on Sunday the 15th of June, where they had 3 rounds of racing there. Here today they've got 2 races, and then they've got their 3rd away day of the season, and that will be at Croft on the 23rd and 24th of August, where they've got another 3 rounds. But it's a packed grid, and as we mentioned only moments ago, there are 3 main championships being contested here. You do have the Overall Drivers' Championship, and given the fact that our 2024 champion of Ollie Mortimer is not on the grid for this season, it means we will have a new champion come the season end. But at the top of the field, it's the battle of Chad Little, who leads by only 6 points over Daniel Patterson, both of them taking a win and a 2nd place last time out at Cadwell Park. The other one going to the newcomers championship leader of Stuart McFadden, who sits in 3rd place overall. So he's doing an absolutely fantastic job, and he holds a 100% win record when it comes to the newcomers championship. And well, it does seem as though at the moment it's the battle for 2nd in the newcomers of Jonathan Wild and Michael Williams that is taking the spotlight there. So plenty to look out for in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, and we look forward to seeing who exactly is going to dominate the headlines here in round 10 of 20 at the Oulton Park circuit. So the grid is set, and now we await the lights. And it's lights out and away we go then for the first of 2 races for today for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. And it's a decent start there from all up and down the field, but the battle for 2nd overall is going to take centre stage, as it's going to be the 53 there. Oh, McFadden is trying to hold onto lead as they roar their way through the opening corner. 2 wide as they exit for the most part, albeit McFadden holding off Dalgleish as they roar their way down the hill. And right now, can he hold on into Cascades? I think the answer is yes, but by how much? As he runs a little bit deep then, Dalgleish trying to go up the inside immediately. Further on back there, we also saw some manoeuvring from Colburn, trying to get past Bell as soon as humanly possible. But our R53 pole sitter starting to pull away, and that is Wilkinson a run off into the distance. distance. As into the braking zone then for Island Hairpin they go, and right now in the battle of the R50s, 2 wide there, and that'll be Little and Patterson trying to go side by side. And right now Chad Little doing a lot, really putting on some big moves here to try and hold on to that position. But look at the front of that field, and as you can see, coming over Hilltop right now, it is very close between McFadden and Dalglish, but Dalglish not having the pace. 3 wide further on back there, I believe that's O'Riordan falling backwards, with Foster and Dryburn moving ahead of him, albeit a bit of a switchback there, I think, being performed by Foster as he tries to move forward. And then we do have the 88 of Holmes, also under a lot of pressure here from the 27, and that is Wichatunga, who's had an absolutely brilliant start, has managed to find his way clear of Irvine, and now is trying to make even more progress. But through Druids Bend they come, and this time it's going to be 1 wide between all of our drivers. Nobody really fancying 2 wide at the start. These minis, of course, hailing from the 2001 through to 2006 R50 Cooper generation. And, well, these cars normally turned into racing cars, an incredibly popular car to go racing, a very nimble car if you get it absolutely spot on with the setup. And this Oulton Park circuit is a demonstration of exactly how the minis can fly high. But coming out of the opening lap then, and was our R53 leader, clears the field. Wilkinson runs away. We then do have then our overall leader of the R50s, and that is McFadden, continuing to run off into the distance there. And how you can tell the newcomers versus the overall championship drivers who are not newcomers, you can see the backgrounds and the time towel. Those with the aqua background, they are classified as newcomers. Meanwhile, those in black, they're overall championship drivers, but not in the newcomer category. Battles behind, in fact, car going slowly there. That's crawling along. That doesn't look to be healthy. And that is the 871 of Bell. I think it's developed some sort of issue because it's crawling to a halt at Cascades, but thankfully the whole field able to go around, and Bell being very smart there by immediately stepping aside and making it as visibly clear as possible. Look, use the inside of Denton's. I don't want anybody near me right now. I've got problems with the car, that is. But as I drive head over Hilltop and down, well, their pace won't be abated. We are still under green flag conditions at the moment, and well, into the braking zone they go for the chicane this time around. Hop onto 2 wheels, there goes Dalglish, and well, absolutely on point here. But the problem is, for all the theatrics, it's not getting any closer to McFadden, and McFadden is absolutely running away rampant with this right now in terms of holding on. And the 52 there of none other, then Williams, Michael Williams. Well, given the fact he's got to be battling with Wild, well, Wild's a long way back there, so I think Williams will be very happy with the way things are going. And for the newcomers, by the way, we should point out that they take class points for their respective championship, and they do not have their points awarded based on their finishing positions in the overall classification. So therefore, right now, Williamson, even though he's 11th versus McFadden's 2nd place, he'll still take the 2nd place points, which will be 20 points. But enough about the theory, let's come to the practical. And oh, that's a big slide on entry there from Wichatunga, and he finally puts the move there on, I believe, the 88 of Holmes. Yes, he does. And as he makes his way across the timeline, he is absolutely flying out there. And when I spoke to him this morning, he definitely had a big grin on his face. Not quite Cheshire Cat, although that would be quite appropriate given we are in the county of Cheshire here today. But definitely he looked confident there. He wasn't a man of many words other than how to pronounce his surname, and the same for Coburn there. And well, absolutely enjoying it, no doubt about it. And both of them were grinning, and I get the feeling that grin is because they're both feeling as though they can go very well. But at the front of the overall R50 field, we can see there McFadden having to go a bit more defensive this time. Onto the brakes they come, out of the hairpin, and as they do, what can we see behind? Well, what we can see there is the 25 of Chad Little is getting closer, as is the 18 of Patterson. They are all closing up, and remember, Daniel Patterson is only 6 points behind Little in the overall championship. So right now, this is very contentious between the two of them, and the 17 of Coburn could play a role here all the way, although Chris Coburn is all the way down in 8th place, so therefore he's not right in the championship hunt at the moment, but he's definitely very eager to try and steal some points away if he can. There are 20 rounds over the season. They drop 3 scores, so it's their best 17, and well, so far this season, Little has been the man to beat because of his consistency, even though Patterson has been the man who's got more wins. It's 2 wins and to Little versus the 4 of Patterson, but the problem is Patterson's had some issues, including a retirement in the season opening round. That was at Knockhill, the anti-clockwise layout, and that was back on Saturday the 5th of April, and that retirement cost him quite dear with regards to the fact he would be leading the championship theoretically if it were not for that retirement. But still, that's why you have 3 drop scores, and the drop scores as the season go on will definitely change the complexity of how that championship stands. And right now, well, for McFadden, he's not too worried about that. What he's going to be more thinking about is how much further can I push it in order to get a little bit closer to Patterson and Little in the championship. In the fact, he's come into today sizably 30 points behind. I think he's going to be exiting today much closer than that. That's an abridged 30 points, so I think it's much closer, to be fair. It's more towards 20, but you get the picture there, and the fact that McFadden is definitely one to watch out for as he tries to steal some points away, and right now he's definitely on course to do it. But coming to what's on our screen, and as they make their way down in towards Cascade, well, we can see there what is the battle for 6th place of our R50s. Well, in fact, 7th place of R50s getting very close, but at the front of the field, look at this. 5 minis all nose to tail together, although I say that, and then Coburn decides to pull back a little bit. Chris, can you get a little bit closer, please, if you can, because it'd be great to see you right on the back there, but perhaps he knows something we don't, and when I say that, perhaps he knows that he doesn't need to be too close. However, here comes a move, and this is going to be Douglas up the inside of McFadden in towards the chicane. Right into left they go, and as they come on out, well, it's going to be a change there. We have a new R50 lead. We're going to have a change for second here as McFadden's elbowed out wide. It's a move from Little, but it's a big one, and as they head up the hill, it's too wide coming up through Clay into Tower, albeit which way are they going to go here? We'll catch them as they make their way towards Druids. I do wonder, ladies and gentlemen, whether Little will get it done. Well, he's going to be on the inside here, and he's going to bring everybody through with him, because McFadden right now on the outside, he's got nowhere to go than stay there, because that's going to be Patterson getting on through, or is it as they head over the rest and then make their way in towards Old Hall, and onto the brakes they go. In fact, Lodge Bend there, let me get my coordinates right, and as they come down to the brakes, well, it's still going to be too wide all the way through, and right now Patterson, he's still there, he insists he's got the right to be there. Meanwhile, McFadden, well, in the space of one lap, he's gone from leading the R50s all the way to falling back to fourth, and that is before, as Mohammed pointed out to me here, that we do have a time penalty that's now been accrued to McFadden, and that is going to be a 10-second post-race time penalty. I suspect it may be for track limit, and well, we've also got a 10-second post-race time penalty for your R53 leader up front of none other than Wilkinson here. So right now, I get the feeling that McFadden has not been told he's got a penalty. He's going to go from having probably the worst lap of his day here at Oulton Park in terms of places lost, to perhaps the most demoralising one of his championship so far, because it's 2 blows there, losing 3 places in a very tough battle, to suddenly then also know you've got a 10-second penalty. And right now, if we did the quick mathematics, that's going to practically put him to the back of the running order. It's going O'Riordan there, and that is going to be an absolute bruiser for the newcomer leader at this time. But still, all we can do at the moment is keep his head down and carry on racing. That's the truth of it all. He can't do anything about the fact that's come his way, if he's even aware of it at this point. And, well, much like we saw for Josh Silverdorant in the JSCC, it's going to be an absolute challenge for him now to keep on moving forward. But still, speaking of moving forward, with the fact that McFadden has been pushed back to 4th place in the R50s, it's now Dalglish who's trying to hold on to lead here, and he is absolutely going for it. It's Robbie Dalglish, and well, he's only been on the grid for 3 rounds so far this season in terms of where he's actually scored points, so therefore he may not be a full-time competitor because he does have more zeros than the drop scores would allow him to drop at this moment, but that's not going to stop him from enjoying this excursion down south. And as they come charging into the braking zone here, big squirm there for Little, and around the outside, look at this is going to be Patterson trying to go for it, but he finds out in the end when you're on that outside, you've got to carry all the momentum up the hill. It's going to be 3 abreast behind the race leader as they head to the timeline here. Who's going to be in second come the run into Old Hall Corner? Well, right now it's going to be Dalglish, and then it will be Little. Little holds on, but here comes McFadden. McFadden back up the inside here, 2 wide they enter, 2 wide they exit, and Patterson has to back off. The 17 of Colburn has dropped off of this battle for now. Oh, goodness me. Take a breather for a moment in terms of the battling for all these drivers. I mean, they're absolutely going at it. It's wonderful to see. And Irvine, meanwhile, is watching us at a distance in the number 65. I'm probably thinking, I'd like to be part of that. Albeit we do see there a little bit of a look to the inside from Williams trying to go in. That was Michael Williams looking for a move on Wichitunga, and that would have been for 7th place there. Couldn't quite find it, but the lead battle right now, back and forth, left, right and centre. And we do see the question there in the TCR UK chat for hothatch.net saying what was the 10-second penalty for, and if it's in reference to the penalties that are coming the way, as we understand it, for both Wilkinson, the overall leader, and the sole R53 class leader, plus also your newcomer leader there of Phil McFadden, it will be, I believe, for track limits. But don't quite quote me on that, but that is typically, if we see a mid-race penalty, it will either be due to contact or it will alternatively be due to, excuse me, it will be to track limits. And to be fair, we've had a very clean race in all of our drivers so far. They're absolutely demonstrating how well you can race here at Oulton Park, and And well, onwards they go, as I've just noticed the slightly googly eyes there of the number 91 at Dalgleish. In fact, I wonder if that's intentional on the paint scheme there. I mean, the headlights, to be fair, stand out very much so, but those just don't quite look normal in terms of their coloration, and the more I look at them now, the more they make me grin. And well, as he roars his way on through the right-hander there of Lodge Bend, I'm going to put my smirk away for a brief moment, because here comes another move, and that's going to be very contentious there, as McFadden looks one way and then decides, okay, perhaps there's not enough room, but here comes Little up the inside. It's free abreast here into the opening corner. McFadden on the outside, Dalgleish in the middle, and Little on the inside, and Little's going to come through. He takes one, he takes two. Can he hold on here coming down towards Denton's? Well, here comes a return from Dalgleish. He's going to look from the inside into Denton's Bend, around the outside of McFadden. There's not enough space there. He's going to go for it, however, but he has to back off, and here comes Patterson now. It's too wide coming on through Cascade, and it's absolutely brilliant. 2 by 2 they come. I don't think it's over yet, ladies and gentlemen. 4 minutes left on the clock right now. They're all absolutely going hammer and tongs here, and Little is trying to keep everybody back in the bottle behind him, but Dalgleish says no, you don't, and the places will flow here as they come out of the hairpin, as Patterson there close up the inside, but tyre exit means he can't get the throttle down as much as he'd like to. Remember, front engine, front wheel drive for these machines, as I wonder if that's something swinging loose inside the cockpit there of the number 53 of Phil McFadden, because if so, well, he might have to strap that up before race number 2 later on today. Oh, goodness me, and a bit of contact there. That was Patterson and McFadden. McFadden has to take to the escape road there through what is the much more different chicane, but he will pick up some speed as he exits, and well, I'm not quite sure there whether that was elbows out contact or whether that was a slide under braking style contact. If contact at all between the two of them, are so close, but that's what happens when you go racing as hard as you do here at Oulton Park. It's the tiniest of taps and the tiniest of mistakes which will make the difference, but what racing between this quartet right now, and indeed they're absolutely putting on a show here as they head towards another lap. And goodness me, I think we've got this lap plus at least another 2, and I want to know exactly how it's all going to end, but I don't want any spoilers here in terms of the story, so we'll take it lap by lap and quarter by quarter, because right now Dalgleish is holding on for dear life here. And well, to put you in the frame of mind for Robbie Dalgleish, if he can pull this off, it would be his first podium, and with it his first win of the season, and that would be a huge achievement if he can make it happen there in the number 91. Meanwhile, for Little, for Chad Little, it would be his 3rd win of the season, and his run of podiums would continue. However, Patterson behind, well, he wants to get involved in this as well, and it's going to be the fact that for Curtis Patterson, well, he's not had a win so far this season. He's a long way down the championship, but still he's got some way to go over the course of the season to try and pick up some more points here. Indeed, a number of drivers really trying to make an impression, as meanwhile, well, the leaders are scrapping absolutely hard, and that's a big scrap there in its own right, and that is going to be Woojatunga trying to hold Williams, plus also Holmes and Dryburr away, and Foster as well. So wherever you look, whether it be the top 5 in the R50s, alternatively the battle all the way for, I believe, what is effectively 8th on the road, but 7th in the R50 category. It's all absolutely going ballistic here, and we've got one more lap after this. We've got more penalties as well to be considered. We do have now a time penalty for the number 17 of Colburn, and that is a 5-second post-race time penalty. We don't have any more than that in terms of why they picked up the penalty, so we are just guessing. And it might be due to contact with another driver for all we know, ladies and gentlemen, because there are varying degrees of penalties here, and normally varying amount of times will indicate severity of incidents or types of incidents. But still, let's stay with what we do know, and that is we've got some absolutely fantastic racing out here, and one more lap to go. So here they come then, ladies and gentlemen, making the way to this final lap. In the rear of the picture, it's the battle between the 17 and the 53. And Will Colburn is trying to go all the way around the outside there. Can he find it? And the answer is no, he can't, but he's very eager to try and do it versus McFadden as those two continue to scrap. Onwards they go then. Last lap of round, or this round being round number 10 of the championship, and pinned to the wall there is Dalgleish as he tries to cover that inside as much as possible. Chad Little looks around the outside, tries to go for the switchback there. He times it with absolute pinpoint precision, but the problem is as well, Dalgleish nailing his exit. Then we do have Patterson close as they roar their way into the downhill segment here. Onto the anchors they go. No difference between them at the moment. It's absolutely tooth and nail, neck and neck between this top 5. And you can see how McFadden's got back ahead of Colburn, and Colburn watching at the back of the field and thinking, okay, how can I get involved here? And Chris Colburn will be a very intelligent driver, no doubt about it. But where can he apply those smarts? As we can see McFadden trying to go around the outside of the car of Patterson. Can't quite find it. And immediately. There he goes, and Coburn up the inside, using all that momentum on the cutback line. Too wide they go. Elbows get out there. It's door to door between them. No love lost. And the battle of the minis right now, they're all wearing wounds. They're all wearing scars. But right now, they're all battle-hardened racers. And too wide, we still have this battle for fourth place between the newcomer championship leader and a man who just wants to get onto the podium if he can. But I don't think he's going to be able to, because McFadden holds Coburn at bay, and out they come. But onwards they go. And as we do look to the front of the field, here is the win for the R53 class machine. And well done there to Wilkinson in taking that. Good drive from him for Ross Wilkinson. And we do hope to see some more R53 machines on the grid in future race weekends. So only continue to spice things up. But now the big question is, who will we see coming home with the R50 honours and really the overall race win honours when you exclude the R53? And not being rude about it, but this is where the overall championship lies. Well, Dalglish right now going as defensive as he possibly can here. Little's all over the back of him, but by Chad Little, I think a third win of the season is going to have to wait another race, because it is going to go the way of Dalglish. The little red machine holds on, or does it? It's a disaview, and Dalglish takes it on the road ahead of Chad Little, with Patterson in the end taking home third place. Irvine will be promoted to fourth as a result of the post-race time penalty for McFadden, who will still take the newcomers win there, I believe. Let's wait and see. It will then be Wichatunga who holds of Holmes, and also there Williams, and then it'll be Coburn who's demoted down the order there to 10th place overall, 9th for the R50s, and then we will have Foster, Wild, Dryber and O'Riordan, who in the end complete that finishing order, with the retirement unfortunately of Bell, meaning we don't quite see a 15-car finishing field. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what an end to that race. And that is just our first of two races of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup here, and round number 10 of their championship definitely did not disappoint at the Oulton Park Island circuit. Incredible battling start to finish, and particularly right at the front of the field in the R50s between Dalglish, Little, Patterson and also McFadden and Will Coburn all getting involved. Unfortunately, a number of time penalties really splitting them up in the final results categorisation. But on the road at least, they delivered an absolute spectacle, and I can tell because a number of you there in the YouTube chat absolutely enjoyed it, and we can see all the absolute huge thumbs up there. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, here are the provisional race results with all the post-race time penalties applied provisionally. Russ Wilkinson in a class of his own and taking victory there in the Mini Cooper S category. Well done to him, a solid drive, but you've got to get it done on the road, even if you're only a man there, and he continues on his great run of form for 2025. And then we come to the R50s, and Robbie Dalglish taking second overall on the road, but for him in the R50, the overall win, his first of the season there, and his first podium with it, and in the end by only 600ths over Chad Little, who adds another podium to his bank account. That is now his 7th podium, but that third win is still in waiting. Daniel Patterson taking third place in the R50 podium there, and well, a very quick rundown of those positions. And the reason for that, ladies and gentlemen, is because we don't need to keep waxing lyrical about those finishing positions. We need to talk about our drivers down in Park Ferme, and I believe they're making the way there, and Jack Oliphant very shortly is going to be getting those interviews with your top three. But just also a quick shout out there to our newcomer class winner of Phil McFadden, who had a brilliant drive there even with all the fighting. Well, I believe we are just waiting for our drivers to get themselves into position, and well, I believe our camera crew are almost there at the moment. And well, oh goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I'm speechless here in the commentary booth. I can imagine our drivers may be absolutely exhausted, but we will see, because we're going to cut to Jack now, and we're going to hear from our top three finishers and perhaps plenty more of our Scottish Mini Cooper Cup racers.
The Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, showing Oliver Bearman exactly how he should be driving cars around the British circuit here. If you know, you know. If you don't, trust me, it'll be on social media in a couple of minutes. This should have been all over social media, though, because what a race that these Scottish Minis gave us. Absolutely stunning. I was promised action, I was promised fireworks, even by the people in the chat, to be honest, in the YouTube chat. And a big thank you to everybody who's interacted with us so far today. They absolutely delivered. Now, I want to obviously chat to our overall winner, Ross Wilkinson, but he's not out of his car yet. So we're going to give one of the stars of the show, Mr. Dalglish, Robbie Dalglish, I was just making sure I got your first name right there. How on earth did you keep those four behind you for that amount of time? Because my goodness, you had to work hard.
Yeah, I had the 360 camera on, so I thought I'd better put on a show.
We need that footage.
Yeah, we've had trouble for a year and a half with the car. It's been brutal to be running at the back, not where we should be. We always knew we'd be at the top end. And it's kind of a case of around there, the toe is absolutely huge. So if you hit the front, you've got no chance. And I had the dilemma out there because I'd seen that Stuart had a 10-second penalty, and he was leading. So I was kind of like trying to get him to get away. Then I could go with him, and then I would get the win like that. But he just gave me an option. I had to send it down his inside, so I did that. And then basically once I hit the front, it was just basically selecting reverse gear into some of the corners, braking mega early. I'm sure Chad would have been absolutely cursing me, but it's the only option I had, and just basically parking the car and making it as wide as I could.
You made it extremely wide, and even then you were still managing 3 wide into turn 1 and everything like that. How heart-stopping is that moment for you when you see that coming out, and how do you actually assess your situation on how you come out on top in that situation?
Yeah, it's also assessing the drivers around you, making sure they've got the experience and they're not just going to cut you up and hit into the side of you. That was a really clean race from where I was, absolutely nothing to do with contact at all. I was just trying to make sure I stayed off the track limits as well. It's so easy to drop a curb here and then just pick up a 5-second penalty, so I was just trying to nurse that as well. But no, it was a great race, I really enjoyed it.
Mr. Palmer loves his track limits around Oulton Park. Right, thank you very much. Great race by Robbie Dalglish. Now, I want the overall race winner as well, if possible, which of course was Ross Wilkinson. We're going to have to cut this really quite quickly. Is Ross Wilkinson around us? No, everybody's turning away from me. I'm guessing he's somewhere else. He was the R53 winner, and I was hoping to get a chance. Is that him at the end there? Fantastic. This is the problem when you like jump into a job, not last minute, but when you don't know the drivers as well. Mr. Wilkinson, Ross Wilkinson, that was a commanding lead, even with a 10-second penalty, wasn't it, at the end? But the R53 going well, and you're going well.
Yeah, it felt brilliant. Do you know what the 10-second penalty was for?
Absolutely no idea. We were trying to contemplate. Everybody in the YouTube chat was also giving their theories. We assume track limits, because it's either track limits or contact if it's mid-race. You weren't near anybody, so...
I'm wondering about a jump start maybe, but I don't think I did.
Jump start is a possibility as well, actually.
Position, something like that.
Well, still, it was a dominant display from yourself. What's Oulton Park like to drive one of these R53s?
Oh, fantastic. It's an amazing car, amazing track. Yeah, come back anytime. Love it.
And it's one of your sort of trips away down south, even though it's very north for us in England, isn't it? How does it feel to be sort of like having to come all the way down here? Knockhill's a brilliant circuit, but is it a case of you enjoy these away days?
I love it. I think it's a great way to kind of experience new tracks instead of just the same thing over and over. Knockhill was great, but the facilities here as well are unmatched.
Yeah.
It's so different, so good.
It's brilliant, and we're hoping for a few more R53s to join you on this grid eventually.
Oh yeah, fingers crossed forever, yeah.
Well, it's brilliant. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Right, I think there are cars starting to go out there on circuit. I'm just waiting, just see if Elliot can tell me in my ear whether I... Do you want... Okay, right, we're going to throw over to Paul. I was going to have a chat to Chad a little bit. We'll give him a rest. We'll maybe catch him a little bit. Paul Walsh, we're going back over to you, because I believe it's the CNC Head Sports Saloon Car Championship.
Thank you, Jack. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. As quickly as the dust has settled from our previous race, we are now going racing once again. And this will be for the second and final race of today for the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, round number 7 of their 2025 campaign. How does the grid line up, I hear you ask? Well, here it is. Alec Modrow lines up on pole position in the Westfield Aero, joined on the front row of the grid by Anthony Sullivan. We'll then have Jamie Cryer starting third ahead of Simon Alloway, who dominated up front in race number 1 of the day. Can he do the same again in this second race in the Lotus Esprit V8? Gary Wardle and Mark Primette will line up on row number 3, and we'll keep your eyes out for the Audi A3 TCR machine, because it looks very ferocious midway through the race earlier on. And then Bod Buckby and Marshall Groves make up row 4. Row 5 to complete your top 10, it's Stephen Parker, who had a miserable race number 1, ended up briefly beached in the gravel at Knickerbrook Corner, but he got it back out there in the end. And the Ford Fiesta driver is joined by the Bentley GT of Ash Hicklin, the car that in the end went very deep into Island Hairpin, and after that it wasn't quite the same car in terms of the pace it wanted to show. Perhaps he's been able to resolve a brake issue or two. Carl Bennett starts 11th there in the BMW M3 E46. Watch out for him, he'll be a fast starter, ahead of Ryan Nelson. And then on row number 7 we'll have David Blockley in the company of Philip White. Speaking of Blockley, that Ginetta G56 GT looks lovely, sounds lovely, and goes very quickly as well in the hands of David. It's going to be one to watch. John Price lines up there in 15th place in the Vauxhall Tigra, ahead of the Citroen Xara VTS, Paul Rovero, or the It's Not Ricard Rydell machine, because it's got the Ricard Rydell Volvo colours, but still a very fast car out there, and right now the overall championship leader with Baz Johnson and Jason Hennifer on row number 9, and in completing a top 20, it's Steve Rolls and Simon Gravely. We've still got plenty more cars out there, however, this is an absolutely packed grid, ladies and gentlemen. That's just your first 20 cars, and they've made their way round from the pit lane, but they will have a green flag formation lap, so it buys us a bit more time. We'll then have the BMW Z4 of Simon Hutt, who's joined by the company of Louis Dobson. The Ford Fiesta ST 150 driver starts 22nd. And then we have a Class C newcomer, John Edward Parton, well, in the Ford Fiesta XR2. He'll be started 23rd for this one and looking to make progress from race number 1. Robert Wakelin lines up 24th from the Honda Civic. And then we have on row 13, Jonathan Lee and Julian Wood. Row 14, it's Kevin Taylor and Robert Claxton, with top 30 being completed by Helen Allen and Errol Taylor. And then we've got a couple more drivers to also make sure we cover, and well, we'll get to those in due order as the engines are getting ready for the green flag lap. Ralph Underwood and Matt Hibbert, they line up together there on row 16, with Matt taking over the car for race number 2, and Georgina Bartlett takes over the number 10 Renault Clio 182 for what will be their final race of the day. But as the field makes its way away, well, I think that is going to be the green flag formation lap getting started. Intriguing there that some drivers had a bit of a slow start, whereas others have gone for a bit of a faster start. Many of you may remember, if you were tuning into this broadcast on the very start of the day, we did have a little bit of an interesting moment for our first race of the day, which was round number 6 of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, because half the field thought we'd gone green flag racing, half the field thought we'd gone onto the green flag formation lap. There was some confusion, but in the end it was all settled. Everything was very quickly red flagged, and all the drivers were told, no, don't go into the pits, go back onto the grid, line up again, we're going to do it again. These things happen, to be fair, and our marshal's doing a fantastic job. A big shout out to the Orange Army out there, not the Dutch one that's cheering on Max Verstappen over at Silverstone today, but here at Oulton Park, let's give a big cheer to our marshals, because remember, without them, we cannot go racing. And many of them, if not all of them, volunteering their time to make sure things proceed as swimmingly as possible. And also to point out as well that in a number of the series you're seeing here today, the drivers are encouraged, particularly in the Scottish Mini Cup Championship, they are encouraged to do some marshalling over the course of the seasonal campaign. Sometimes it's worth extra points in the championship, sometimes it's just their way of being able to give back to the fact the marshals have been doing so much hard work, and also to learn what it's like from a marshal's perspective when things don't go quite right on race day, and the fact that when it goes right on race day, all they do, and well, you could excuse me for the way I say this, they stand around and all they've got to do is the hard job of watching the racing until it goes wrong, and that's when they've got to leap into action, and that's when they do a fantastic job, and not enough praise can be levied against the British Marshals. But as everybody gets themselves set, and well, I can see so many of you across both our BARC YouTube chat and also our TCR UK YouTube chat, both absolutely loving the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race that's just unfolded. Well, settle yourself down again, because we have got plenty more to come here in round number 7 of the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship, as the number 10 there of none other, the number 10 in Class E, that is, makes its way around. That's Georgina Bartlett taking over the car, taking it over from William Bartlett, who raced it in race number 1 of the day. Well, we're not too far away from another fantastic race here. And well, after race number 1, well, the grid has been set on this one. And based on the second fastest laps in qualifying there, it's going to be another standing start. But race number 1 was the dominance of none other than Simon Alloway. But can he be beaten this time? We will see, because he's got plenty of close company out there, and some drivers in particular to watch out for. Jamie Cryer and his Ginetta G20. Very fast through the corners, but very little punch on the straights, but corners are where he excels. Also watch out there for Gary Wardle. He had a good race number 1 earlier on. And further on down as well, we've got some drivers who will gradually pull their way through the field potentially, including Marshall Groves and Stephen Parker. The number 1 of Stephen Parker, who starts 9th, he's definitely one to keep your eyes on, because he will want retribution for what was a miserable start to today for him. We can't emphasise it enough, because things just haven't gone right for him this season so far as the 2024 defending champion. But you never know. Magic can always turn around here at Oulton Park as the last of our cars get into position, and then it will be lights out and away we go. They're all on the grid. And the lights are starting to go on, ladies and gentlemen. The roar of engines builds. And it's lights out, away we go for round number 7 of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship here at Oulton Park, and it's a brilliant start there from Alloway and his Lotus Esprit. 2-wide battle it goes there with the Caterham getting ahead, the 36 making the move stick. That was Modro losing the lead, a big spin sideways there, not quite, yes it is, no it's not. He gets under control, well done there from our number 26 driver who brings it all back together. That was Dobson, who had a nightmare start, but Louis Dobson showing that sometimes you just got to wrestle it back under control. Goodness me, that's a brilliant car control there. It was almost as if he was wrestling with an alligator. But right now, from alligators to Esprits, with the Class A leader here breaking away, a big lock up with the break in from our Caterham there. And well, again, it stopped in time. Was our number 36 driver in the Westfield Aero. In fact, I should correct myself there. Apologies for the wrong classification of the car. Modro doing a fantastic job in preventing the car from going back into the leader. But it's already been an opening 4 corners, which has been absolute pandemonium. But from the pandemonium at the start, now things will settle down. Top 3 start to pull away. And the JCW Mini there, the John Cooper Works Mini, trying to hold on this Sullivan, but he's under a lot of pressure. He's had a difficult start there. It's to be expected from front engine front wheel drive. He gets a lot of wheel spin. He's going nowhere at the start, but still he's got more time to try and pick up the places. As we see the Bentley GT has had a good start as well. And that is Hicklin, who right now find himself settled into position as they all come towards the end of the first half of the lap. And I can tell you one thing, the very popular car there is that number 88, or the 86, sorry, of Groves in the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge. A very popular car. When I was walking past Park Ferme earlier, when they were clearing it out in preparation for the Milltek Civic Cup race, everybody wanted to be near that car, and it's understandable. They're really a callback to a bygone era in a way of touring car racing, and it is here to stay. Unfortunately, we are missing the RB26 Nissan that we saw earlier on, the car which has been previously run by a number of BTCC stars, including Jake Hill, and was in the very capable hands of Richard Wood, but it's not on the grid for this one, unfortunately. I suspect it may be making its way away from the circuit and will now just come out for a 1 race day. But on to lap number 2 we go, and as we do, still plenty of fighting out there, even in the absence of 3 of our starters. And well, what we can see is there is a growing battle towards the front of the field. Alloway is running away with the day so far, but in the Bentley GT there, we're going a bit defensive was Hicklin, because he's got Nelson in the Ginetta right behind. 2 very different cars in terms of how they gain the lap time, as we have a safety car, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness me. Now, what has triggered the safety car? We haven't seen it on screen. Just double checking here whether we've got any information to tell us what's happened. And well, with regards to cars out there, we have lost, intriguingly, we have lost Paul Rovero. Now, is he in the pit lane? Yes, he is. Ah, there we go. That's the culprit as to what's happened. That's the number 26 of Dobson there. Now, how exactly has Louis Dobson ended up in the gravel is perhaps our next question of the day. And in terms of where all of our drivers are, I'm going to take a guess that is going to be either Hislop Chicane, alternatively, would that be Cascades? Well, if it was so, it would be on the inside of Cascades, but that seems not to be where the gravel will be. We've got a replay here. This will fill us in with regards to the race start, at least. And, well, remember, Louis Dobson had the absolutely entertaining start, but we saw at the front of the field, Alloway getting away very strongly, and then it was Modro who led the rest of the field and through, and then Louis Dobson making his way sideways one way, then the other, and finally getting it back together. Brilliant car control there after it all went wrong, and this is where it did go wrong for Dobson the second time. This time, however, he couldn't stop it from going to the gravel, and that was firmly beached there. And well, something you can tell me, at the back end of that Ford Fiesta ST150 was very loose and were under braking there, even looser than he would have liked it. And I wonder if that was set up or perhaps something's gone wrong in the car. But either way, it has come to the end today for Louis Dobson. But still, he's given us some entertainment in this race, and also the one earlier on, no doubt about it. So commiserations to him, but thankfully it looks as though drivers are okay. The marshals right now seeing if they can extract the car, get the car moving so they don't have to potentially get a crane to lift it on out, and that's why they're trying to clear the gravel from the tyres essentially to see if it can move on of its own volition, because if we do have to go to a crane or a tractor, then we are going to have to spend extra time behind the safety car. But it looks as though that car is firmly beached there, at least on the front left tyre. I can't tell you how the front right looks, but I get the feeling the front right might be very similar to the front left in terms of where it's positioned at this time. This is, of course, going to bleed some of the race time. We normally have 20 minutes of racing, and therefore this will really bring the race to a halt. But as we do cut back over to where everyone's behind the safety car, well, this will bunch the field back up, and, well, some big changes at the start of the race. We talked about the front of the field, but what about elsewhere down the field? Well, Wardle managed to move up to 8th place in his Audi A3 TCR after a bit of a difficult start for Wardle, to be fair to him, given the fact that he started, Gary Wardle, in 5th, and, well, fell all the way down to the bottom end of the top 10, so he's been able to move back up to 8th place. Very gradual gains, and there's the pickup truck to try and tow Dobson's car out of the gravel. Go on, can it move? The answer is yes, it can. It has been released from the sand trap, and, well, as he makes his way on down, I can imagine there that right now for Louis Dobson, that car will be heading towards the pit lane very shortly. He's still in there to steer the car around the circuit, because at the end of the day, otherwise that car would be swinging like a pendulum behind the pickup truck. They're great work, marshals, to get that extricated as quickly as possible, and will depend on where the cars are. I would suspect that not this lap they're currently on, but the lap after, we may be going green flag of racing again, because that car of Dobson is moving happily now, albeit it's been aided to move on, but that's a good sign, because it will be aided its way into the pit lane, and then we will be all clear. Of course, the marshals will do a little bit of clearing with regards to the circuit, as we do say hello to a number of you there in the YouTube chat, and if you haven't already, do let us know where you're tuning in from today, because we know a number of you will be tuning in from the United Kingdom. Feel free to tell us what county you're tuning in from, but I suspect we may have some of you tuning in from further abroad as well, and let us know, because it's always good fun to hear where you're catching this broadcast from. In the BARC YouTube chat, we do say hello there to Patrina Hodgson, who says good luck from Trina at all of the car service packs. We also say hello there to Tommy Tutone, who waves to the commentators, and we wave back to him, and we also say hello to Volio14, who talks about the number 9 of Lee and saying it's got a rebuilt engine after it blew up at Anglesey. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we have just had it confirmed on our ear that the lights on the safety car are out, and we are going to be back up to racing speed very shortly. And, well, it's going to be to Simon Alloway to take us to plenty more action with 13 minutes plus a final lap left on the clock. But when will he restart? Well, I think the answer is it's there, the proof's in the pudding. He goes immediately into the final corner, and now everybody has to play catch-up. And as they do, I think everyone being caught out by this to some degree. But Alloway absolutely blazes away there, and we're back up to race pace here. Plenty more laps to come. But Alloway right now absolutely nailing the restart, and we're leaving everybody behind really to try and scurry after him. And you can see the damage that's done in terms of the way he's restarted the race, catching everybody out on the run through Lodge Corner, because the whole field from car to car is about 0.8 of a second, albeit not quite so there if you're a big fan of the BMW M346 of Bennett. He's had a really good restart. He's all over the back of Groves in the fight for 6th place. I wouldn't be surprised that Vauxhall Vectra Challenge is going to be experiencing the change shortly, having to go defensive, and here it is, and it's going to be, oh, it's a big whack there, side to side in towards Island Hairpin, and, well, in the end, he came in like a missile, did Bennett. He licked the stamp and sent it, and I think that was first class, but I think there we're going to now see a counter-attack here from Groves as they come over, and indeed, Bennett gives the place back there, I think respecting the fact that perhaps he was a little bit too optimistic with going that late in the day from that far back, but still, you've got to try, as they say, and that is only going to bring Wardle back into this battle now, and Wardle, your second place Class A driver, well, he'll be conscious to try and clear these two, so that way he can move away from White, Hicklin and Nelson, who will all be quite eager to catch up to him in turn. But right now, in this battle for second place in the class of Groves and Bennett, well, you can imagine that these two will be pushing each other along, and here's going to become another opportunity. Bennett immediately breathing down the back of that Vauxhall. Indeed, he's absolutely trying to go down a move here as much as he humanly possibly can, albeit I think the sensible head's taken over a little bit there for the number 117 driver, and I think at this point he's thinking to himself, okay, perhaps I went a little bit too aggressively, let's just keep putting some pressure on and see what comes after that. But of course, more to come, as Sullivan meanwhile leads their class, and that is going to be in Class D, and he's just running away with things at the moment. It's Sullivan and heading off into the distance, but he'll have earned it that way, given the fact the mini JCW machine, well, it qualified quite well, and now the battle for second are really taking centre stage there in Class D. He's just going to gradually open up more and more of a gap for a potential victory. Further down the order, oh, hold up a second, we do have Sullivan going quite slowly there. Has he had a run wide? Because he's had an absolutely horrible lap so far. In fact, he's been reeled right on in, unless he's got a problem. There was a brief yellow flag there I saw out the corner of my eye coming out of Cascades. I think Sullivan's had an off at Cascades, and it brings you up, well, as they roar the way up the hill, well, I believe, in fact, He's had a spin as Sullivan, although I didn't quite see it on camera, unless my eyes are going absolutely blind there, to be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. But I think he's had a spin at Cascades now that I'm told. And, well, as our drives were all the way on around, I think we might get a replay of that shortly. I may have been looking at my timing tower when that happened, to be fair. And, well, as our drives carry on, well, Sullivan right now, definitely as Class D leader. Sonny feels all that gap he had has been completely slashed in half. But we can see there now Wardle trying to pick his way through the drivers as quickly as they possibly can. And, well, Wardle in the Audi A3, he's going to be a bit of an interrupter here, because Bennett will be thinking to himself, OK, can we politely get this Audi out the way sooner rather than later? And the answer is, well, it's going to be at the whim of Wardle to find his way through, or Bennett's going to have to fight again. My drivers make the way onto another lap here. 10 minutes still to go. We do have a 10-second time penalty being applied to Buckby, who's running in full place at the moment. But in the rear of the picture, battle side by side there, that's Bennett versus Nelson. Our Class A drivers are now starting to pick up the pace here. Well, Alloway already picked up the pace ages ago. But right now, Wardle and Nelson, they've both found some steam, and they're both trying to make their way through again. But roaring the way onwards, and onwards they'll go. And I can see there's so many of you saying where you're tuning in from, including a number from what is, well, a very wintry Johannesburg there, South Africa for Grant. Well, that's very great to see in the BARC chat. But meanwhile, on the brakes goes Wardle up the inside of the Vauxhall Vectra, and I think that was signalled to pass there by number 86 of Groves. I think he wants Wardle out the way so that way he can focus on his race. But here comes Nelson in the meantime. Well, he's having to get a bit more inventive with regards to trying to make this move on Bennett. I don't think Bennett wants that Ginetta getting past him if he can help it. And well, they'll go too wide into the chicane. And in the end, Bennett slams the door firmly shut into Nelson's face and says, no, I'm chasing a Vauxhall right now. You stay where you are. And I think Nelson's going to be shortly saying, look, I wasn't asking. I'm going to find this way through very shortly, because Wardle is running away from me the longer I stay behind. But drivers were on their way onwards, and we speak of roaring because right now the fight for second in Class B, well, this is going to be Cryer versus Buckby. Now remember, Buckby does have a post-race time penalty, and we believe that is for track limits that it's being applied, but he's probably not aware of that at the moment, so he's just enjoying the pursuit. Is the KTM7 driver versus the Ginetta G20, and here he comes up the inside. Buckby goes for it, onto the brakes they both go, slices up the inside, and well, it's a smooth move. It'll be for track position. The only problem is it won't be for finishing position in the race, because remember, he will have that penalty to take, and that will demote him all the way down. But he's probably not aware of it at the moment, and neither is Cryer, and therefore this could mean that we're going to see an absolutely brilliant battle between them. But as they leave our picture, then we can see Wardle has found his way ahead of all of the Class D drivers there. And moving onwards as the Class A driver in second in the class, he's now up to 5th overall. And Will Sullivan with that spin, which I do apologise for missing it once again, as my race director has told us. There was caught on screen. We'll hold the phone as 3 wide into the hairpin, and in the end, well, there's a bit of contact there between Nelson and the rear of Groves' car, and Bennett survived it on the inside, but Nelson had to pull the car out wide, almost ended up making his way all the way out toward the international hairpin instead at Sherwell's corner, but they've settled it. And Bennett has made his way past both of them. He's made his way past his target man, most importantly, of Groves. Nice move there from Bennett in the 117, but the BMW M3 E46 driver right now, he is not holding anything back. And Nelson, meanwhile, he's probably thinking, great, I've replaced a BMW for a Vauxhall Vectra. He's just going to be thinking to himself at this point, OK, what do I have to do next? Remember, they are allowed to race each other. It's not as though because they're in different classes they should let each other go. They're here to have a good old ding-dong scrap, to be fair. And all the way through the season, we're going to see this. But for Nelson right now, you've got to imagine the frustration and the red mist is building there under his visor, because he's thinking to himself, all the other Class A guys have been able to make these moves happen, so why can't I do it? As the laps continue to trickle away. And Wardle right now is just gradually absconding off into the distance. Now, further on down, there's not too many battles to note elsewhere, although we do have Price and White fighting gradually over a length overall. They're getting a little bit closer together, but otherwise right now things seem to be pretty stable outside the top 10, and the top 10 is where you find all the madness and excitement. Not that we're complaining, of course, because that means we're going to see plenty more. As Nelson very close, the closest he's been to the back of Groves this time, and out of the corner they come, but how close can he be now as they roar upwards, and can he look for the move here? He's going to look around the outside. He's very eager to do so. Groves meanwhile puts the car in the middle of the road and says, I've seen that one coming. It's been tried on me enough times. Try something a little bit more inventive. And Nelson immediately goes, OK, if I can't make it happen there, I'll pick up all the momentum and head onwards. But speaking of onwards, there is your leader, in second place overall, but leader in class, and that is the number 36 there of Alec Modro, and he is leading in Class B there by a comfortable 14-second margin over second place in Class Man. Third on the road, and that is Buck B, who's still fighting McCryer over those second place honours on circuit. But as we say, we know there is a time penalty for Buck B, which will be applied after the race, and you will see that in the provisional finishing results. But this CNC Heads race has definitely turned heads left, right and centre, but it's always crazy out there, no doubt about it. And well, as our drivers head towards the final 5 minutes, we had a safety car. Oh, goodness me, hold up a second. Oh no, that is not what you want to see. The number 48 there. That was your Class leader, Class D leader of Sullivan. And well, he gets it out of the tyre barrier. That tyre barrier on the exit of Druids has seen plenty of front engine, front wheel drive car buried in it at some point today on making contact. He rejoins, thankfully, and it looks so. The way he went in backwards, having slid around on the grass, and I've been reliably told that he did have a spin earlier on the exit of Cascades, so therefore, right now, that the JCW Mini, well, it's not in the happiest of places, the John Cooper Works machine, and, well, that's going to put Sullivan a long way down the order, and suddenly, Bennett and Groves takes a much bigger relevance here, because they're suddenly battling for Class D victory, not for second place in class. And you can see Bennett there in the blue BMW on the right of your screen as they make their way past a little bit of traffic. And meanwhile, oh goodness me, this is getting very tasty, because that was Groves really saying to Nelson, here's the shoulder, if you're going to go on the outside of the hairpin, back out. And well, Nelson doing so in the end, but not willingly by looks of things, as Alloway picks his way through a bit more traffic, but he is being caught a little bit there by Modro. It's all happening now. Again, because we have the new permutation, which is that the front of the field is now starting to come up behind the rear of the field. And well, it is the expectation that the elite lap drivers will find the safest way to make their way past the drivers further down, because remember, they are in all different classes. And well, as we do see there, the 36 of Modro making its way on around here at full pace. The gap between him and Alloway has come down a long way. And in fact, Modro on that last lap, a 29.822 to the 31.319 of Alloway. He is closing quickly. And, well, Modro set the fastest lap of everybody. That's a big lock-up on the brake in there, but just about lets it go in time. Does the 96 driver Buckby, 21 seconds behind Modro. But he's still pushing hard here, because he's got Cryer close behind. And, well, if he's been told that he's got a time penalty, he's probably thinking to himself, OK, I need to open up as much of a gap as possible. And well, that's always the way, of course. You want to open up as much of a gap for unforeseen circumstances. The only one where you don't want the gap, understandably, is the safety car, because all that hard effort will go for nothing in theory. But as we see some blue flags waving there, everybody now tripping over each other's toes, as that is going to be the Volkswagen Golf GTI there, stepping aside for a brief moment. And that would have been the car of none other than Claxton, which rather nice palette of colour scheme. We'll come in back here then. And to your Class D leader, the 117 of Bennett. With Groves still holding off Nelson, you can imagine that Bennett right now will feel quite confident. Here comes Nelson again, however, looking for another move. They're still fighting over the 7th place, and surely Nelson's got to have this time. He's on the inside, but he hasn't got enough speed. That Ginetta just does not have the punch in the middle gears and goes straight on there. He misses braking point, I think too busy trying to outbrake the Vauxhall Vectra challenge, and in the end Nelson has to take the escape road. He'll lose a little bit of time, but does it absolutely smoothly, demonstrates he can go through the quick slalom better than most, and up the hill he goes once again. But right now for Nelson, I think afterwards he's going to be going to Groves and saying, you're the worst obstacle I've ever had to beat, fairly that is. And right now Groves is just demonstrating what you can do in the Vauxhall Vectra. But coming a bit further down the order, this is the battle, and I believe that is the 138 of Gravely versus Hibbert. They're fighting over 15th overall, and well, it's the battle of the Volkswagen versus the Honda, and there is your overall leader coming up behind them. Such is the pace of Alloway, but you can see that Modro is not too far behind, as Alloway in fact has now decided to send a message to Modro, which is, I'm taking it easy, because he's just put in the new fastest lap of the race, a 28.4 versus Modro's 29.7, which was a personal best. But the battle for 15th, it will take a brief pause, because what we do see there is that a Honda Civic driver of Hibbert decides to step aside, and very shortly you would imagine that Gravely is going to be mindful of doing the same. The only upside is he'll be doing it most likely coming into Lodge Corner, where he'll lose a little bit less time, because it's a straightway up there, and well, that's going to enable Alloway to get straight ahead before that braking zone. But their battle will resume as our race leader gets ready to go onto one final lap. And right now for Simon Alloway, after victory in the previous round earlier today, well, he's heading his way very quickly to what will be 6 out of 7 overall wins and another Class A win, which will definitely improve his points. And if he hasn't used his Joker already today, And he's decided not to use it in this race either, where he'll get double points where he finishes and need points he takes from fastest lap, etc. The big question will be, when is he going to use his Joker? The only thing I can think of is damage limitation rounds. But enough theorising, we've still got more to come, and that is going to be Parker in the number 1, up the inside there of one of the drivers who's a bit further down. I believe that was one of the Renault Clios there being passed, trying to discern who that was. And well, there's the Clio 182 of Bartlett there, 22nd, whereas Parker's in 13th, so a lap up. But here we come back to the battle between Groves and Nelson is still right there. They may be in two different classes based on engine sizes, and we didn't really talk about that today, and the fact that all the classes are differentiated based on whether they're silhouette stroke heavily modified cars versus production cars, and then the engine size is a big factor. But as they come across that timeline, well, Nelson right now looking up the inside. Here he goes. He's finally going to have a chance at this. It's turn 1. It's squeezed into the position there, and in the end, Groves, as much as he tried to squeeze Nelson, what he's been able to find a way through is Nelson the 58. That took bravery. That has got to be the most boldest pass here we've seen today, or up there as well, the contenders. My goodness, take a bow, Nelson, because that was absolutely phenomenal. As meanwhile, speaking of phenomenal, making his way out to the final corner then is going to be your race winner here, and making it back-to-back overall Class A wins is going to be Simon Alloway, who takes a victory in the Lotus Esprit V8, and behind him it will be your Class B winner, and it will be none other than Alec Modro, with Cryer then taking 3rd place as he comes across the road shortly. We've got a little bit of time before he arrives at his destination. Have we got Cryer still here? I'm just trying to see. I believe we're going to see him at some point, unless he's had a bit of an instant somewhere, because he hasn't come on through, unless my eyes have deceived me. Well, there he is. He's going slowly, and that is going to release some other drivers on through, including Buckby there. We will have Wardle in the meantime make his way through, but it looks as though there for Cryer, something's gone wrong on the Ginetta G20 right at the end. Well, Buckby's going to beat him on the road, but he'll still be demoted behind Cryer at the finish line. Again, the fact that Buckby does have that time penalty. Wardle will also come on through there, and we'll see him taking 2nd place in Class A in the Audi A3 TCR. And well, we've got another 10 seconds or so before we get to your Class D winner, when they're going to arrive. And there it is. It's going to be just about there for Bennett, ahead of Nelson, and then Groves will be your runner-up in Class D in a brilliant scrap in the end, and that Vauxhall absolutely putting on a highlight reel of its own taking. And well, shortly we will see 9th and 10th come to the line. But elsewhere, well, we do have also to celebrate, we do have Edwards Parton taking Class C honours out there, the sole Class C machine. But great to see the Ford Fiesta XR2 out there. And we also do have Class Victory honours, I believe, in none other than Class E for Hibbert, who took what was 11th on the road as classified, in fact 16th on the road as classified in the Honda Civic. But as they all come to the finish line here, ladies and gentlemen, an absolutely crazy CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship race, and round number 7 in the end delivering. It had everything from safety cars to fast starters to brilliant battles both within and outside of class, and really it was a class of their own. And many of you said in the YouTube chat these races are always madness, but for all the right reasons, and most definitely here in this 2nd race of their day at Oulton Park, an absolutely mad race. And if you want to catch more of them, they will be heading to Oulton Park National for the 9th and 10th of August for another 2 rounds of racing. But here are the provisional top 14 results, subject to any stewards' inquiries, for round number 7 of the championship. And Simon Alloway taking another overall win, and with it 6 out of 7 so far this season, both overall in Class A. Alec Modro took home Class B honours there, ahead of Jamie Cryer, with Gary Wardle in 4th place, 2nd of the Class A drivers, ahead of Bod Buckby, with that post-race time penalty demoting him to 5th. Then it was Class D victory for Carl Bennett, a well-deserved one at that, particularly after the loss of Anthony Sullivan in terms of when he lost the lead. And then Ryan Nelson split the Class D top 2, with Nelson being between Bennett and Marshall Groves, and the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge finally being passed by the Ginetta, albeit it took an absolutely Herculean effort. Philip White then finished in 9th, ahead of Anthony Sullivan, who rounded off your top 10. The Mini JCW driver will be frustrated to miss out on the Class D win after that moment that he did have midway through the race. Well, 2 major moments to be fair to him. And we saw John Price in 11th, ahead of Jason Hennifer, with Stephen Parker finishing this race in Class D in 4th place, but knowing it's still a season that's not going quite the right way after his 2024 glory, and David Blockley completing your top 14. Oh, goodness me, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that race was absolutely intense, but we can head down to Jack in Parc Ferme to hear from our top 3 finishers and some other drivers as well. And I think we definitely need to hear their perspectives and how they can dissect what has been an absolutely incredible end to the race in here today for the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship.
The CNC Head Sports Saloon Car Championship. Well, 20 minutes doesn't really ever feel like enough time, does it? When we're looking at such a prestigious array of cars, one of which is parking straight up in front of us, nice and close, which is pretty cool. I'm actually trying to find out who's... in fact, it's probably easy just to look at the side of it. It's Edwards Patron, number 12. Nice looking car. And to be honest, not on my entry list, so that's why I'm struggling to find it. Great jigsaw looking car. Now, we've spoken to Simon Alloway. What I want to do is potentially speak to Alec Modrow, because Alec was the race winner in Class B. Alec, I've already said hello to Simon. Big congratulations again, but I'm sure you'll understand. Modrow, it's been a tough season from what I understand so far, but that was a pretty good race. You were closer to Simon than you were anybody else.
Yeah, no, it was brilliant. Really good, well done. Able to get it together with the mechanics, being able to fix the shaft as well. So, yeah, really happy with what I was being able to do, and it was a great race, and well done to Simon.
Yeah. Well, in terms of the car, talk me through it a little bit, because a lot of people might look at this and think Caterham, but it's not. So talk us through it. What are we looking at here?
So it's a Westfield Aero with a Ford Endurotec engine within it. 2.3, similar to my brother, to be honest, which unfortunately he can't be racing today, but in this race anyway. But yeah, it's a rapid piece of kit, and it's lovely to drive.
In terms of race cars, there's nothing really better than something like this, with the experience of being out of the car as well, almost, in the roll cage.
Exactly. So I came from karting, so I mean, this, as soon as I got in, it just felt like my senior road tax days. So yeah, it's a brilliant thing to drive, and awesome on this track.
Well, you did awesome as well. Big congratulations on that Group B win, and hopefully we'll see you in the coming season. Right, we want Carl Bennett, which is the number 117, which is a number, as a gaming fan, Xbox particularly, I am a big fan of the number 117. Anybody who has played Halo will understand. Right, Bennett is over, well, his car's over here. I'm not entirely sure where the driver is. Have we got a Bennett? We have got a Bennett. There we go, Carl Bennett. From Birkenhead as well. You are positively local, aren't we? Don't worry, we won't need subtitles because it's not quite Liverpool. I'm kidding, obviously, but it's a fantastic car, a great race to be a part of as well. How did it find it for you?
Yeah, it was good. In qualifying, I've done a few setups on the car, which went backwards basically, so it was 15th on the grid. We're usually in top 10.
Yeah.
First race, had a good start, just trying to get through the pack up to 6th. I think Rick Woody was first in class, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Second in class, so still gaining points. So yeah, and then that race was good. A lot of battling.
Yeah.
A lot of battling.
I was going to say, it's exactly what we want to see in Oulton Park. It's hard to battle, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it's very close. I was losing power towards the end, so I was having to short shift, and the engine was fluffing and stuff, so I just wanted to get it home to get some more points in the bag.
You definitely got absolutely a fantastic amount of points. I'll let you go and
1 2
enjoy
1
it
2
because we've got more races to be getting on with, but well done for today.
You hear me,
right,
Paul
Walsh, I believe, is not actually going to cover the next race because I realise it's the Milltek Civic Cup, which means we should have a Paul O'Neill and an Andy McEwen somewhere near the commentary box. Hopefully they're in there ready and waiting for you. Enjoy the next 20 minutes.
Hopefully, Jack. Hopefully. I don't like what you were implying. We've been ready and raring to go for a good 2 or 3 minutes. Yes, we are excited for this second Milltek Civic Cup race of the weekend, of the day, of course, this single-day event here at Oulton Park. It's a busy old day. We cram an awful lot in a short space of time, and it seems like only 5 minutes ago the Civic Cup cars were last out on circuit, and now they're ready to go once again with another 15-minute race. The first one cut short, remember, after the dramas up at Druids, really. 2 cars off in the barriers. Damage to the barrier meant the race had to be stopped 3 minutes early, and we were then unfortunately robbed of the run to the finish. But hopefully this one will run to the full distance. It's a reverse grid, remember. Top 10 finishers from race 1 reversed, and so Aidan Mitchell and Jake Renshaw, the 2 Ben Sharp Racing rookies, lining up together on the front row of the grid. Ben will be tearing his hair out, I'm sure, down in the pit lane at the prospect of this one. Then row number 2 for Dan Petters and Dave Marshall, with Jamie Petters and Wes Swain together on row 3. Row 4 then for Harvey Caton and Lewis Kent, the first of the podium finishers from race 1, whilst the top 2 in the championship, Alistair Camp and Liam McGill, are together on row number 5. 6th row for Harry England and Jake Hewlett, with Charlotte Birch next in line alongside Adam Parker. That's the 7th row of the grid. Row 8 for Adam Jackson and Francisco Howitt, with Ben Bateman, Will Butt and Josh Bromley at the back. Now, we never got to the bottom of Josh Bromley's issues in race 1, but Ben Bateman and Will Butt, we learnt, tangled on the way down into Cascade, which put them both out of the race, but they're hoping that they will both be able to get out for the second race. So we have got cars on their green flag lap then. The championship standings have been updated now after race number 1. That resounding win for Liam McGill. Alistair Camp able to hang on to second place though, so limited the damage. Only 6 points were gained by McGill. That leaves them 5 points apart heading into race number 2. So Alistair Camp and Liam McGill then 5 points apart at the top of the championship table, and Lewis Kent then about another 47 or so further back in third. It's going to be an interesting race, this one, Paul. The reverse grid races always are, but especially as we get down towards the pointy end of the championship, because Alistair and Liam, 5 points is nothing. That's potentially 1 or 2 positions on track. If they were starting together on the front row, you know, you might have some clue as to what was going to happen, but starting on row 5 where they are, big opportunity for one of them to outscore the other by more than just a couple of points.
Yeah, exactly. We know what form that Alistair Camp's got coming through the traffic. I think this may... he's had a good weekend so far, but this may save his Oulton Park. I think he might be able to get ahead of Liam and then just stay ahead as well. So I think it's going to be how they come through the field. But the rookies on the front row for Ben Sharp Racing, what is going through their mind? I just hope that they get away well and not no problems at all on the lead out.
Yes, well, that's always one of the tricky things about these reverse grid races. If we do get some inexperienced drivers at the front of the field, can sometimes cause drama. But, you know, we say they're inexperienced, and they are, there's no two ways about it. But they've learnt a lot over the course of the year, and Ben, crucially, Ben Sharp, who runs the team, knows exactly what he's doing. He was a classy driver when he raced in the championship, and so, you know, he'll be able to pass that information on to the drivers in the team, and hopefully will have given them some words of wisdom that will guide them through the first corner. I think I just caught a glimpse of Josh Bromley heading into the pit lane, unfortunately, so that car looks as though it's maybe still playing up on him slightly, but we are ready to go racing then here. 15 minutes on the clock. On your left, Ada Mitchell, on the right, Jake Renshaw, and behind them, Dan Petters and Dave Marshall, the reverse grid king on the second row of the grid. Row 5 for your championship contenders, Alistair Camp and Liam McGill. Here we go, rev starting to rise, away we go. Looks like a good start from Dan Petters there. Oh, the pole sitter's gone nowhere, all stalled in front of the pack. Hopefully they've all avoided him. I think they have, just about, but Ada Mitchell will not lead into turn 1. It will be Daniel Petters who gets the early advantage. So Dan Petters then with the lead round Old Hall Corner. They're all safely through, a couple of them bouncing wide over the exit curbs, and they arrive at Cascade with Dave Marshall going for second and Jake Renshaw trying to hang on to third place, but that was Jamie Petters, I think, to the outside of him through the left-hander. They scatter on the exit. Marshall has run wide. I think he's been dumped down the order. It is Petters, though, Daniel Petters, that leads the way at the hairpin.
Yeah, the Petters will be right up there, and Daniel, big sideways, who's that?
That is Adam Parker, who locked it all up under braking. We saw so much of that in race 1, didn't we?
Yeah, it's a difficult one down at the hairpin, trying to get the car slowed down, everyone checking up, but this is great to see. Both Petters up there and everyone side by side. Who's that down the inside of Dave Marshall?
Oh, they're 3 wide. That's Kent up the curb, and behind them, Camp and McGill, the championship contenders. Marshall has a moment that stacks everybody up, and Harvey Caton does well to step out of the way of Alistair Camp. So Camp has crucially managed to keep McGill behind him for now, but they're bumper to bumper. Look over Clay Hill. That's the battle for the championship lead.
Yeah, this is going to get nice and tasty now, but look at them coming through. And McGill looked like, in the background, looked like he was down the inside of someone. They were 3 abreast. How are they going to come out of here? And it looks like Camp is still leading that little battle. People covering each other off, and he's got a car in between them.
That's Harvey Caton, I believe, but now McGill's up the inside of Caton. Remember, Caton, another area motorsport driver, teammate to those two, and McGill is able to go through. So McGill stays on Camp's tail as they head over Deers Leap. So end of lap number 1 then, and as they head towards Old Hall Corner, Dan Petters leads the way. Jake Renshaw second, Kent there on the inside of Dave Marshall. That is a good battle that goes the way, for now at least, of the southerner, Lewis Kent, who picks up a position courtesy of Dave Marshall's FN2, but Petters leading, and look at the way that Renshaw's going with him. Jake Renshaw will see this as a golden opportunity for a result.
This is absolutely brilliant, this is, and Dan Petters leading the way. It's so good to see some newbies up the front, but Renshaw has been absolutely brilliant. Got a decent getaway, lost the lead, but still he's right with everyone. And look at Camp. Oh, this is McGill's chance.
Yeah.
Can he get down the inside? No, but he's got Dave Marshall, the company, and will Marshall let the other FN2 through of Camp? It looks like he might do.
Well, Camp's looking to the inside. He's got an overlap over Hilltop, and I think he's going to go through. So Camp goes from nearly losing a position to now gaining, yes, 6th position. And crucially, Dave Marshall gets to the racing line before Liam McGill can fill that gap. So Campy goes through, and Dave Marshall will latch onto the tail of the FN2. Gets a better exit from the chicane, though, than Camp, but there's nowhere to go with it. So the 4 of them head over Clay Hill once again. It is still Daniel Petters that leads the way. Renshaw second. Wes Swain, shout out to Wes Swain in third, and Lewis Kent up the inside of Jamie Petters for 4th. A Druids, Paul, that's brave.
Wow, you don't do that there, but look at Caton down the inside now of Marshall. That's brave. There's some brave moves, especially so early on. And Kent is going to get that done, and he's going to be up to 4th now.
Yep, so he's going to finish the move off at Lodge. Caton and Marshall still debating that position a bit further back. Caton rattles the curb on the inside, but ultimately Dave Marshall able to hang on for the time being. So across the line we head once again. Those leading 3 getting themselves together. It's another one of those races where you don't know where to look. We've got a brilliant battle brewing at the front between 3 drivers who've never won a race in this championship, but behind them is where the championship fight is equally as close. We'll do our best to keep you abreast of everything happening out there. There go the leaders. Kent in 4th, Jamie Petters 5th, and then the title battle is at the moment the fight for 6th on track. Whoa, that's Will Burt.
Not again. He's had a right old bruising weekend so far.
Oh.
I think he might have held on to it, but look at this. Kent and Petters and Camp and McGill, they're all into each other. This is getting really, really tasty. But look at Dan Petters up front. He is doing a brilliant thing. And I've got to shout to Renshaw, this is exceptional to be where he is. This is great stuff from the youngster.
And Paul, once the race settles down a bit, then the nerves start to settle as well, and he'll just start to realise what an opportunity this is. He's got the pace, I think, to really have a go at Dan Petters here. Has to be decisive about it, though. If he goes for a move that doesn't work, it could end up costing him 2nd place and any chance of a race win. Up and over the hill we go once again at Clay Hill, and towards the double apex right-hander at Druids, where Renshaw is on the tail of Dan Petters into the corner, and not able to make a move for the time being. A good exit, though, could maybe give him a chance into Lodge, and that corner's coming up very, very soon. Let's see what's going on as we approach the braking zone. Camp's on the attack as well. Leaders stay as they are. Kent is chasing after the leaders, and it looks to me like Jamie Petters is now the cork in the bottle.
Yeah, I think what we're going to do, just to apologise to everybody at home, I think we've got some sound problems. I've now got Lewis Kent's mum saying that I sound like I'm in the loo, so I've now got Andy's microphone. Don't worry, I won't take it for long, Andy, you'll have it back in a minute. But this is looking brilliant. This is really shaping up like a fantastic race. I can't wait to see who is going to be on this podium. What a podium it would be if it stays like this, Andy.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? Then down through Cascade, look at the 5th place squabble. Jamie Petters with it all to do, and Jamie's got to be careful here, Paul, because he is just out for a really good result. He's got the championship contenders behind him, and Liam McGill is starting to hunt around. If that commits to the inside line of the hairpin, can he get it stopped? No! Goes straight on. Camp sees the chance to get the switch back, and Liam McGill does well, in fairness, not to lose another place, but Paul, he saw that as his opportunity, just couldn't quite get the car stopped.
It looked like it was going ever so well as he got down the inside, but it wasn't slowing down, and Jamie Petters would have just seen a flash of pink and blue. Look at this, Caton alongside now Dave Marshall as they're really starting to get their elbows out. But this is brilliant. The lead is great up front, but this is an exceptional battle for these lower places. But this is a bit more important than what's going out in front.
Certainly in the context of the championship it is, isn't it? And Liam McGill, well, he will be ruining the fact that he couldn't get the car stopped there, but I guess didn't want to commit to the corner because the last thing he wanted to do was drill Jamie Petters and take them both out of the race, so probably made the right call, but well, will that cost him in the long run? Here comes Kent meanwhile for 3rd to the inside of Wes Swain, bounces over the curb. Kent for the win I think is possible. We're not even halfway through the race, Paul. He's into a podium spot now and the leaders are not that far up the road.
Yes and no, if I'm being honest. It depends how much Swain comes back at Kent, but I've got to say, look, a big slide from Jamie Petters, and that is really going to stick Camp on the back of him. But McGill is still there. But look now, look at Renshaw right into the back now of Dan Petters, and like you say, if they battle, Kent is going to be in the pound seats.
Yep, Lewis Kent knows this is a good chance for a win, and you never know if he can win the race. Camp and McGill maybe don't make much more progress. Then championship-wise, that's good news for Lewis. Here come Camp and McGill. Still bottled up behind Petters, aren't they? Jamie Petters is not making this easy for them, nor should he have to. He's every right to try and defend this 5th position, but Camp now starting to look a bit racy. Look, pulls to the outside line as we head down towards Hislop's. He doesn't really want to go there, though, because that opens the door. There comes Kent, meanwhile, speaking of opening the door, but he can't get the car stopped. Bounces over the grass at the Hislop chicane. Where will he rejoin? Back in 4th place. He said Swain might come back at him. That's not necessarily how I expected it to happen, but he is back through into 3rd.
Will that be his chance to win this race? I'm not too sure, because Dan Petters is now going to be getting off up the road, and look what's happened. Renshaw now has to knuckle down and get the job done again. This would be an exceptional win for the Petters family. This would be awesome.
Bit of dust there kicked up. That was, I think, maybe Swain going wide. Yes, I think it was. Oh, but no, it was Renshaw. Renshaw's behind these two now. So Renshaw's dropped down into 4th position. So Jake Renshaw, I think, with a mistake at Druids, and that drops him into the pack behind, which also sees a mistake for Jamie Petters. Camp looks to the inside. No way through, but now Camp is forced to go the long way round at Old Hall Corner. This is not a position that Alistair Camp really wants to be in, and they've got the slow BSR car ahead. Alistair Camp right round the outside. Fantastic racing, but he still hasn't got the move made. Liam McGill latches onto the rear bumper of his teammate. They're both going to try and go to the inside here of Petters into Cascades Corner. Camp's car sliding around. He's gone through, and McGill will be desperate, Paul, to try and follow him.
Yeah, but is McGill in the right place? He's on the outside of Jamie Petters. This is going to be difficult. How hard will Petters make it for him? Because he's still down the inside of him. Look at that. He's actually not going to get it done. Petters is going to go into the side of him. No, there's hardly any contact. Look at that. What's happened with Renshaw? The BSR car has started to slow. He's missed the gear, has he? Nightmare. It's all coming alive now. 6 minutes to go.
I think Renshaw might have a problem here, because that's not the first time I've noticed that car not accelerating. Liam McGill did get into the back of him. There's some damage to the area car. He's up the inside of Petters now, who bounces over the grass. McGill has the inside for Knickerbrook Corner, but hasn't yet completed the move. Forces Petters wide, and here comes Caton. Caton almost sees a chance to get back through, but in the end decides to work with his teammate rather than bully his way through to the inside. But there is definitely damage to the front of McGill's car. He was the next one behind Renshaw when Renshaw's BSR machine did not accelerate off the corner, so hopefully that's not knocked the steering out, not done any suspension damage. For now the car looks okay, but look at the ground he's lost to Camp, Paul.
Campy's car is the loosest car I have seen for a long time around here. Every time he comes over Clay Top, or Clay Hill even, Clay Top, he gets a real wiggle on. So yeah, unbelievable stuff. And in the background there, Marshall's having a right old go, that's Renshaw in the pits, isn't it? What a shame. So yeah, it's all going off, and now look at that, oversteering through there. Dave Marshall giving it the big one, but both the Petters, one of them leading, Dan Petters, and then you've got Jamie Petters, who's fending off the rest of the world.
Yes, this is pretty tasty, isn't it then? 4 minutes 40 to go. And around through Cascades Corner they head once again. The leader's already at the Island Hairpin. I'm intrigued to see what pace Liam McGill has now, though. He's in clean air, but he did cop that whack to the front of the car. He's not really getting away from Harvey Caton quite in the way that he would be hoping. So we'll watch the lap times with interest. The lead gap, by the way, Dan Petters back to Lewis Kent, 1.8 seconds. Kent has the fastest lap, and last time by was 0.8 quicker than the race leader. So they're all sort of stringing out a bit now, Paul, but there's a very good chance before the end of the race they'll all bunch back together again. If Petters and Lewis start engaging in a battle for the win, that could bring everyone back together behind them.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this last 4 minutes now, and how is that gap gonna... Oh, Lewis Kent is really starting to push on. Swain, Camp, McGill, Caton, Marshall, and then you've got Jamie Petters as well with the blue headlights there. They're all still within striking distance, but the man that looks unbelievably quick as more dust is kicked up is that man, Lewis Kent, just going through your shot now.
Yeah, Lewis Kent pushing hard in the first sector, 0.3 quicker than the leader. Sector 2, another 10th gain, so he's within a second and a half, definitely. Let's see at the line. Well, actually, within 0.8 of a second or so. Look at Camp, meanwhile, closing on Wes Swain, another area motorsport driver, but I don't think Wes is going to move aside here for Alistair. And if he does, there's an argument to say that he probably should do the same for Liam McGill. So I think it's best for Wes to simply defend that third position. You never know what can happen if the leaders get together, which they are doing, definitely. They're certainly close closing in on each other, then Wes could soon be back in the fight for the race win. Down towards the island hairpin we go, and it is Daniel Petters then. Look at this. Well, he doesn't really have a lead anymore over Lewis Kent, does he? Kent is with him, but where, if anywhere, Paul, can he make the move?
Well, I think the hairpin maybe next time round, because he's not close enough for Knickerbrook now. Maybe at Lodge, the last corner. So what he'll try and do is set him up through the Hislop chicane out of Knickerbrook, where we are now. If he's close enough and makes Dan Petters defend up at Clay Hill, then that means he can get the run, and he's trying to set it up now. But look at the speed of Dan Petters out of Knickerbrook. That was exceptional, but it will come down to Lodge. It depends who has got the biggest kahunas to get through Druids and get into a defensive challenging mode. Look at this, he's close enough, the leaders are close enough. This is going to be defensive down at Lodge, and Swain and Camp need to be closer to attack.
Right then, game on. Lewis Kent for the race win. Is it on? Is he going to have the go into Lodge? Peaks to the inside, but actually didn't really think about it too much there. For third place, where Swain's definitely being made to think about it. Camp's car slides into the corner. Look at the rotation he got there. Has he got an overlap on the exit? Maybe. It's nip and tuck, isn't it? McGill, though, is closing on the pair of them, so Camp needs to make this move stick quickly, and he has not done it. Lewis Kent to the inside at Old Hall corner. That is a bold place to try the pass. He's gone through, though, and Lewis said that he found 2/10 through Old Hall corner in the closing stages of race 1, and he's obviously been able to utilise that there. So much more confidence on the way into the corner. He gets the lead. The question now is what happens behind. Wes Swain was wide into Cascades, and Alistair Camp, I think, might have a run as they head down the Lakeside Straight. Let's see how this plays out. Kent then holding on to the lead, should now have the pace surely to pull away. The question is what's happening for third. Still at the moment, Swain at the front of that group.
Yeah, this is unbelievable stuff. I am always so impressed by Dan and Jamie Petters. They are absolutely wringing their necks of those EP3 cars, but I've got to say now, I think this is done and dusted, unless there's a big mistake now for Lewis Kent. But Petters has got an odds-on chance here of getting a podium. It'd be great to see him on the podium, but Campy will want one car in between him and McGill.
Oh, that's not the way to do it, though. They all ran wide there out of Knickerbrook corner, and so Alistair Camp was the first one, I think, to understeer wide, and then Liam McGill sort of followed him with him. They head then out through Druids corner. Remember, it's Camp who's got this 5-point championship lead, so at the moment the championship lead would go out. If McGill can find a way through, though, they'd be almost neck and neck heading to Snetterton next time. There's a lot riding on this battle, and with Wes Swain defending harder and harder with every lap, it brings McGill further into the equation. Out of Lodge, there's still no route through for Campy, who must be getting quite frustrated now, Paul.
He will be, but he's got to be so careful, because look, he's going to have to shock him, otherwise McGill's going to have a lunge down the inside. Swain's gone in super quick. Will he run wide? No, he doesn't. Hold it all together. Campy's in the back of him, but look at Caden. Caden ain't going to mess around. Caden will be into him as well. This is looking awesome. Oh, don't go around the outside.
Oh!
Big slide between the two teammates. Swain.
Oh no! Camp is off! Alistair Camp, the championship leader, is off, and it was contact, I think, with his teammate Wes Swain. We saw that coming, Paul. He put himself in a dangerous position on the outside at Cascades corner, and as Swain turned in, the rear of the car went around on him, and Camp is the one who's been fired off into the scenery. Hopefully they didn't make too much contact with the barriers, but Liam McGill is into third place, and that could be a huge turning point in the championship.
That is such a shame. McGill would have seen that all in front of him, and look what's going on there. Camp at the back, just coming over Clay Hill. He'll just try to recover as best he can. Caton, though, is really trying to put the pressure on McGill, and Swain involved. It's such a shame. Swain will be devastated. He really didn't do that on purpose, just took the speed in. And Camp going around the outside, it was a brave move, but you trust your teammate, but he lost the rear, and that is a difficult call. But the winner is going to be McGill in the points battle. But Caton is right with him.
Yes, let's not have more area motorsport drama here, boys. Harvey Caton wants a podium, though. Lewis Kent is on course for a race win on a day on which most of his TCR UK records look set to be broken by Adam Shepherd. Lewis Kent is at least going to find his way to the top step of the Civic Cup podium. The checkered flag awaits. Lewis Kent is going to get the win, and it's second place for Dan Petters. Liam McGill, though, a crucial third place, and that will have to do the maths on dropped scores, etc., but that, I think, might give him the championship lead going to Snetterton next time out. That could be a massive moment in the championship, and in the end McGill was in the right place at the right time. He was behind those two as they went side by side, and he came out of the corner ahead. That is astonishing. So McGill third, Caton fourth, Wes Swain fifth, Dave Marshall sixth, Jamie Peters seventh, and Alistair Camp ends up only eighth. Now there is a good chance that that will be, in fact I'd say there's near certainty that that will be a dropped score for Alistair Camp, so all might not be lost. I think they dropped their two lowest scores, so I think if that becomes a drop, just doing some very quick maths, I think he gains back 28 points, so I think he might still lose the championship lead. Maybe not actually, because McGill would have only got 30, so the drop score situation now really starts to come into effect. Well, let someone much smarter than me do the maths though, and for now I'll let you know what the provisional result is. It's Lewis Kent the winner, Dan Peters second, and Liam McGill in third position. Regardless of what happens with drop scores, that was still a big result for Liam. Harvey Caton fourth, and Wes Swain in fifth position, with Dave Marshall, Jamie Peters and Alistair Camp eighth only after that last lap off at Cascades. Harry England was ninth ahead of Francisco Howitt. Good under the radar performance that from Disco, who ends up inside the top 10, having started I think pretty much at the back of the grid. Charlotte Birch 11th also goes better in that one than she did race one, whilst Ben Bateman, Adam Jackson and Adam Parker complete your top 14. Then how many more finishes did we get? None actually. Jake Renshaw was a non-finisher. That's a shame. Neither of the BSR drivers seeing the checkered flag, because remember Aidan Mitchell, who started that race from pole position, didn't go anywhere and retired to the pit lane. So unfortunately Mitchell was also a non-finisher, as was Josh Bromley. His car was in and out of the pit lane 4 times. Didn't really get much chance to give his new sponsors any love in that race, but I know that Josh really wanted to say a big thank you to the new sponsors that have come on board, really helping him to keep on racing. And well, the results he's had today are not indicative of the pace that young man has. So Josh Bromley, hopefully we'll see him back to his best at Snetterton. And Will Butt, likewise, another drama, I'm afraid, for Will. That little bit of contact down at Cascades, sadly taking him out of the race. So the Civic Cup always provides drama, always provides some twists and turns at this end of the season. And Alistair Camp must be thinking, what do I have to do to win another one of these championships? He's been so close on so many occasions. And, well, I know we're not there yet. We've got 4 races still to go. The Brands Hatch decider, it could all change again because of the lack of dropped scores at that final round. But right now, I think there's only going to be a couple of points, 3 maybe, between them as we head to Snetterton next time out in September. So make sure you tune in, everyone. That next penultimate round of the championship could be an absolute classic. Oulton Park has delivered once again for the Milltek Civic Cup. Don't forget we've got TCR racing still to come a little bit later on in the afternoon. For now though, let's head down into the Parc Fermé area and hear from Paul O'Neill with our podium finishers. Let's head down there now and hear from them.
What a Milltek Civic Cup race. That was unbelievable. Your winner, Lewis Kent. And Lewis Kent got booed actually when he come into Parc Fermé. How dare you win that race? We all wanted Dan to win.
I know, it crossed my mind. I was like, oh, I can't do this. I was like, this is really out of order. But no, oh, what a race.
Absolutely amazing. You come through, mate, unscathed, amazing.
Yeah, well, that's it. I thought the first lap was going to be a bit dicey, and it was. I'm just surprised on how long it took Liam and Ali to start coming through. Like, I thought they were going to be right on my tail, pushing me the whole time, but yeah, just seemed to have that little bit of an edge. Just used my head a bit, got some nice little moves in, but yeah, really happy with it. Really.
Pace was strong, well done, mate. You deserve that. Well done, Lewis Kent. Dan Peters! Oh my word, it's amazing. This is like the best thing ever. Everyone was so happy for you, mate.
Oh, I'm over the moon. First podium. Didn't see that coming at the start of the weekend.
Amazing.
Had a great battle with Lewis. I was just begging for him to make a mistake at the end, but no, he was flawless at the end. He caught me off guard with his move at turn 1. I think he knew I'd have defended for my life if he didn't. So, no, it was an epic race. We're well happy with that. Can't say big enough thank you to all the team. We've worked so hard to get to this point. It's epic. Onwards and upwards.
Top man. It was amazing to see. The car looked rapid, and Paul Winfield trophy winner as well, mate. Well done.
Yeah, we'll take that. Cheers.
Top man. Let's get a quick word with Liam McGill. That was a tasty race, that, mate. And I know what you're going to say. You didn't ever want to see Campy going off. Bit of a shame. We just caught the back end of it. Your race, though, Well, it was a bit close down at the hairpin, mate.
Oh yeah, it was close, and there was contact everywhere. I guess it's just one of these things that's reverse grid, and you know it's a really tight track and things like that. Yeah, I put new front pads in it, and then it knackered the balance completely. So I was having to put full rear, but I still get the front snatching. So that's when I passed Ali. It was just a front lock-up, like. So that was a bit of a schoolboy error. I guess you learn from that, and just you do all pads or no pads basically. But apart from that, it was pretty rough stuff, like. But maybe it'll make for a good viewing.
It really did, mate. It was really good. Where's the damage come from the front? Is that just Concertina?
1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing, testing. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Do you want me to test the other one as well?
I've got damage on the back from similar things happening with us having to brake for cars, and then them hitting us up the rear. So looks like the boot floor's in a little bit. So need to send it back to my main sponsor, MA Body Shop, for new bumpers. I'm sure he'll be pleased.
Well, it could be a lot worse, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Absolutely awesome, awesome, awesome. Adam Jackson was your Goodyear Diamond Trophy Award winner. I don't know where he's gone, actually. I'm just trying to look for him. Oh, there he is. Good guy. Adam, that was worth it, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Although I think we've got to have a trip to the clerk of the course. Yeah. So I think it was the bonnet were flopping a bit. I thought it were track limits the first time. Then the second time I thought, that don't look like track limits. And then third time it were checkered flag, so I thought I may as well take it.
May as well stay out. What was the flag you seen? Was it black and orange?
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay. Well, I'm not going to get you in trouble, mate, but sometimes, you know, there ain't enough laps to come in, is there?
Exactly, that's it. I tried my best.
I know how hard you were working with Adrian to get the car fixed, and how did it feel out there? Because there was a lot of damage on that car.
Yeah, it was a handful. The back end was just breaking away all the time. Just pushed on best I could and tried to keep it on the track this time. So yeah, it was all right.
Definitely worth fixing the car for?
Yeah, it was fun. The battles were fun. We'd like to be further up the grid, but yeah, it was a good laugh.
I'm sure you will get better as the races go on, mate. Very, very well done. As we look around, there's a little bit of damage on a few of the cars, but it could be a lot worse. But actually, quickly, if we've got a little bit of time, might just speak to Harvey Caton. You probably had the best view of everybody. Did you finish fourth in the end?
Yeah.
You probably had the best view of everybody about what was going on with Wes Swain, Campy and people like that. What was it? Is it just Concertina? And it looked like he tried to go around the outside, to be fair, Campy.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't too focused on Alistair. I was looking at the back of Liam, and then when it started happening, I saw it happen, and I was like, just lifted off a bit, just because Alistair was pointing to the inside, he could have come across. So it was just being a bit cautious, really, because we're all teammates as well. You don't want to fucking hit in the side door of someone. So yeah, I mean, it was a great race though. So yeah.
Good man. Well, thank you for the insight, fella, and well done. And you were battling hard, which was good to see. Super. Right. Next race is up. Back to you, Paul.
Alternative German manufacturers, Japanese and Asian manufacturers, or French marks. All the drivers will be absolutely itching to go racing once again in Jordan. As the circuit falls silent for a brief moment, well, this Oulton Park circuit, absolutely illustrious one for fantastic racing. And a shout out to all of our hard technical staff in the background for working through those technical issues that are plaguing the proceedings today. But here is your grid, ladies and gentlemen, for what will be the second of the track action at Racing Club's races. And on the front row of the grid, it's no surprise, it's William Claudio and Paul Rodderson, absolutely the standing stars of the opening race of the day, and they've got plenty more to come in the second one. Lines up in third place ahead of Adam Croft, and then Lee Curry and Colin Trump on row number 3, with Ben Southwood and Sean Deacon on row 4, Stephen Rigby and Grant Hatfield on row number 5. And then rounding off your starting order. Rows behind them potentially, or will we? We do. We have Barry Morris and Anderson and Checkley. But as the red drives there, it's lights out and away we go for the second race of the day. Round of 10 gets underway. It's a lightning quick start there from the Cordio, but meanwhile back behind, well, that is going to be Watson. And we're going to make this as the Chicago Croft goes to bring the ball, trying to move on him. But in the end, Croft gains the place of the quarter. Holding on to it. That will be a challenge for him as they head down the Cascade. Look at that top 3 already. They're running away with proceedings, but keep your eyes out for drivers further back. Particularly keep your eyes out for Sean Deacon, who had a massive smile on his face after finishing race number 1 earlier on. He looked very happy with his performances, but can we expect more of him in this one? Because we had an absolutely crazy battle, which was all assisted by Callum Trumps, and this in the end just creating what was a little bit of a plug in the field. And well, the idea being that this was to start, but then to lose the race out of race distance compared to everybody else, but still they had to find their way through. Speaking of fighting, that's too wide for a brief moment, and that's a move being protected there, I believe, by Howley, or none other than Hatfield. The TT there trying to find a way through the gap, and we'll find that in the first Renault Clio around him, that being the Renault Clio of Southwood there, moving up the order he goes. But here we go, here's our leaders up top 2, then our third man. Sean Deacon side by side here. And this is bold into Druids on cold tyres on the opening lap, and he's going to dare to go in around the outside. How on earth did he have the grip for that? I don't quite know, but Curry there absolutely showing that even though he's not got any tyre temperature, he can still hold around the outside of Druids Bend. And Sean Deacon in the end, I think, backing off respect to the fact that he's going to go one of 2 ways. Either the car that he's battling is going to end up going wide, or alternatively they're going to have a coming together, and it's not over yet because they go on to lap number 2, well, they're already battling for 4th place as if it's the final lap of the race. Deacon on the inside, Curry coming down into the braking zone here, and through the right they come, and in the end Sean Deacon finally takes that 4th place and moves up the order then, and now another place gained, but still more to come between them potentially. Going down in towards Cascade, and things calming down as much as they possibly can for a brief moment, but I suspect this is the proverbial calm before the storm, and the TT there of Hatfield, where it's already gained 4 places since the start, and well, he's going to be looking to get a little bit closer before he starts to really get embroiled in the mix. But indeed, it's been an absolutely fantastic open lap so far, and in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup, it's Noah Checkley who leads that, having started on pole position for the class. Well, he's just gradually pulling away at the moment, although I do wonder whether Anderson made it to the grid. No, he did not, so therefore it may be that Anderson's run in his car has finally ended up coming to an end after race number 1. He was having issues with the car coming here today at Oulton Park. He did say to me in the build-up to today that he wouldn't be able to run the engine at full power, and I wonder whether the engine's finally run out of steam. Checkley does have the company of Morris to keep him company there, but that gap already opened up to the best part of 9 seconds on the opening lap. But as all of our leaders now make their way on around, well, we can see there Curry with what is a bit of gaffer tape on repairing the front of the car, and our drivers coming down towards the Lodge corner. And well, right now the top 3, well, they are being caught up to by Deacon. He's definitely on a run now, is Deacon. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets quite close within the next couple of laps and starts to think about picking on Croft to go for 3rd place overall. We'll see what can happen here as they come across that timing line. Up towards turn 1 they come. The gap size be coming down. Fastest driver out there right now is Paul Rodderson. A 37.342 was the previous lap he set. But our top 4 all lapping very closely together in the 37s, and will all very eagerly trying to get themselves back together. But continue on through. And as they do, well, we do see there a couple you mentioned about the microphone volume in our respective chats, and well, it's good to see there that you're gradually giving the thumbs up there to say the volume is coming up, and do let us know if there's anything else we can potentially do. Thank you to Tommy Two-Tone there, and also to DZeus83 across the BARC YouTube chat and the TCR UK YouTube chat respectively. And we do apologise for the technical issues we've had throughout the day. Unfortunately, some days this does happen, and our technical gurus have been furiously trying to figure out a way to get things fixed over the entirety of the day. But still, as we now head towards what will be 11 minutes remaining here, and Tanya Pearson there will be cheering on none other than Ben Nen. Glad to have you with us, Tanya. Well, all the drivers continuing to push onwards here, but the field has opened out a little bit, and the Audi TT there of Hatfield
Well, it definitely got stuck into the fight in race number 1 of the day, but it's not stuck in the fight here for race number 2. And the one big noticeable absence we have is the fact that we are missing Callum Trump. And with the absence of Trump, that definitely has shaken us a little bit in the fact that I believe he's okay, but the car's not out there. And well, after all the battling he triggered in race number 1, which is absolutely fantastic to see, we haven't quite got him here now, but hopefully he'll be back on the grid when they do head to Oulton Park National on Sunday the 10th of August, because we'll be missing him sadly otherwise. But still, we've got the drivers we've got out there, as we do see the Audi TT continuing on, and here is a look to the front of the field. This is going to be Sean Deacon in the 113, and well, right now he is definitely stripping time out of Croft. That gap between Croft and Deacon has now come down to 1.4 seconds. It is coming down at a rapid rate of knots, and I won't be surprised here if potentially by the end of the next lap we're going to start seeing him looking for a move. Keep in mind that Curry there in the Renault Clio, he's still off in the distance. He's in 5th. He's not quite close enough to get involved here, but if these two start to fight, if the Scirocco of Croft starts to be reeled on completely and starts to go toe-to-toe with Deacon, we could have an absolutely formidable three-way fight for third on our hands. Now, of course, talking a little bit about Croft earlier on today in race number 1, he had to be very brave and bold on the brakes, and sometimes a bit braver than most coming down into Ireland, and in the end that led to a little bit of craziness on the braking there, with both brakes locked up for a brief moment. He managed to get it stopped in time, but as you can see here, Deacon is definitely well with him, and right now the delta between the two of them so far on this lap, well, the delta has gone the way of a couple of attempts there. In fact, it's sector 2, the middle section lap, where Deacon is gaining half a second on Croft. Such is the gap he's pulling in the middle sector. They're equal in sector 1, but sector 2 is where Deacon makes all the time. But looking at the front of the field, and William De Claudio and Paul Roderson right now, these two absolutely running as they were in race number 1, which is De Claudio sets a lap time, Roderson rises to it. And well, it's going to come down in towards turn number 1 and in towards that right-hander. All in 3rd place, it's Croft right now, who seems to be in a little bit of a lonely 3rd, albeit with Deacon close. There's going to be a bit more of an opportunity to try and get a bit closer. And well, I think Deacon there at the end of that lap, what lap did he set? It was 1 minute 38.789, and that was versus Croft's 1 minute 39.0. So gaining 2 tenths there. Not enough to really start to look at a move, but I would not say never, because we have still got 8 minutes. That's going to be the best part of 5 laps, including this one. But our top 2 disappear out of view, and then the fight for 3rd comes with it. And right now, Deacon there still. Well, you can imagine it right now, pushing that as hard as he can, but it's the differences in the machine. Much lighter machine is Sean Deacon's Peugeot 106 compared to the Volkswagen Scirocco of Croft, and with that lightness, I think that's giving him the confidence to be able to just keep getting closer and closer, corner after corner, braking down. Of course, the start of the lap, much more focused around heavier, well, not those heavier corners, but those faster traction zones, and that's where the lightness of Deacon's Peugeot can really be exploited, because they're running about the same engine power most likely, but you've got similar engine power, but you've got a much more lightweight car. Well, you do the mathematics, you need engine power in order to move an object, and in the end, by doing so with less weight, well, the idea is if you can move it faster, you have to exert less effort, and that's exactly what Sean Deacon's car is all about. And it's the same for William De Claudio versus Paul Roderson, whereby Roderson is just able to power himself down on the straights, but De Claudio has a much lighter car by the ton, and therefore that's quite able to get close enough. We look there to your Mazda MX-5, that's Rigby, currently in 8th place, our sole Japanese machine out on the circuit here for this round. Well, he's enjoying himself out there, no doubt about it. Here's Mr. Rigby, and Stephen Rigby there involved, and as he carries on, he's a bit lonely at the moment. He's nowhere near South, very well much clear of Noah Checkley. Imagine, therefore, he's just enjoying the track time and seeing whether he can potentially hit up. As we see our 3rd place man, Croft, carry his way on. 23 there of Adam Croft, looking very happy at the moment. We then do look, of course, to our Peugeot 206. That is going to be the car there, the 150 of Morris. 2nd of the Peugeot 206s at the moment. Oh, that's a bit of smoke coming up from the... Was that a bit of a rub, or is that a sign of something? Imagine that would have been where the tyres making contact with the wheel are common, but certainly if you move the suspension around and you lowered the car too much in terms of the bodywork over the tyres, at certain circuits you will get a grinding effect that happens. And I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, outside of because it's not the nicest of noises, inside the car, it's even worse then. You start to very quickly worry in your head, okay, what exactly has gone wrong here? And that's one thing that can happen at Oulton Park. We've got a very bumpy circuit, as been alluded to multiple times, and with all the bumps and small elevation change between what's the tyres and the bodywork, you need to get that right, because if you don't, you end up grounding the body. Where's great bodywork, but what it also does is it naturally slows you down because the tyre can't do its job, which is to get traction to the tarmac, and in the end you just end up wasting all that pace and you're gradually shearing off bodywork in the process. But looking back to our third place man here, right now that Volkswagen trucker Croft looking quite happy out there at the moment as he makes his way. He does. He comes to the 17, William Claudio here, and these laps continue to trickle on by, and well, for him, it's looking as though nothing can stop him. His own volition, alternatively, the intervention of the powers that be. But right now, the powers that be here is, well, he's demonstrating some formidable pace, and every time Paul Rodderson gets a little bit closer, the Claudio just simply reacts by saying to him, no, you're going to put in a slightly faster lap. And there's the Skoda Octavia of Rodderson, very, very happy out there. The 55. Quite a bulky car compared to the rest of the cars out there, but still shifting that weight around like only he knows how to. And the Skoda definitely right now, if we can get a few more of these out on the circuit, I think track action would absolutely be the one Skoda, and that will hopefully motivate some others to consider converting cars like the Skoda Octavia into a race car, as indeed it does draw a lot of heads. They all swivel and go, wait, is that a Skoda Octavia racing? And the answer is yes, it is. Passing there. 6 GTI right now. Well, for Jet Li, it's definitely becoming a second half of the season that seems to be going more and more his way. And well, with everything now bottomed out in the car, one thing that happened at Croft, intriguingly, and we didn't talk about this earlier, the reason why more time fighting for second rather than chasing down the class leader all the time was because of the fact he had the wrong tyre pressures. It was a hotter day than anticipated at Croft, and when he put this together, he put them a bit higher for colder temperatures, but because he'd set them too high, what it meant was he had very strong performance at the start of the race. He had lightning performance, but then when the tyres got, because of the heat coming through them, or they were just too hot, and subsequently he lost all the performance. And suddenly all the car wanted to do was understeer going into a lot of the braking zones. He felt as though he was battling against a car which natively understeer because it's front engine front wheel drive, but suddenly there was even more understeer than what he was used to, and that's not a happy place to be, because suddenly you can't take anywhere near as much speed through the, and you lose all that momentum. That's why he in the end really was acting as the rear guard for what was your race winner there of Mitchell, and race winner in both races was Mitchell, and for Jet Li, it was an exercise in trying to hold on to second place. But the one thing I said to him in return is that if you're able to do that in a car that's not set up correctly, what can you do in a car that is set up correctly? And right now it seems to be very happily set up correctly, and therefore he'll be feeling as though today is definitely a big step forward. But 2 laps to go after this one, and William De Claudio right now continuing his way on, looking very happy out there, and we're coming on through Lodge Corner. There's not too much further to go, and well, that classic low-speed right-hander is where we can expect overtakes, but right now for William De Claudio there's no risk of an overtake at all. He is completely in control here as he makes his way onto a 9th tour of the circuit. Fastest lap of the race is owned by this man as well, in the Buzz Lightyear machine, and well, I do believe the story there inspired by his children, in terms of he said to them, what would you like to see on the car? And the idea was that in the end they said, we'd love to see Buzz Lightyear, while the children's TV characters, of course from the infamous Toy Story movies, the Pixar animation series, and well, right now it truly is Lightspeed and beyond for the Buzz Lightyear machine. It is sad that we don't see Sean Gubbard out there today. The car is just sat at the other end of Park Ferme as I look over my shoulder with its damaged suspension after coming into the barrier, coming down to the island hairpin in qualifying, because those two were the big stars of Silverstone, of course, albeit the best part of 2 months ago, back in the middle of May, and I can only imagine how the differences of Oulton Park could have potentially favoured one or the other. But still, that's the way it goes sometimes, and you've got to be on the limit to qualify well, but on the limit is where you find the mistakes, and it did not quite go the way for Sean Gubbard. But I can tell you one thing as well, I had a chat to him earlier on this afternoon, all's okay with him, it's just the car unfortunately. He was saying to me, if only he'd hit the barrier 50 metres earlier, because he would have hit the tyres rather than the Armco, and that might have enabled him to get the car back in repaired condition for at least race number 2 of the day, if not the first race as well. But one more lap to come after this, Claudio right now in full control here. Paul Roderson is the best part of 13 seconds behind. I wouldn't be surprised if Claudio this time has opened up the hammer entirely and decided to go for it. There's nothing to hold him back here. There is a tiny little bit of drizzle every so often over the circuit. When we say a tiny little bit, it is literally the tiny little speck every so often, and then it goes away. So all the drivers right now know these are still dry conditions with the looming risk of a little bit of rain, but nobody decided to put any wets on or anything along those lines because we haven't had any proper rain coming down. And well, right now the only thing coming on down here is the timer 2-0. Next time around it'll be checker flag, and well, we will see who our winner is here for round number 10 of the Track Action Racing Club. Coming a bit further down the order, well, there's the Audi TT of Hatfield. With a lonely Audi TT at this point. He is chasing down Curry, and the lap times have been gradually moving in his favour over the last couple of laps, and in fact he's now got that gap down to 1.2 seconds as he crosses the timing line, albeit he is closing at a rate of 0.4 a lap on average, so therefore at least the principle would be that Hatfield is going to need at least another 2 laps to look for an opportunity, but I don't think he's going to have it. But hold the phone here, we might have a little bit of battle, and here comes Sean Deacon. That is a very late lunge on the brakes, and what, I don't think he planned for that one. In the end he gets it stopped, and he goes very deep, and crossing, he says, okay, I'll take that back, thank you very much, and just simply scoots up the inside there. And I think Sean Deacon might have been caught out by the bumps in the road, and in the end put the brakes on, found the car was going straight on, and said, right, I'm going to have to lift the brakes slightly and chuck it to the inside, and Croft seeing it coming and just simply using racecraft smarts there to go, well, I haven't seen that before, but now I'm going to make entangled in it. But that's how hard he has been pushing his Sean Deacon. Couldn't be surprised more. It acts as a little bit of a hot break there, albeit before he made that moment, and then suddenly all that heat's gone through into the brakes even more. But there's our second place man, Paul Roderson, right now, 4 seconds clear of Croft. He's back to the throttle a little bit, the gap's coming on down, and well, very shortly, in fact, I think we're about to see them make the one through. I think William De Claudio has already taken the victory, and in fact, I think he's been so quick, he's made his way on past our cameraman at the start-finish line, so we might have missed William De Claudio there, but he has taken victory for round number 10 of the Track Action Racing Club for 2025, and who will be your runner-up? Will it be Paul Roderson? The answer is yes, it is. He'll come home second as he brings it to the pit wall, and in the fight for third, it's Croft just ahead of Deacon at the finish, although Sean Deacon went for it right at the end there, but went a little bit too hard in terms of sending it into the hairpin. We'll then have 5th place. It's going to go the way of Curry in a very solid drive there, just ahead of Hatfield in the Audi TT, and then we will see what will be Southwood coming to line ahead of Ben Rigby. Albeit Salford still got to get to the finish. Rigby was a lap down there in the Mazda MX-5 in 8th place, and we have already had Morris in his Peugeot 206 GTI get to the finish, but we are waiting for Noah Checkley to arrive at his final destination, and then it will be at Salford. And Noah Checkley, of course, when he comes on through, well, he will be taking your Peugeot 206 victory there as he comes to line. And well done to Noah. What a solid drive from him again, and making it 2 out of 2 here today. So we've just got one more driver to come, and that will be Salford. We are just waiting there for Salford to make his way to line, and Ben Salford almost there. But when he does get there, in due course, presumably we haven't lost him in his Renault Clio on the final lap. We will just wait to see if he takes the checker flag, because this is a little bit ominous, but I'm sure he's coming. There he is, at long last. He kept us in suspense, but the silver Clio makes his way to line and completes what will be 10 starters, all 10 of them finishers as well. So not as eventful a race necessarily as, not as essentially eventful a race as race number 1 in terms of the Track Action Racing Club. However, still plenty of brilliant racing out there. And, well, you can imagine that that's only going to continue when they make their way in a couple of weeks' time to Donington Park National on Sunday the 10th of August. But here are your provisional results, subject to each steward's inquiries, and William De Claudio dominating up front there in the Peugeot 106 GTI ahead of Paul Roderson, this time by the best part of 22.5 seconds, with the Skoda Octavia driver in turn only 2 seconds clear of Adam Croft. The Volkswagen Scirocco driver, he had the pressure from Sean Deacon throughout the race, but Deacon only really untapped it in the final lap, only to go a little bit too deep, and then it was Lee Curry who finished in 5th then in the Renault Clio. Grant Hatfield was 6th, just behind Curry on the road, and then we did have a sizable amount of time before we got to Ben Sell, last lead lap finisher. In 8th, it was Stephen Rigby a lap down. Noah Checkley, your Peugeot 206 GTI Cup winner there, ahead of Barry Morris, and that is how they conclude with the race. Fastest lap of the race, William De Claudio on lap number 4, a 1 minute 35.71. Absolutely went for it, William De Claudio, and well, he enjoyed it, it would seem, no doubt about it. They're really putting down the pace and saying to the rest of the field, this one, I'm giving it everything, and so he did. But that concludes the Track Action Racing Club's races here at the Oulton Park Island Circuit. A big thank you to them for putting on some brilliant displays there, and the highly affordable, very basic route into motorsport series definitely delivering. And if you're sat there right now on your couch or currently working in your garage and listening to this or watching this, I mean to yourself, you know what, I've got to say a Honda Civic, alternatively a Vauxhall Astra, that I'd love to get out on the circuit, but I need a place to take the car to circuit. This is the series, and this has been a great exhibition of it. But without further ado, let's go down to Parc Fermé to Jack, because he's got interviews lined up with our top 3 finishers, if not plenty more, from round number 10 of the Track Action Racing Club for 2025.
And the Track Action Racing Club series has come to a close here at Oulton Park, which is a bit of a shame, really. But the closer we get to the evening, the closer that William De Claudio gets to a potential Pizza Planet. And, I mean, well-deserved after 18.5-second race victory there, William. It's difficult to say it was a close race with those statistics, but still, a day round around Oulton Park is better than a day in the office, isn't it?
Yeah, it was good. It's been a good day, to be honest. Like I said earlier, we've never been here before, so it's a big experience for me. And racing from my point of view has been absolutely good. I didn't have any breaks towards the end of that race, so I had to back it off a little bit. But yeah, no, it's all been good.
Is that why you were going faster, because you were pressing the brake less? Maybe that's the secret.
Some people say that, don't they? Stay off the brakes, so you go faster. But yeah.
It was really, really cool. And explain to us very quickly, you explained to me at Silverstone, but just in case people have tuned in for the first time, what is the Buzz Lightyear inspiration?
My son.
Yes.
I basically said to my son, what livery should we do with the car this year? And he said Buzz Lightyear. So I said, yeah, that's perfect. We can do that. No problem at all. So.
I rate that. You've gotten him into the classics, I think they call that. 1995 film now is Toy Story. It's a classic, but it absolutely is. And the biggest thing I love is the Buzz Lightyear on the dashboard. Does that give you some inspiration when you actually get going round?
That's actually the go faster button. If I press his head, it makes me go faster.
I love that. I love it. De Claudio, congratulations on another win. Right, we've chatted to everybody's favourite Skoda Octavia already. What I want to do is chat to Adam Croft, if possible, which is in the number 73 car. Adam Croft is around here somewhere. Is that yourself? Yeah. There we go. Adam, I mean, that was a entertaining race from your perspective, especially that last lap. They kept you guessing.
Yeah, I'll take that. Sean kept me honest all race long. I spent more time looking behind me than where I should have been going, and he catching me up, and then he sort of backed off a bit in the middle of the race, which gave me a break, and then he started reeling me in again at the end. So yeah, I had my eyes facing backwards most of the race, but it was really good. So I'll take third. We lost a few in race 1, which is unfortunate. So I've been promoted unfairly, but I'll take it.
You take it at the end of the day. When in terms of like people losing their tyres, the cars going off, people dropping off and coming back at the end, that's the difference with multi-class racing, isn't it? There's sort of, you're constantly not only having to analyse the driver, but also what their cars might end up doing at different stages of the race.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't realise the reason he dropped off because his tyres had gone. He took a couple of laps, cooled back down, and then he went again. So yeah, like you say, it depends who you're racing as to how you manage it, but I just went as fast as I could from start to finish and hope he didn't catch me.
That was always my theory as well. It's fantastic. Thank you very much, Adam Croft. Right, I think we're going to have a very quick chat to the person who kept him honest, and that is Sean Deacon. If Sean is around and about the place, I'm trying to find if Sean Deacon 113 car, there he is, right in front of me. Sean Deacon, again, a very quick chat. You tried it right at the end, didn't you? You had to give us something to cheer about.
I made a lunge. It was a little bit hopeful, but if it had stuck, it would have paid off. But it didn't. I didn't stick.
However, very entertaining race to be a part of. He was saying that you sort of with pressure on at the beginning, maybe gave a bit of a rest in the sort of middle part, and came on strong. Was that you giving the car a rest?
No, I messed up my tyre pressures. It was like jelly on the front. I don't know what I'd done, so I'll go back and have a look. But it sort of tailed off in the middle. Then at the end, I just thought, well, a couple of laps left, I may as well give it a bit. So I tried.
Well, you definitely gave it a bit, and you gave us some entertaining to shout about. Paul Walsh was loving it.
Quick shout out to the Deacons and the Davises, please.
Fantastic, yeah, well done. Right, okay, TCR is coming up next, and I'm going to hand over to the Wirral's finest, Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen.
Only one of us lives on the Wirral, Jack, and I'll leave it to the viewers at home to figure out which one that is.
I live nowhere near the Wirral, lads. That's proper Woolsville, and that is Andy.
Thanks, Paul. Anyway, TCR coming up next from, well, we can agree on, this is our local track, and I think probably where our motorsport journeys both began, maybe in different decades, but certainly Oulton Park holds a very special place in our hearts, and there's something special about touring car racing here at Oulton. Race 1 for TCR certainly gave us plenty to talk about. That safety car period in the middle really ignited the battle, didn't it? Allowed Callum Newsham a route through onto the podium, and how pivotal could that prove to be when we get to Brands Hatch at the end of the year. Now though, we of the window, because we've got the good old reversed grid race to come, the top 10 finishers from race 1 reversed, to give us the grid for a second in the championship story. 12 points of the championship tree. Now, this though is how the cars will line up on the grid for this race. The front row will see Mark Smith line up alongside Rod McGovern. We had Paul had a quick govern for the socials in the middle, and he was well up for the fight, I reckon. Greg Saunders and Will Beach then together on row number 2, with Steve Laidlaw desperate to put that poor start from race 1 behind him. He's got Finn Leslie for company on the 3rd row. Then it's Sam Laidlaw and Callum Newsham. So Sam Laidlaw, remember, 3rd in the points coming into this race. He is, though, 48 points back from the championship lead, so needs a result out of this one, really. Callum Newsham, the championship leader, just needs to try. Shepherd, who starts directly behind him. Brad Hutchison 9th and Shepherd 10th by virtue of winning the race earlier on in the day. Then we've got row 6, Jordan Kerridge and George Jackson, the pair of Audis together, ahead of Stuart Lyons and the luckless Harry Bloor, whose first race ended with a collision with the tyre stack down at Nickelbrook Corner. The car actually quite heavily into the tyre barriers. We didn't realise at first how significant that contact had been with the outside tyre wall. So the Powermax Racing team, I think, were quite confident they'd get the car out for race number 2. Right then, Paul O'Neill, predictions for race 2. These are always difficult races to call, aren't they? And really, race 1, immediately when Steve Laidlaw fluffed the start, we didn't see that coming. We didn't necessarily expect Callum Newsham to be on the podium, so if race 1 is capable of surprising us, what on earth are we in for in race 2?
Yeah, well, I think we've got to look at, and we'd be stupid not to look at Steve Laidlaw to try and win this race. The only thing I would say with that is we've got, you know, a very inexperienced front row of Mark Smith. To be fair, Mark started on the front row quite a few times, but Rod McGovern hasn't done too many front row starts in this championship around this circuit. So yeah, people have got to be wary, and it's the hairpin that I'm worried about. I don't know whether people will break a little bit early. Just got to be careful of that. I'm going to go Steve Laidlaw, but Sam's with him there as well, and also Callum Newsham will be looking for a top 5 finish, and a podium would be a bonus in my eyes.
If you're Callum Newsham, are you more concerned with where you finish or where you finish in relation to Adam Shepherd? Because with such a slender championship advantage now for Callum, in a way, it doesn't really matter where they finish. If they're top 2, if they're 5th and 6th, he's just got to be ahead of Adam in every race going forwards.
Yeah, exactly that. I think he's going to see Adam Shepherd right behind him. I don't think he'll fight him too much. He knows that he'll be quicker in that car around here. So what he's got to do is just be on his bumper. In my eyes, just be on his bumper when this race gets going, and then from there just pick up the pieces of whatever comes his way.
That's for sure. You can really feel the tension, can't you, now at this stage of the season? The championship really starting to come down to the nitty-gritty, and every race now starts to take on extra significance. 5 races before we crown a champion at the end of the 2025 season, with Adam Shepherd, Callum Newsham. They are going to be absolutely desperate to try and get the job done. Mentioned Adam Shepherd's prospects of snatching a few records earlier. Well, he is now tied with Lewis Kent for most podium finishes in the championship history. So anywhere in top 3 in this race for Adam, and he will break that record. He is 1 behind Lewis now, so he could tie that by the end of the day. He has, though, now moved ahead of Lewis on laps led. 231 laps led for Adam Shepherd in TCR UK, 2 more than Lewis, and we know that number is only going to go. Such a talent, Adam Shepherd. We've waxed lyrical about him before, but I really think it's worth doing again. We've had so many conversations with lots of different people today, actually, both from within the championship and those looking on the outside in, and people are really starting now to realise what a talent Adam Shepherd is.
Yeah, exactly. People are really starting to sit up and take note. And like I say, this is one of the first times I've seen him driving this particular car to his liking. It's going to be very, very, very interesting, this one. I'm really looking forward to it.
See Max Hart there, centre of shot. He just walked off. He was heading into his position. He's been this weekend doing a bit of driver coaching. Max Hart, former race winner, of course, in TCR UK. These days, winning races, not just competing, but winning races in TCR Europe. A big success story from the TCR UK Championship is Max. Great to have him here this weekend. And he was a driver who never won the championship, actually. UK always seemed when maybe it looked like his time was winning. That's something Adam Shepherd can certainly. Good to have Max here, and good to see there are a number of drivers now actually who have gone from TCR UK onto bigger and better things, be that within the world of TCR racing or other front-wheel drive touring car championships. That really is sort of the position that TCR UK seems to be filling now within the motorsport. Been able to use this as a launch pad for their career.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. It's a great championship. The cars are challenging. They're fast. The cream rises to the top, but like you say, there is scope for this to be a feeder series to some other championships that circulate around the world, not just the UK. And it's great to see people like Max Hart, who congratulations to him on winning a TCR Europe race, which that ain't no mean feat. So that's the kind of people that we're producing from TCR UK.
And TCR was always supposed to give an opportunity for drivers who maybe didn't have the budget to jump straight into a British Touring GT car, something like that. Give them an opportunity to get into a proper bit of kit and show us what they are capable of. It's certainly something that we're seeing a number of drivers. You know, you look at the likes of Shepherd and Callum Newsham, for example. Brad Hudson wouldn't necessarily do this in other touring car championships, but here in TCR UK it's doable, and a lot of cost-cutting measures were made ahead of this season as well to really try and make this as for allowing us to have a healthy grid this weekend. Hopefully more cars to come for the final two rounds. But regardless of grid size, and I've always said this about TCR UK, it has always produced good racing. Always. Even back in the days when we had single-figure grids, always good racing, always fascinating championship battles. And the 2025 season is absolutely no different.
I was here the other day, you know, and Rob McGovern was testing with a couple of the other TCR UK cars, and he was pretty good, you know. When I watched him, he was pretty good. So I've got a feeling he's got a very good opportunity to get a podium here. I mean, I think he'll fight hard for it as well, and that's the difference. You can be quick enough and maybe not aggressive enough, but I think he's quick enough and I think he's aggressive enough as well.
And seems to now have that car under him a bit, doesn't he? So he's started the season in a different car, but yeah, now looks pretty much the full package. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. You know, sometimes you give these drivers that bit of clean air and that can work absolute wonders. It's difficult sometimes for those with less experience in the category when they're in amongst it, surrounded by other cars. I had this conversation with Will Beach earlier on, and he said, you know, I'm going slower now than I was in testing, and it's a lot easier to put a lap time in testing than when you're surrounded by other people who are all fighting for the same bit of racetrack. So, yeah, this is an opportunity for those drivers, I think, try and show us what they can do in clean air.
Whose mum's vaping just outside the Marshall Post 25? Somebody's mum's vaping at Marshall Post 25. Come and get your...
She's watching on nervously. Maybe one of the drivers, and that's her way of calming down pre-race. I'm just going to sort of see why, to be honest, because the tension is definitely in the air ahead of this second race, and reverse grid race is always so dicey. With all of the Civic Cup drivers we just chatted to on the podium said exactly that thing.
That is probably the safest place to be, where she is,
yes,
behind the starting cars, because before, haven't we? I remember a reverse grid race here that ended in absolute carnage down at Cascade. So the drivers have got to be very, very careful in that midfield about how quick these lot are going to get off the grid. I just hope that they all get off the grid and they don't stall, because we've had some lucky near misses today, actually, in Civic Cup and in TCR UK.
Indeed, in both championships we've had someone near the front of the grid stall, and in fact Stuart Lyons' car is not for moving at the back of the field. Stuart was right at the centre of the dramas at the start of the race 2 here last year that Paul was alluding to. Now thankfully gets the Hyundai fired up and off he will go, but he's fallen right to the back of the field now. Mind you, I don't see Harry Blore there, so I'm not convinced we've got the second PMR Hyundai out. We'll double check that in a moment or two, but yeah, possibility that we are missing one car, but at least Stuart Lyons has managed to get his fired up and into the race. So, green flag lap then underway, and looking to the top of the screen, yeah, I don't see Harry there. I see George Jackson, Jordan Kerridge is there just ahead of him. Who's the next one to come into shot? Is it Stuart Lyons? Yes, it is. So, yeah, no Harry Blore, unfortunately. That's a shame because, like I said in race 1, his pace was looking pretty strong and goes to show one tiny, and it was a tiny misjudgment, can ruin your weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We've all been there as drivers, just clipping those tyre stacks, and because the tyres are so sticky, they just rip the wheel out of the arch. Such a shame. So let's see what comes of this race. But Power Max Racing are one of the best teams in the UK for tin tops. So I think they've had a big problem with either a specific part not being available, or they've just found something really, really bent on the car. So we will see what happens on this one.
Right, before the race gets underway, I think we're going to have a quick audio reset here in the commentary box. So we will, don't worry, we haven't fallen down a hole, we've not got lost, we'll be back with you momentarily. We're back with you, everyone, just in time for race number 2 for TCR UK to get underway here at Oulton Park. Then cars weaving around as they might make their way around to the grid, with Mark Smith and Rod McGovern on the front row of the grid. Greg Saunders and Will Beach together on row number 2.
That was probably the best commentary that anybody's ever heard. Deafening silence and not having to hear us squeal. God, they're a bit late to the grid, these lot, aren't they?
There's a delay with, I think it was, who's ahead of Sam Laidlaw on the grid? Finn Leslie, isn't it, who seemed to have hung back quite a bit. And of course that means those cars at the front of the grid will be losing tyre temperature, and they're not going to have quite the confidence or the grip underneath them, maybe, heading into turn 1 that they would have been hoping for. So as if there wasn't enough jeopardy in this race, let's throw a little bit more at them, shall we? 20 minutes on the clock, race 2 for TCR UK at Oulton Park, about to get underway. Lights go out now. Does everyone move? Yes. Who moves the quickest? Well, Steve Laidlaw's had a good start, gets squeezed between Will Beach and Greg Saunders, bullies his way through though, and Steve Laidlaw is second. McGovern leads the way. Mark Smith very tentative through Old Hall Corner, bottles up Sam Laidlaw, and Newsham is ahead. Newsham's got 4 or 5 cars at least between himself and Adam Shepherd, so Newsham on his toes. They drop down into Cascades for the first time through the left-hander. What's happening? We'll find out. Harry Blur is there at the back. He started from the pit lane. It is side by side for the race lead though. Steve Laidlaw to the outside of McGovern. Has he got the move made? No, McGovern comes right back at him into the hairpin, and Finn Leslie is there to pick up the pieces.
Go on, Rod! Oh, what a move! He kept it pinned. He ain't having any of it. Absolutely brilliant. And fair play to Steve Laidlaw. He could have squeezed him and took himself out. Brilliant stuff from these guys. Finn Leslie's fully involved. Callum Newsham up the front. 4 into Knickerbrook and Hislops. This is mega!
Oh, Callum Newsham can't believe his luck. Surely he's in the lead battle, and Shepherd is going nowhere, really. He's stuck back there. He's ahead of Sam Laidlaw, at least. But Adam Shepherd has not made the same sort of progress that Callum Newsham has on the opening lap of the race. What can Newsham do? This is a golden opportunity, but how many risks is he willing to take? Rob McGovern clearly is willing to take the fight to these drivers. Yes. Steve Laidlaw at the moment, the one trying to prise the door open, and he might just have done it into Lodgepole.
Oh, yeah, he's got to be careful, though. But brilliant driving from Rod. Fair play. Could he get back down the inside? No, he can't. Callum Newsham down the inside of Finn Leslie. He knows he has to keep going through and stick on the back bumper of the people he's battling for this title with.
Massively impressed with Callum Newsham today. He snuck that third place in race 1. He's into P3 already in race 2. Here comes Shepherd behind. Look, Mark Smith being overtaken by Sam Laidlaw. Smith just did not have the confidence on cold tyres, and I think that's what's allowed Newsham through, but not Shepherd. Newsham second. Newsham is second, Paul, ahead of Finn Leslie.
Wow, how's that? Must have been down the inside at Old Hall maybe, but Steve Laidlaw lights on and he just wants to get on with it. How committed will Callum Newsham be? This is an exquisite weekend so far for him, and look at Rob McGovern. He ain't giving up. He's got elbows out and Brad does nowhere to go, but there are two cars which are exactly the same. The competitions, they're absolutely lit. Who's it going to be as they come down? Look at the big squeeze from Brad Hutchison.
Oh, that's not going to intimidate Rob McGovern though, is it? Who hops over the curb. Hutchison's still there. They avoid contact somehow. That was very close stuff, but Rob McGovern, fair play. Why should no? He started on the front row. This is his chance to try and get his sponsors some airtime, and he was getting some airtime over the curb there at the Hislop chicane. He is not going to make this easy, and Paul, if he's not making it easy for Brad Hutchison, he ain't going to make it any easier for Adam Shepherd.
Absolutely not. This is a nightmare for Shepherd because he's got two cars he is quicker than, but look at this. That's going to be... Oh, Shepherd's got to be careful here. He'll try and get the switch back here. Now Brad has gone in quite narrow, so he'll probably get a better run into turn 1. We're probably going to see a change.
Sniffing a race win here. He is quicker than Steve Laidlaw at this stage of the race. He's right with the leader now as they head through Old Hall Corner. Meanwhile, Hutchison to the inside, who's turning in. Brad had to bail out of that one, and that will delay Hutchison down the avenue. Here is Shepherd's opportunity. He's on as we drop down the hill. Hutchison's got on the inside line and commits to a move on McGovern. Fantastic stuff. Rod is ushered to the edge of the road. There's no yellow flag, so he's still on the track, but he has dropped 2 places. Hutchison through, and crucially Shepherd able to take advantage as well.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, I've got to say, from Rob McGovern. He didn't turn in, he didn't get smashed into, he put himself in a place where he's just battling, and fair play to him. That's what we want to see, and it was great stuff. But now Sam Laidlaw is all over the back of him as well. Look at the lead. It's getting very close and tasty, but the Callum Newsham's car, quick through this bit, but massive black line from Callum Newsham. All that car wants to do is spin round, and he's just hanging onto it like a bucking bronco.
But that clearly is the only way to get a quick lap time out of the Hyundai this weekend with all of that weight in the car. That won't be helping the handling either, but he has driven magnificently to even have a shot at a race win, and he's several places ahead of Adam Shepherd. Shepherd, though, trying to do something about that. Look, gets to the inside of Brad Hutchison. Shepherd's car really seems good through the high-speed stuff. That's 2 laps in a row. He's been able to get a really good run out and through it, and this time he gets to the inside of Hutchison at launch.
Yeah, job done. But Rob McGovern doing a great job as well, but the undercut might be coming. Oh my word, Callum Newsham! He is getting ever so close, as now Hutchison down the inside again. Will he keep his nose there? Yes, he will.
Wow.
Adam Shepherd has to give up. Look at that. He doesn't want to be side by side. And Brad has come out of it, and that's exceptional driving from both of them, because Adam Shepherd had to have full trust in Brad Hutchison then. Fair play, boys. I doff my cap.
The amount of times I've seen 2 cars go side by side through Old Hauler and neither of them end up on the grass is limited, let me tell you. So really good stuff. Hats off to both of them. Meanwhile, Newsham into the back of Steve Laidlaw, not literally, but he is on the inside, as he can't quite wriggle alongside over Hilltop. Newsham's in a real quandary here though, because he knows at the moment he's a little bit quicker than Steve Laidlaw, but every move he makes, Callum, has to be calculated.
Yeah, that's the thing. The thing he doesn't want is Finn Leslie come into the back of him, which he is doing now. Adam Shepherd will be catching. He doesn't want to slow the leader up by making false attempts. If he's going to do it, he needs to be flat, decisive, and get it done. Looks like now there's a rhythm for Steve Laidlaw in that lead car.
Adam Shepherd hasn't yet had a lap in clean air, and yet he's this lap of the race, so now he's in clean air. We should see that Cupra go even more quickly, so Callum knows his time is limited here. If he doesn't make a move on Steve Laidlaw, there's a very good chance that Adam Shepherd might end up applying some pressure to him before the race is done. Callum once again closes out of Lodge, really now looking for an attack into Old Hall Corner. There goes Shepherd, there is Hutchison behind, and Sam Laidlaw in behind them as well. In 6th, through Old Hall Corner they head. The lead gap was only a quarter of a second, and Callum Newsham once again is closing in. I thought maybe there was an overlap into Cascade, maybe not on the way in, Paul, but that Hyundai should be quicker off the turn.
If that car is up behind Laidlaw into the hairpin and Laidlaw has to defend, that car is so good on the brakes, but he's defending from Finn Leslie now, so he's had a moment at Cascades. This will really help out Laidlaw in the lead.
Oh, but look, there's no front end on that VZ in certain parts of the on certain parts of the track. Shepherd is right with him now.
His previous lap, a 1:26.8, was half a second quicker than the race leader, and that's before Steve Laidlaw really starts defending, which I think he's going to have to start doing. So, yeah, Shepherd is going to arrive at the party, I think, isn't he, at some point? The question is, what further progress can he make? Finn Leslie won't be an easy pass. Callum Newsham certainly won't be an easy pass. And if Shepherd wants to win, he's got to get through Steve Laidlaw, and we know from history that that is not an easy thing to do.
Well, this is it. I think it started to settle down a bit at the front, but let's see how good Callum Newsham is on the brakes here, because is he having a look around or is he defending? I think he's having a look around. He just needs to be in there a bit closer, and any pass that he attempts has to be 100%, but it also has to be shocking to make sure that Steve Laidlaw has no reply.
Yes, because if he goes for the move, it doesn't work. They trip over each other, they lose momentum. Suddenly, Leslie and Shepherd are there. Really good run through Old Hall for Callum Newsham, but where can he go with it? Steve will surely cover the inside line down through Cascade, which he does. Goes in tight now. Newsham didn't get a good exit from this corner a lap ago. What does this lap have in offer? Well, it's about the same, really. They come off the corner, actually, quite a bit closer than they were a lap ago. Is there an opportunity into the hairpin? Answer, no, not on the way in, but look for the exit. The Hyundai's front end working so much better. Look how much tighter he is, Paul, and that means he gets on the power earlier and really forces Steve Laidlaw to watch the mirrors over the hill.
Yeah, Steve Laidlaw is really having to work himself hard to stay in front, which I never thought I would say, to be honest. But look now, this is the direction change of the Hyundai, but it just looks like Steve Laidlaw's car is working better through Knickerbrook, but Hislop's, it's definitely the better car, the Hyundai. Look at the gap he pulls out, and yeah, you need to be closer than that, and I don't think Callum can.
Yeah, the trouble is he's getting close at the wrong parts of the track, isn't he? He was so much quicker through the Hislop chicane there. He was almost forced to look at the inside into the left-hander, but you can't pass there. There's always going to end in contact, and he sensibly back down to it. Shepherd is now on the tail look of Finn Leslie, so it's 4 for the lead as they arrive down at Lodge Corner once again. This then the conclusion of lap number 6 of what's been a sensational race so far. Leslie a bit slow off the corner, pulls over to defend from Adam Shepherd. He really defends from Adam Shepherd, but not quite enough. Adam has got the overlap, he's got the inside line, he's got 3rd place.
That's what I like about Finn Leslie. Obviously not the mistakes, but he just thinks about his racing. Do I really want to turn myself around into a... No, he doesn't, and he makes the right decision. But yeah, that car is... anyone driving them Hyundais, they are having to fight every single... But the other Gen 2s and the Gen 3s, they really are a little bit easier to drive. Laidlaw really doesn't like this hairpin, does he? Because on the way in he's slow, and on the way out he's slow as well. Look at that.
Callum could only get an overlap there. He could force his way to the inside at Hislops, but he just can't quite get off the turn quick enough. He is quicker than Steve Laidlaw, but not quite enough to get alongside. And now Callum will look in his mirrors, he'll see that blue, white and yellow Cupra VZ behind, and he'll think, oh no, here comes Adam Shepherd, here comes my title rival, and above all else, he must finish ahead of Shepherd.
Yes, but maybe he could let him past, let him battle with Laidlaw, let them go toe to toe and pick up any pieces if they slide wide or to each other and they lose momentum. This is going to sit tight, because this is going to get interesting.
Very good point. Think back to the Civic Cup race earlier on. Liam McGill watched as his teammates Ali Camp and Wes Swain battled ahead, and it was McGill that gained both places in the end, so you might be onto something there, Paul. Here comes Sam Laidlaw. He's starting to apply the pressure to Brad Hutchison as the leaders go through. 1.4 seconds covering the top 3 cars as particularly to the second half of the race. Hutchison and Laidlaw for 5th are pretty close as they round Old Hall Corner and head down the avenue once again. Newsham, lap after lap after lap, closes on Steve Laidlaw through the first part of the lap. It's the second half where the Cupra VZ seems to have an edge, but Callum, I think his chances to go for the lead are running out, aren't they?
Yeah, it's starting to just gap him a bit. Places where he was strong, he's now starting to not be able to get anywhere near the rear of that Laidlaw car in the lead. But the other Laidlaw car is having a right old time in it. But I don't think it's going to be too long until he really starts to put big pressure on Brad Hutchison.
Yeah, as we saw in the first race, really, Sam Laidlaw, the longer the race goes on, the more competitive he starts to look. Callum Newsham actually not yet having to defend really from Adam Shepherd, is he? Shepherd's not rocketing onto his tail, he's looking a bit quicker, and I'm sure we'll be there by the end of the lap, but for now, Newsham doesn't have to defend. Finn Leslie, though, we can't say the same about his car. The pace really seems to be going away, and now Hutchison and Sam Laidlaw are right with him.
Well, we'll see. These are battles further on down the grid. That's Greg Saunders and George Jackson in the Audi. So yeah, they're still all battling there. Finn Leslie, what's going on? Is he slowing or is he just defending? Looks like he's just defending. That kind of defence is going to lead to an attack from Brad Hutchison coming into the first corner. So let's see what happens with that. But he's got his mirrors full of Sam Laidlaw.
Yeah, Sam Laidlaw actually got the best exit from Lodge of the three of them, but not quite enough to get alongside. Takes a very late turn into Old Hall Corner. Not the traditional line through there for Sam, but looks at the exit curve of the corner quite nicely. The leading three then. Adam Shepherd now starting to look like more of a threat to the two ahead. And this, I think, is the point at which Callum Newsham maybe turns from attack to defence. He's got to try and keep Shepherd behind unless he wants to take the risk of letting him through. And as Paul said, watching the leading two Cupra VZ's battle out of the hairpin. Again, that tight line from Newsham, but he just can't get the overlap, can he?
No, he can't. And Steve Laidlaw will be looking behind thinking, oh, I really don't want Adam Shepherd on my case. But the other thing is as well, Callum won't want to let Adam Shepherd pass, because if he lets him past and he gets past Laidlaw, that's another car that's ahead of him. So yeah, points are critical at the minute. So yeah, this is okay at the minute for Callum, but I think he's got his work cut out with Adam Shepherd, who needs to really win.
Yeah, Shepherd will be desperate to try and get to the top step, but again, at this part of the track, they all just seem to stretch out ever so slightly. Callum's pushing hard. Is there a danger here that he's going to take more out of his tyres than the other two? It seems that Callum really is the one that's having to grab the car by the scruff of the neck. It's a warm day. Goodyear make a very good tyre, don't get me wrong, but you know, perhaps it could be that the Cupras are landing their tyres better. Who knows? We'll see in the final few minutes as Newsham has a run here towards Old Hall Corner.
Yeah, I was just watching that. It looks like Laidlaw has now started to get understeer. The front axle isn't working very good, and I'm interested to see how he gets out of Cascades, because he got a terrible exit from Druids. It's the first time I've seen a real attack. Oh, who's that? That's Hutchison and Finn Leslie?
Yeah, Hutchison was around the outside, I think, at Old Hall, gets the inside for Cascade, but I think there might have been a bit of paint traded between the two of them. Did Sam Laidlaw go by as well? I suspect he did. So both of the Cupras passed the Hyundai. Hutchison to fourth, Sam Laidlaw to fifth, and he'll look to try and convert that to fourth place for himself before too much longer. Takes the wide line into the hairpin. Very tight exit from Brad to cover that switchback. That was smart driving.
Yeah, it was. But look at the lead group that's just gone over the hill. They looked really close. Really. Oh, Laidlaw off! The leader's off! And back on. Oh, that's an interesting one. Did he gain an advantage? I don't know if he did, because look how close he is now. And look at the brakes flashing on the P2 car of Callum Newsham. He's got bad knockoff. His brakes aren't working brilliantly, and Adam Shepherd will sense blood. Wow. Well, then front tyres of Laidlaw's car. It's not good, because now Callum Newsham's going to have... Shepherd could lead this one. Look at this now. They're all defending. What's going to happen next? Shepherd down the outside.
All side by side for second. That, remember, is between the championship leaders. Newsham so wants to go for the win, but has he just opened the door for Adam Shepherd? Yes, he has. Shepherd alongside overdeers the inside line for Old Hall Corner. And Adam Shepherd, I think, will make the move stick. Into turn one they go. Newsham, in fairness, doesn't fight it too hard, cuts back to the late apex, but that was how quickly things half a lap ago. I thought Callum Newsham was going to get the lead, and now he's down to third.
Oh, that's such a disheartening thing to see when you're a driver like Callum Newsham, but it could all change. How hard will Adam Shepherd push Steve Laidlaw? I think he'll push him silly hard, because he does really need to win. They both need to win. Callum Newsham is actually pretty safe sat here. Let's see what happens, but I think we're in for fireworks now, and I don't mean accidents, I mean a proper battle royale.
His head, though, is that he can't afford an on-finish. He has to play this safer than the other two, so actually this might not be all too bad for Callum Newsham. He can keep in behind the two ahead, which as they do battle for the race lead. There is Hutchison. Sam Laidlaw in fifth position right behind him as well. 4 1/4 minutes of this race to go. It's been an absolute pressure cooker race so far, and you ain't seen nothing less, because what this season has taught us so far is when these two drivers are sharing the same bit of racetrack, we can expect some action.
Yeah, and this is where you're going to see it. When you get cut back to the leaders, I think he's going to have closed up, because Steve Laidlaw looks like he's struggling on the brakes, struggling in the high speed, and I think it's going to be the lap where he's really going to be on his case.
Yeah, look at that. Gap is next to nothing as they cross the line. 0.3 of a second officially. And Newsham almost keeping his distance now, isn't he? Those two get on with it. He wants no part in this battle, having lost the place to Adam Shepherd. In a way, there's no sense in Callum getting too involved. because we have to imagine a battle for the lead is about to break out. Down through Cascades they head, and where does Shepherd make the move? How much has he learned from the couple of laps that he spent following those two? This seems to be the part of the track that Steve is struggling, and Adam is on the attack, can't get to the inside, but forces Steve to lock wide. Steve just gets back to the apex. I'm not quite sure how, Paul.
I don't know how he's done it. He's gapped him as well. He got the steering lock off, got the wheels straight. I can't tell you how easy it is to just keep the steering lock on and floor the throttle and spin the wheels and run wide. Steve Laidlaw was really patient then, but look at what's going on. Callum Newsham just needs to stay there, because this corner approaching up over Clay Hill and into Druids, this is where Shepherd needs to be closer than ever to make him defend into Lodge and then try to get a run on him over the start-finish line into the first corner. Let's see how it pans out, because Steve Laidlaw doesn't look very confident in the front end of that car, and no, to be fair, Shepherd doesn't look miles quicker than him, but no, he does look like he's quite close.
Gotta say that, I know it sounds like we're being a bit negative about Steve Laidlaw. What a brilliant defensive drive this has been. He's had two drivers behind him for the whole race who I think are quicker, or their cars maybe are working better, but Steve hasn't yet made a big mistake. If he has made one, he's recovered and he's defended the position really, really nicely. Oh, hang on, time penalty. Steve Laidlaw, 5-second penalty for track limits. Steve Laidlaw and Harry Blur have been given a 5-second penalty for track limits, so Adam Shepherd is already in the lead of the race, but he can't just sit there behind Steve Laidlaw. He wants to try and get away from Callum Newsham, and I don't make any difference to Steve's tactics either. He'll want to win this on the road. I don't even know whether these two know about the penalty.
I don't think the board will have been shown yet with the number 100 on it saying track limits and a black and white flag with a 5-second penalty. They will see it probably next time round, and Callum Newsham needs to see it so he can think, right, okay, that's not too bad, I can back off. But how much will Adam Shepherd back off? I don't think he will. I think he's just battling for the win now, because he looks like a man that's not seen a time penalty flag.
Yeah, they're both still on it, aren't they? Laidlaw was still defending into the hairpin, Shepherd giving him a hurry up, although he's dropped back slightly there through the Hislop chicane at Knickerbrook corner, so maybe he's got the message after all. Let's see what happens through the next couple of turns. He closes right in on Steve through Druids. Steve Laidlaw very slow through the double apex right under, strangely slow actually, and is this Shepherd's opportunity to get to the inside? No, not quite. Steve defends again, but this is all bringing Callum Newsham back into play. We begin then the final lap of the race, and Adam Shepherd again quicker off the turn. He'll look to the inside, but Steve Laidlaw has it covered for now.
Yeah, this is a real shame, because I can't see. I've not seen Steve Laidlaw running ragged across the curbs or anything like that, but there's sensors, so obviously it's look at the speed that Callum Newsham follows it. Callum has to be there. Callum has to be there for if it goes wrong, because it's not Steve he's got to worry about, it's Callum, because Steve is 5 seconds down the road in reality.
Yes, but still physically there in front of Shepherd, holding him up slightly, defending, look into the hairpin, so Steve Laidlaw is still driving like a man with a lead to defend, and look, Newsham is right back with Shepherd now, so any slight stumble between the top two, and it will be Callum Newsham who's quids in. We head over Hilltop then for the final time of asking, and Steve Laidlaw, who I remind you has a 5-second track limits penalty to be applied, he leads on the road, but really it's the two cars behind battling for the race win, and they just so happen to be the top two drivers in the championship. Newsham is looking like a threat.
Newsham's looking like a threat, but I think Adam Shepherd is now driving like he knows that the person in front has a penalty and he's going to take the win. Be interesting to see what his thoughts are. The other thing I was going to look at was how far does it drop Steve Laidlaw down? That to me says that Adam Shepherd knows that the man leading has got a penalty and he's not going to attack him, but he has to be careful about Callum Newsham.
At the beginning of the final lap, Brad Hutchison fourth was 4.6 seconds off the lead, so at the moment it would drop Steve behind him. Depends how quick this final lap has been. So off Lodge corner we go. Steve Laidlaw will win the race on the road, but on corrected times it is another victory for Adam Shepherd, and a crucial one at that. He beats Callum Newsham to the line. Laidlaw then was flashing the lights as he came across the line. Maybe he doesn't know about the penalty. I'll let Paul O'Neill be the one to deliver that news down in the pit lane in a few moments' time. It is Shepherd who ends up inheriting the win. It's Callum Newsham who ends up second, and Brad Hutchison on the podium in third by, in the end, less than 0.2 of a second ahead of Steve Laidlaw. Here, meanwhile, is a battle between Stuart Lyons and Greg Saunders, this for 9th position. They will come across the line absolutely nose to tail, but it is Greg Saunders just narrowly ahead of the championship promoter Stuart Lyons, who gets himself into the top 10. Well, a brilliant race, fantastic stuff that was between those top, and the championship takes Another little twist, another little turn. Adam Shepherd will close that championship margin down by another few points. Second place gets you 35 points, plus the bonus points for the... Sorry, no, he wins, doesn't he? Sorry, it's 40 points for him, plus a bonus point, 6 points more than Callum Newsham. Oh, now there was more drama. Look for Harry Bloor in that race. He had a collision down at Cascade, so Harry never made it back. That was, I think, on the final lap. Not sure who he tangled with there. That might have been Will Beach, possibly, who was retired to the pit lane, I think, earlier on. No, so it wasn't Will. But anyway, Harry Bloor, Jordan Kerridge, and Will Beach not running at the flag. Adam Shepherd gets the win on corrected times. Callum Newsham second, and Brad Hutchison the podium in third position. Steve Laidlaw, winner on the road. My heart goes out to him because he drove a brilliant defensive drive there, but sadly will not get the win. He ends up in fourth position. Finn Leslie fifth, and Sam Laidlaw in sixth. Rod McGovern seventh, George Jackson eighth, Greg Saunders ninth, and Stuart Lyons completes the top 10. Then it was Mark Smith, Jordan Kerridge, Harry Bloor not running at the flag, as we said. Will Beach likewise, his car retired to the pit lane actually. It was a very slow final lap for Jordan Kerridge, but he did eventually get home in 12th, so he was running. Harry Bloor we saw skating off into the gravel with again broken right front suspension, as was the reason for his demise in race 1, and Will Beach retiring to the pit lane. The championship calculations, as I said, provisionally will have Shepherd scoring 41 and Callum Newsham 35. That's 6 points gained by Shepherd. He was 12 behind going into the race, so that championship margin, 6 points provisionally, heading to Snetterton next time out. But what will happen there? Another 2 races down in the Snetterton circuit to Brands Hatch in November, where the weather could be very different to the weather that we've enjoyed today. The circuit certainly is one that's provided some drama in the past. It could be a real nail-biter when we get to the end. For more information, by the way, on the dates and the live stream info, do be sure to head to the TCR UK website, where you can also keep up to date with the updated points and all of the news from around the paddock and such like. Right, speaking of the paddock, let's head out there to the Parc Fermé area. Paul O'Neill, in fact down in the pit lane, is ready to catch up with our race winners, and we'll find out whether exactly they knew what the situation was with regards to the track limits penalties. Paul, over to you.
Wow, what a race. And if you caught any of that noise from the team, from the driver, revving his engine again, Adam Shepherd, that one looked like it was even more important to him. I've just been saying, Adam, that looked like it was even more noise, more revving, and that meant a lot to you, mate. And well done for putting them stickers on properly in the last 2 seconds.
Yeah, they keep falling off, we keep sticking them back on, but yeah, unbelievable. We've got pole, 2 wins, 2 fastest laps, lap record, so unbelievable. The car was fantastic. Huge thanks to 5G Communications, we wouldn't be here otherwise. Capture Motorsport, we wouldn't be here otherwise. And all the team have been unbelievable, so sent a message.
How did you know you'd won?
Steve was really struggling towards the end, and I made the decision, if I attack Steve, Callum's going to catch the pair of us, and I see he had a penalty, so I was just lifting on the straights to give him a bit of breathing room into the braking areas, because as soon as he starts defending, it holds us both up. So as soon as I see the penalty, I stopped attacking, give him some breathing room on the brakes to stop us battling, and yeah, brought it home.
Took a while to get through the traffic, mate, but you made it stick and you got it done when you needed to. But we thought you might have lost out, but you got it done.
Yeah, I was ultra careful. Look what happened to Croft, like disqualification for that. So I was super careful. 10th to first, not a single touch on anyone. So that's what we wanted.
Top man. Listen, go and enjoy that, mate. Well done, absolutely brilliant. Let's have a quick word with Callum Newsham again, with his fans flat out. Callum Newsham, let's quickly grab you, mate. If someone had said second place before you started the race, would you have gone, I don't know about that?
Yeah, I just didn't even think I'd get on the podium, to be fair. That was good, that. Yeah, pretty good. Just not quick enough for these Cupras, but I think the Hyundai we did a pretty good job with it today.
What was the reasoning behind Steve Laidlaw really struggling in some of the corners? Was it front axle? Like, it looked like you just had a better car on the way in, but you just had no chance of getting it on the way out.
Yeah, I don't know. He seemed like he was struggling early on anyway. He just didn't have the corner speed that I had, but it didn't matter because he was just getting it down the straight anyway. But no, he did well. He did well. Shame about his penalty, but that's good for us. Good points. P2. I'll take that.
looks good in the championship, mate. Is it just now a case of just ticking them off and just being in front of Adam where you can be? And you just look like a different driver, mate. You're really thinking about this championship now, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I wanted to keep Adam behind me then, but he just had the grunt on me down out of the last corner. But I couldn't really do anything, so I was happy for third, but second I'll take, because I seen he got a penalty. So
I think to be fair, mate, you're my driver of the day. You've done exceptional today. Well done, mate. Absolutely spot on. That is a good effort, that is. Let's go and speak to Brad Hutchison. Follow me. Brad should be made up with his day's work. Didn't even know he was on the podium. No. You literally just were trying to get down the pit lane and in fourth place, didn't you? But third will do.
Yeah. I tell you what, whoever's in charge of that sign was busy then, because the amount of time I was trying to read it and I was trying to guess who's what number, and I tell you what, I seen Adam on the pit wall going, go on, and I was thinking, right, that must be one of them ahead has got a penalty. It's one of them. Who don't love a Revy grid race? Do you know what I mean? That's what it's for, isn't it? There's some good overtaking there. I was happy. Got a good montage for YouTube, I don't know.
It actually looked like one of your better races. I know you've won multiple times, but it really looked like you're enjoying it. Down the inside of people, hardly any contact. There was just nice racing. Oh, I didn't even see that.
Hardly any
have a look at that, Ben. That's horrendous. What happened there, mate? You're reversing into people.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, usual suspects.
Oh, right, okay.
Stevie and his son, but you know. So let's move on.
You mustn't like older cars.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. It must be frustrating always seeing the back of mine, I guess, but I don't know. No, let's move on. No, obviously, very, very happy with that one. Like I said, I'd seen the guys in the pit wall going absolutely mental, the guys and girls, and I just thought, we might be on here. Obviously, I had a bit of trouble getting through some of the traffic earlier on, but that's the Revy grid racing, that's what it's for. It's the good overtakes. Yeah, I'm well pleased with that, and it's really good. Obviously, we've got all the Bondit people, all the Hill and Roofing people. You know, it's great. Loads of friends, loads of family. Yeah, it's good. I'm happy now. That was the first time this season. I think I'm actually really happy with that. It's third, but
well, fair play, mate. I thought you might be, but that needs a bit of bonding at the back for sure, doesn't it?
It's just having a moment. Yeah, we'll get some bonding on that. It'll go again, I'm sure. It's not the first time someone's hit it, and it probably won't be the last. So yeah, it's all right.
It'll be doing fine, maybe good. Spot on, well done. Right, okay. Rod McGovern was your Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner. I'm not actually too sure where Rod is, but it would have been nice to have a little chat with him because he has done ever so well this weekend. That was a cracking race. Oh, actually, here he is. He's turned up. Let's get a quick word with him. Rod, well done, mate. You must have been minding your interview before. Well done.
I tell you, I enjoyed that. I wasn't hanging around at the start. Just wanted to get out and give myself some sort of a chance. I knew they were going to be crawling all over me at some stage, but you know, I held it for as long as I could and then tried to just sit in with the pack. There was a lovely pack just ahead of me and I could see Carnage potentially going to come out there, so I just said keep the shoe in and try and just wait and see if that happens. We were sort of matching pace, but nothing materialised. The lads seemed to have kept it pretty clean and there was no advantage to be had, but it was a blooming great race.
Do you know what was amazing about that? I said it in comms. I said I'm gonna back Rod here for a podium because I thought there's no way on this earth he's going to just give it up and roll over. You looked as quick as them. You were literally millimetres off them, side-by-side contact. But do you know what? Just respectful racing. I thought it was mega to see, mate.
I give enough room where if you're going to make the move, there will be enough room there, but you're going to have to make sure there's enough room because I'm not leaving a door open. You know, simple as that. And, you know, I was given a bit of grass, I gave a bit of grass, and it was all done in good racing.
I love it, mate. Looks like we're going to get run over. It'd be a real shame, wouldn't it, if we hurt ourselves in the pit lane and not out on the track. Has that been your best weekend so far?
Absolutely. From a results perspective, from a sort of a pace with sort of some level sort of at the back of the front pack as such, you know, but you know, we're just getting used to the car, getting used to the team, you know, just getting a bit of mileage and you know, looking forward to it all, you know. It's good.
Good man. You're quickly becoming my favourite, Rod, so well done. Enjoy your time and safe trip home.
Cheers, thanks for being
top man. Excellent stuff. He's my new fave. Back to you guys. What's next?
Thank you, Paul. Highlights then of a brilliant battling second race for TCR UK. It all got very physical right from the get-go, with Steve Laidlaw muscling his way through into second position between Will Beach and a very tentative Mark Smith, who then sort of backed up the likes of Sam Laidlaw, Brad Hutchison and Adam Shepherd and allowed Callum Newsham to accelerate away into fourth place early doors. He was amazingly then part of this fantastic scrap for the lead, which saw Rod McGovern getting his elbows out, trying his best to hang on to the the lead of the race. Eventually, though, Steve Laidlaw would get alongside him, made the move down into Lodge Corner and was able to move into the front of the pack. However, he could not get away, and even as Rod McGovern was battling away with Brad Hutchison for fourth, the leading three getting themselves together, with Adam Shepherd looming ever larger in their mirrors as well. Hutchison and McGovern nearly tangled down at Cascade. Brad was able to get through. Adam Shepherd followed him by as well and was able to keep on picking up the places, but he then got alongside Brad and they engaged in a brilliant example of side-by-side racing that did not have to end in contact, or indeed either car even exceeding track limits. It was a good move from Adam around the outside of Old Hall Corner. Then, a few laps later, he caught the leaders, got to the inside of Finn Leslie and took third place away from the Powermax Racing youngster at Old Hall, before then setting off after the race leaders. Jordan Kerridge had an interesting approach to the Ireland Hairpin. He decided to go for a lap of the international circuit after that grassy excursion. Whilst at the front of the field, it was a three-horse race. Steve Laidlaw made what could have been a pivotal move, a pivotal mistake even, down at the Hislop chicane when he locked up and ran across the grass, but rejoined still as the race leader. However, drama was lurking for the race leader just a few moments later. Harry Blur, speaking of drama, got into the back of one of the Cupras down at Cascade and went off into the gravel with broken steering. The second race in a row that the Hyundai had copped some damage. His car was going no further. At the front of the field, though, Steve Laidlaw, the race leader, had been handed a 5-second track limits penalty. That meant that despite the fact he led on the road at the flag, it was actually Adam Shepherd, crucially, who was able to hold on to take the victory, with Callum Newsham second. And I've just had it confirmed by the championship, provisionally at least. It will now just be a 6-point championship lead for Callum Newsham heading to Snetterton. He came into the weekend the best part of 30 points clear, and Adam Shepherd's double race win has put him right on terms with the points leader. Be sure to tune in at Snetterton. That's going to be an absolute thriller, I am sure. Speaking of which, 2 more races still to go here at Oulton Park. The Junior Saloon Car Championships up next. Paul Walsh is here to talk you through all of that action. So Paul, I'll leave you once again to get all excited about the juniors.
Oh, thank you, Andy. Well, as Andy McEwen said there, you can continue to follow the story of TCR UK as it makes its way to Snetterton in approximately a month's time, if not sooner. But the pinnacle of our racing here, our headline act of TCR UK at the Oulton Park Island Circuit for this wonderful Saturday, the 5th of July. We've still got 2 more races to go, and up next is the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and we are going to be seeing their 17th round of 27 take place here this afternoon. And in the meantime, whilst we have been waiting for the racing to continue after an absolutely exciting TCR UK race, we've seen a number of you there absolutely enjoying the commentary, even when we had these slight technical hitches there, as I think one of you has quite politely put, and I absolutely love that comment to be fair, that with regards to the fact, even with the technical issues, the enthusiasm and the excitement makes up for it. Well, speaking of enthusiasm and excitement, let's get excited then over our youngsters as they continue their racing careers. And here's your grid for round number 17 of the Junior Saloon Car Champion 2025. Josh Salvadori takes pole position, joined on the front row by Wilf Butler. It's stage of race number 1. Oliver Kerr lines up behind him, starting second, with Ollie Smith alongside in 4th. And then we have Matthew Swatton and Lewis Austin on that 3rd row, with Matthew Swatton having a season-best qualifying performance. Max Scharfegger starts in 7th, ahead of Tom Elgar. And then we have Leon Holly and Martin Wright rounding off your top 10. Outside of that top 10, well, there's a couple other drivers there, and where you'll find on row number 6, it will be the Powells of Sherry-Ann Powell and Lexi Powell, who round off that order. Now, to recap, round number 16, that was earlier today. Well, what we saw, the top 5. Wilf Butler did everything right to finish second on the road, until a 5-second post-race time penalty got applied to Josh Salvadori and demoted Salvadori down to 3rd place. It took a little bit of a bruise in there with regards to Salvadori, because he thought he'd got it all done out on circuit, but pesky track limit penalties, they do sometimes prevail, but he's got to bounce back from it in the end, and that's his plan for this one. However, with that, and Butler being promoted, so did Oliver Kerr, your independent winner. He got promoted to 2nd place for a great result, but again, in his post-race interview, saying that it's all well and good where I finished, but he wants to find out why he's not on the pace to the top 2, because he spent the most of the race watching in his front windshield the Wilf Butler versus Josh Salvadori battle, but he could never quite truly get involved in it. Meanwhile, Lewis Austin in 4th place, well, he had an absolutely brilliant performance there and made it his 2nd top 5 of the season, and well, Lewis Austin there taking the rookie win ahead of fellow rookie Ollie Smith, and that was getting very close and contentious in the closing stage, and there was plenty of excitement to behold. So with that, Well, it does mean now we make our way then into this one with the big question mark of what could here, because of course given those results, Wolf Butler now with his 6th win of the season. He's extended his championship lead a little bit further over Josh Salvadore, and Oliver Kerr is gradually closing down Salvadore in the battle for 2nd in the championship. So can Wolf Butler make it 2 wins out of 2 here, where it's on the road or through penalties, and extend his advantage in Park National? Well, we're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, because the grid is set and the lights are going on. And it's lights out. And away we go here for round number 17 of the championship, and it's a good start for Josh Salvadore. He gets a lightning start off the line, goes defensive and a 1 because Wolf Butler in the 2nd phase is absolutely on the attack, looking around the outside there. Further battle back there with Swatton trying to hold off a fast charging none other than Lewis Austin, but how they emerge, taking a rally cross line and re-emerge coming out of Old Hall Bend, and well, coming on down, Josh Salvadore still from Wolf Butler, and Oliver Kerr stays with him in 3rd. And they're still exchanging paint and places, and onwards they come down towards the island hairpin, and Butler again trying to make an early impression. He seems to be the fastest starter of the 2 of them in race number 1 earlier today, but the problem was in the fact that he didn't have the tyre life to sustain it, as that is Mark Schalfegger up the inside there, I believe, of Austin, and that would be the 6th place. Lovely move made there by Schalfegger to do so, and now up into see if can he go over. Well, come down from the hilltop at the highest point of the circuit on the back end, and now into the braking zone for Nickelbrook corner. And you can see there Austin taking a sneak peek up the inside of Schalfegger, but not able to get close enough. That's more of a feint, as if to say to him, I'd like to make that move if I can, and trying to put him on some mental pressure. But the mental pressure notwithstanding, as meanwhile Leon Holly, well, he has got ahead of Tom Olgar in all of the race start, and Olgar right now trying to come back there for 8th place with Wright, and then Sherry Ann Power ahead of Lexi Power wrapping up the back end of the field. But all the drivers right now, they settled into the race, they settled into the rhythm, and we have seen a repeat a little bit of race number 1 earlier, which is our top 3 have pulled away, but it's notably the top 2 who are keeping each other honest. And then meanwhile Oliver Kerr just watching at the moment, and when I caught up with him in the build up to this race, he was saying to me in the fact that he's been doing a lot of analysis of the data and trying to understand. Hold up a second, comes out a second, that's going to be a move down the inside, and that is going to be, I think, Sherry Ann Powell looking for a potential move on Martin Wright for 10th place. They're side by side coming out of the corner, and the 2025 Junior Saloon Car Championship Scholarship winner will right now under pressure from Sherry Ann Powell. We'll see how that's ended shortly, but they were literally nose to tail as they made the way around on that lap and side by side at the end of it. But as Salvadore comes on down, what I was trying to say only moments ago is Oliver Kerr was saying to me they've looked at the data and he's very keen to understand why here he's not on the pace, because he expected Oulton Park to be his bogey circuit, but he wants to get close to these top 2. And there you can see, here comes Butler again, looking one way. Salvadore covers him off completely. But interesting as well, Salvadore does love that middle of the road line coming down into the island hairpin. As all of the cars roll the way through, you can see that weight transfer and the body shell rolling and pitching around there as they go hard on the brakes from one of the high speed sections into other slowest corners. And coming back to us now, it does look as though Salvadore is still ahead, but now Butler, perhaps Butler's taking a different tactic in this race. I wonder whether what he's deciding this one is perhaps not trying to go for the moves as early, keep the pressure on, but this time perhaps just turn it down 1 or 2% and just give himself a little bit more room to operate, because that seemed to be his undoing earlier on. He put a lot of pressure on Salvadore, to be fair, and that pressure you could say attributed to Salvadore picking up that post-race time penalty for track limit. The flip side of the coin, however, is I think Butler wants to get it down the road, and Salvadore will know that he can't get away with it again in terms of abusing track limits, because he got caught out for it in race number 1, but that changes your mindset as a driver. You now know you can't run out as wide, and naturally you start to become a little bit more protective. You start to become a bit more hesitant with those lines and not expanding the corners as much as you did earlier on. So Salvadore will naturally perhaps blunt his pace just by 100th here, 100th there, but what can Wolf Butler do in order to be able to react to that? That's going to be the challenge. But top 3 make the way on past us, and then we do see there leading rookie of Ollie Smith in 4th. Really with Smith right now, credit where it's due to him, and the fact he makes his way on through. Well, he's ahead of Swatton, Schalfegger and Austin, and whilst Austin was the rookie winner and won earlier, it's right now Smith who's putting on the show, and in good time as well, because he's in a very close title battle between himself, Max Schalfegger and also Matthew Swatton. All 3 of them quite close together in the Rookie Championship, but here comes a move, and this is a lot closer this time from Butler. Looking around the outside from right. Right to left they go. Can he quite get it done? The answer is no. He's made to wait, but the patience there is starting to wear. I think he is starting to take the confidence there that he might be able to get this done. However, coming down now in towards the Knickerbrook section, well, particularly the Hislop chicane, Butler backing off again, and Salvador here really having to play that continual game of going as defensive as possible versus Wolf Butler. Butler just has so much more speed, particularly on the first half of the lap, and it's noticeable through Cascades. The confidence is there, plus also the run down the straights, and naturally gives him a tow. You add 2 and 2 together, it adds up to 4, or in this instance, the fact that you can close up that gap enough to be ready to try and pounce. Through they roll through Druids Bend, and as they make the way through the right-hander, well, Oliver Kerr just sitting back there. The gap to Kerr opening up a little bit more, and well, I think he's just going to be playing the waiting game, much like in race 1 here. I don't think he's quite got enough on the pace. Further in the rear of the picture, however, you can see Smith still holding Matthew Swatton at bay, and Swatton right now, well, he is chasing down what will be for him his second, well, no, in fact, yes, it would be his second top 5 of the season. He's had plenty of top 5s since Matthew Swatton. He'd like a few more before all is said and done this season, and try to squeeze onto that podium if he can. I'll double check my result sheet here. In fact, he's not had any top 5s this season. Let me correct myself, I apologise for that. And he's not had a podium either, Matthew Swatton. His best result has been 6th places, of which you saw one earlier today. Well, if he holds on to this now all the way over the race distance, the Curvesley Motorsport team will be absolutely ecstatic about the fact he'll bring home his first top 5. And I can tell you, it's going to be a very proud dad to Matthew Swatton, who is going to be jumping up and down. But from them, and talking about their story further down, the battle of the leaders definitely takes centre stage. Through the hairpin they come this time, and Butler, this opportunity, he's not going to go for it. He decides just to tuck in. And this is always going to play into the mind of Josh Salvador. 1 minute he's going to be thinking to himself, okay, Butler's going to try and look around the outside, so I just simply put it on the middle of the road or put it to the inside. Then the next time, Butler doesn't go for it at all, so Salvador will be thinking, am I getting ahead of him and going faster, or is he now just backing off? And the mind games start to play. Oh no! And that is coming down off of the apex there of Islops, and that is a damaged suspension. Look at the front left there of Butler, and that's what happens when you hit that apex curb too high, and with it also hitting the tyre stack, I think, and that has completely brought Wolf Butler's race to an end. And that is a sad end to the race for the man who's the championship leader, and well, that is going to completely curb his momentum, just pushing too hard. And now for Josh Salvador, he's got what he's wanted at this point. He's still got Oliver Kerr's pressure, but he can now back off a little bit and just perhaps maintain that gap between himself and Salvador. That gap going onto this lap, well, it was astounding in the region of the best part of 1.1 seconds, and well, that's going to be a sufficient gap, as thankfully Wolf Butler is out the car, all out safe, and into the marshal's post he goes at number 17 there. And well, we'll have to wait and see what happens with regards to the extraction of that car, because that will be a damaged front left suspension, and I believe that was contact with the tyre barrier there coming through Hislops, the second part of the Hislop chicane, and was so easy to do running that close. And in the end, the car coming crashing down after the impact, and well, unfortunately for Wolf Butler, it is a race that has gone wrong and too soon, because we've still got half the race distance to go, and now he'll be watching this as a spectator and hoping that Oliver Kerr can potentially get a little bit closer to Salvador and perhaps snag the win. But Salvador right now, well, all he's got to do at this point is not make any mistakes, not fall victim to the mistakes of his rivals. But that in itself, of course, can be a little bit of a mental change which you have to adjust to, which at this point now, used to having pressure on him. What does he do when he doesn't have pressure on him? It's the pressure not to be under pressure, if that makes sense. It sounds a bit contradictory, but some drivers are like that, whereby they have the ability to run very well when they're under a lot of pressure over the entire distance of a race, but as soon as you take that pressure off, their mind completely starts to blank out. Ayrton Senna was a brilliant example of this. He had to be at 100% all the time. If he wasn't, mistakes were just as likely as when he was pushing at 100%, because of the fact he'd mentally potentially switch off, or at least as I understand it. But as our drivers now continue the way through, well, with unfortunately what's happened to Wolf Butler, what it does mean is now it's Salvador who still leads, but it's Oliver Kerr now your leading driver in the independents up into second, and then it's going to be Ollie Smith currently running in third place. And well, that for Smith, if I remember correctly, will be his third podium this season. But here's the replay of what happened to Butler, and in the end, oh goodness me, just hitting the tyre stack, turned in too early there, trying to get an even better run. And well, there's only so much corner you can cut there coming through Hislops, and if you cut it too hard. The tyre stack is there to teach you a lesson, and a very unfortunate lesson there for Butler. But we come back in prime time then, because this is Swatton under pressure from Scharfegger, and Scharfegger up the inside there, diving on through Old Hall corner, and that is going to be to take 4th place. Now, to be fair to Swatton, if he finishes 5th, it'll be his best result of his campaign, so therefore he won't be too upset about this. And we'll look behind, and what you'll see there, that is going to be Austin, who's getting a bit closer, none other than Lewis Austin, who's trying to mount some steam. But as they make their way down towards the hairpin, with Smith currently in a very happy 3rd place, you can see Swatton looking one way, then the other. He wants to go for it. Both drivers there, dipping the front left tyre for a brief moment onto the grass. Scharfegger goes very deep, and here comes Swatton back at him. Scharfegger making an uncharacteristic mistake, and now powering the way over the hilltop. It's going to be a drag race down, and for Swatton, he's got to believe here he can go for this in order to get 4th place back. He's got the speed. Has he got the commitment, however? Well, we'll see shortly, because there's your leader, there's your 2nd place man, there's a 3rd man, Smith, but there's Scharfegger still ahead of Swatton then as they come through Hislops and into Knickerbrook Corner. But Swatton is all over the back of Scharfegger like a bad rash right now, and the Kersley Motorsport machine, he is fired up, is Matthew Swatton. I think right now he is believing not just that he can get his first top 5 of the season, but he can make it a 4th place as well. He's going to have to keep believing, however, because closing up behind him, you can see there in the rear of the picture, the black and white machine of Lewis Austin, and it is getting closer and closer with every lap completed. And with 5 minutes left, we have got a tantalising fight for the first spot off of the podium, aka 4th place here, between 3 drivers who are all looking to try and hunt down what will be another top 5 finish, and with it, one of the best results of the season. But we will see soon, as we do see many of you there in our respective chats enjoying the racing all the same. And well, all the drivers right now coming on down in towards that right-hander of turn number 1. Is it going to be an opportunity here for Swatton to come back? No, it's not, even though Scharfegger goes a little bit deep there. He brings it back together there or thereabouts, and coming in towards turns 2 and 3 through Den Cascades. Well, right now it is going to remain as is, but Swatton's there, a big drift in from Austin. He is close, but not close enough to be able to find a way in at this time. We'll have to see what's going to happen out here, because obviously tired arms and legs are going to play. Also, track temperature is dropping with the ambient slightly. No rain whatsoever at the moment, and we're not expecting rain, but Scharfegger again, and as he does so, now he's going to have to try and build up a bit more momentum here. Well, Swatton had an opportunity on the previous lap. He didn't take it from what we could gather this time. Surely Matthew Swatton's got to be taking this a force. We will see here. They're going to be 2 wide on entry. Onto the brakes they go. Scharfegger tries to go outside to inside, and in the end gets biffed to the grass. He'll go straight on Finn as though it's his right to return, and Matthew Swatton in the end will stay in 5th place. But now here comes Lewis Austin. Question marks about it as well. Could Scharfegger have made the corner? Was he knocked off? Well, we just saw the camera angle there. I think Scharfegger did get in a little bit of a tussle with Swatton going 2 wide in, but in the end decided, I think after the tap, to let the car roll to the grass there in order to avoid potentially making his way towards the tyre stack, having seen in front of him most likely what happened to Wilf Butler. So I think there for Scharfegger making the best decision on the road. However, we'll see what the stewards decide about that one in case they feel as though it was a very different one. But you can see there, Swatton right now having to go defensive versus Austin. Austin still there waiting, and right now it's almost as if Lewis Austin is doing exactly what we saw Oliver Kerr do in race number 1, which is keep watching and waiting for the 2 in front to battle each other hard, because they are going to start to knock time off each other. And here comes Austin. He looks slightly, headlights are now on there, and that's all going to play into the mind games. That's to say to Matthew Swatton in front of him, look at me, don't look in front, don't look at your line, don't think about your braking zones, think about me, and you'll make a mistake. And that's why I'll take my place and feel like it's a but. We will see whether he's going to have that happen or not here, as the 2 will be absolutely nailed on him. Further back as well, we still got that fight for 7th going on Holly and Tom Elgar. We'll keep you up to date on that when we can. It's just briefly in the rear of your picture there, you will have seen, and continue to stay focused on the fight for 4th. And for these 3 drivers, this is going to be, if not a first for them, it's going to be very close to a best results of the season. Or for Matthew Swatton, it'll be his first top 5 if he can make it happen. And the Kersley Motorsport Garage, I can imagine they are going to be absolutely, I'll probably hear them from in the commentary booth, and you might even hear them on the microphone if it happens. But we will see, as we see Swatton there rolling out wide. He's under a lot of pressure right now. He's taken a wider line there through Hislop chicane, and I'm not surprised. I think now this is starting to get to him a little bit. That's not to be unfair to him, but I think the reality of the situation is starting to hit him, which is he's got to hold on for one more lap after this in order to make that top 5 come true. Back up front, Salvador versus Kerr, and it is currently, in terms of the fastest lap of the race, it is in the ownership of Josh Salvador, a 1 minute 47.188 versus Kerr's 1:47.508. The last lap between the two of them, both 47.7s, and as a result, it is Salvador and Kerr matching each other on pace here, and Josh has really got the right mindset laid down at this point, which is all I need to do is make sure that Oliver does not get any closer, just manage the time. We come back to the fight, for 7th place, and here we can see 3/10 is the gap between Holly and Algar, and it looks as though Tom Algar as close as he can get, and he did briefly pop into the YouTube chat earlier on if you're on the BARC TV YouTube channel, and well, he's holding on to that 7th place at this time, but can he get any closer? We will see. I don't think he's going to be able to here. Well, from that we do have what is this final lap still to go, and with it what can go we will have to find out very shortly as the drivers roll the way through, and it's going to be very close here as Matthew Swatton still tries to hold on for his first top 5 of the season. Can he do it? Indeed, he's fallen short a number of times. He's had many a 6th place, but here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. If he can make it happen, he's got Lewis Austin close behind him still, but looking from the battle for 4th to the leaders here, and Josh Salvador right now not too far away from bringing on home what will be his 4th win of the season here, ahead of Oliver Kerr, who will take another podium and make it 10 podiums this season, and well, just one behind Josh Salvador, 2 behind Wilf Butler, who unfortunately in the end Hislop chicane deciding that his race was to go no further after contact with the tyre barrier. But our Citroen drivers made the way then in towards the final corner. And race number 1, it was Josh Salvador who won on the road, but he was denied victory due to track limits and a post-race time penalty, but there's no such woe here. He held off the charge of Wilf Butler, he's kept to win track limits, and for Josh Salvador, victory will come to him in round number 17 of the JSCC. What a drive from him, the team are absolutely over the moon. Oliver Kerr will take the independence win in 2nd place there with an absolutely faultless drive. And then it will be 3rd place that goes the way to Ollie Smith, the winning rookie driver, ahead of Max Scharfegger, and Matthew Swatton does it. He takes his first top 5 of the season there with 5th place ahead of Lewis Austin. That's your top 6, and then we do have the fight for 7th. Will it go to Leon Holly? Will it go to Tom Algar? It goes to Leon Holly in the end, and Holly brings on home 7th ahead of Algar in 8th, and then we've got a bit of a gap before we do get to Cherian Powell and also Lexi Powell, and of course lastly, but he's in the pit lane, and I believe there was an issue with the car, Martin Wright in the end, as we do then see Cherian Powell taking that 9th place, and we do have to wait now the best part of another 50 seconds or so before we do see Lexi Powell wrap up the finishing order on. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, an absolutely brilliant race there. And with one thing about the JSCC, we always like to say, no matter how many drivers are out there on circuit, they will always deliver plenty of action and excitement, and we saw that here in their 17th round of drive. And well, as we do get those race results ready to appear on screen shortly, I believe we are just waiting for the tick over from the timing system for when we do have Lexi Powell finished the race essentially, and at the moment hasn't come quite through. Well, the story of this race, no doubt about it, Josh put under huge pressure from Wilf Butler lap after lap, much like race number 1 earlier today. But the difference here was that Wilf Butler, by pushing so hard, pressured himself into a mistake, and in the end the Hislop chicane caught him. But here are the race results, subject to any steward's inquiries, and Josh Salvador, your winner there by 1.6 seconds over Oliver Kerr. Oliver Kerr taking the independence win there in a very well-driven drive. It was then Ollie Smith who finished in 3rd place and did an absolutely fantastic job and took the rookie win with it, with Max Scharfegger there in 4th place. Mr. 4th place continues again there, a nickname I think he wants to shrug off at some point, but 4th finds him, and he was 6/10 ahead of Matthew Swatton, who takes his first ever top 5 of the season with a 5th place, and it was chased by Lewis Austin. Then Lewis Austin huffed and he puffed, but he couldn't quite blow down the aspirations of Swatton. Leon Holly was 7th in a great race-long battle with Tom Algar, and then Cherian Powell and Lexi Powell wrapped up your top 10 with a premature trip to the pits for Martin Wright, and it will be Wilf Butler, the sole retiree from the race, at least due to an incident. And well, unfortunately for the championship leader, he's not able to extend his championship lead as much as he would have liked to today, or at least balanced it out, and that will keep things interesting, because we've still got the best part of another 10 rounds of the championship to go, and you can continue to follow the story of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and that will be continued at Oulton Park National Circuit on Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of August for rounds 18 through to 20. But as all the drivers gradually make the way into the pit lane, I do believe we might be able to very shortly get a word from our top 3 finishers there and hear the story, and who knows, perhaps we'll even get a word from Matthew Swatton about his first ever top 5 finish, because I look over my shoulder towards Parc Ferme, I can tell you the Kersley Motorsport team are all there right now getting ready to celebrate their hero. But without further ado, I believe we're going to go down to Jack Oliphant there for post-race interviews with our JSCC drivers.
Junior Saloon Car Championship, last race of the day for them, penultimate race overall, but what a race it was. It makes you really want to think, I wish Oulton Park could run over 2 days. I hope everybody else thinks like that, because it was epic. And Josh Salvador, I've got 3 drivers I want to chat to. One of them is Josh. We spoke to him after race 1, but I don't think he was in particularly best of moods. He took the checkered flag in first place on the road. 5-second penalty meant he got demoted down to 3rd. In his interview, he didn't even take his helmet off. He must be in a better mood, because this time he has taken his helmet off straight away, and I can see a big smile on his face. Josh, that was, I mean, from your perspective, you held off Will for so long, and then when you got that gap, you managed to maintain it, didn't you? What a race.
Yeah, it means so much to me and the team. It's just, all the hard work behind the scenes to put in, and the results pay off.
Well, I saw you come in driving in then, you were banging the wheel, there was such a relief, wasn't there, in you? And even the people on the side of the fence there were beaming for you. I mean, how much does it mean for you and everybody else?
Well, I think the main thing is I didn't touch one sensor, which is really good. But yeah, it's good.
Lesson learnt then, you would say.
Yeah, just try and keep it clean, and that's what you've got to try and do.
You do, and you did it expertly as well, and obviously we don't wish that anybody would come off in the way that Wilf did, but for championship points-wise, it's a great step for you and Oliver Kerr.
Yeah, but the main thing is, I hope he's okay. I didn't really see what happened. I just saw that he wasn't in my mirror anymore, but just at this point, just trying to think about a championship and take every race as it comes.
Yeah, he connected with the tyres, but we saw him walking out of the car, so he is okay, and hopefully we'll get a better word on that a little later on. Josh Salvador, congratulations on a race win. 2 podium positions is nothing to be sniffed at. Right, okay, we had a chat to Oliver Kerr previously, so congratulations, Oliver, but we're going to move on if that's okay. Because, as I said, I've got 3 drivers. Ollie Smith is another one. Ollie, you are the top rookie driver in the championship. And I believe that is one of your first podiums in this. Is that what Paul Walsh was saying I overheard? Is that true?
I had 2 podiums at Silverstone.
That is clearly not true. Well, congratulations on the podium here at Oulton Park, though. Top rookie and a top drive here. That was pretty epic. How did it feel?
Yeah, it was really good, to be honest. I got a decent start, got my head down, and just got into a rhythm and just drove away from the guys behind. Fortunately, Wilf had an accident and went off, and P3 kind of got gifted to me, really.
It did a little bit, but you still have to be in the situation to receive that and obviously come across the line and complete it. So what's the next step for you as a rookie? What each week are you finding that you're learning in this car and obviously in your driving? Because you're only young, you've got a lot to learn. Each week, how are you implementing what you've learned before?
Really, it's just setup. Just changing the setup, making it a bit more loose on the back, move it around a bit more. That's really it, to be honest. And just getting comfortable in the car is the main thing.
Absolutely right, fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Great podium from yourself. And the last person I want to chat to is our first top 5. Got a lot of TV time. Paul Walsh was absolutely loving it. It's Matthew Swatton. Now, Matthew Swatton, I cannot find him, so I'm just going to double check whether we... I've been given the okay to keep going. Have we got a Matthew Swatton? I'm trying to point and command without shouting into the mic. Other people, there we go. We want to chat to you.
Hello.
Because Swatton, that was I mean, first top 5, is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
First top 5.
that's epic. You've got a big beaming smile on your face. How much does that mean to you?
It means a lot, you know. Ever since Silverstone, when it didn't really go our way, it's just the turnaround's been amazing. I can't thank Kersley enough. They've done an amazing job.
Was that the team then helping you get back on track, getting the car set up and everything like that, and helping you understand how to drive it a bit better?
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like that with like my drive coach Ash Miller. Shout out to him, he's a legend. But yeah, just giving good feedback as well, because at the end of the day that helps. So yeah, and like honestly, this wouldn't be like I wouldn't be able to do this without my sponsors. So thank you to those guys and everyone who supports me. It means a lot.
I was literally about to say that very quickly. Could you give a shout out to your sponsors because they deserve it? There you go. Talk out. Right, fantastic, Matthew Swatton. I've been told that I have to run away and throw back to the next and final race, but congratulations on your first top 5.
Thank you, mate.
Right, speaking of that final top race, everybody loved it earlier on when the Scottish Mini Cup, Cooper Cup I should say actually, took to Oulton Park. Well, you're about to see it for the second time, so please don't turn this off because it is potentially the best race of the day so far earlier on. They could repeat the fact. Over to you, Paul Walsh.
Well, before we get to that, here's some highlights of our Junior Saloon Car Championship round number 17 only moments ago. It opened up with a brilliant battle towards the rear of the field between Martin Wright and Sherry Ann Powell. But at the front of the field, it was the absolute intense fight between Josh Salvadori and Wilf Butler. Butler hustled around the outside multiple times at the island hairpin. He looked strong enough, but here in a slow motion replay you get to see where it all went wrong for Wilf Butler. Too aggressive into Hislop's hairpin, into Hislop's chicane, and in the end hitting the tyre stack and damaging the front left suspension, and that was the end of his journey to try and make it at least back-to-back podiums, if not take back-to-back wins. He retired from the race and suddenly everything opened up, and with his retirement we got to see Josh Salvadori gradually pulling through, and we didn't catch this, and this was Lexi Powell ended up going sideways there, and I think getting it completely wrong coming out of Knickerbrook Corner. Flip side of the coin, with the retirement for Wilf Butler, suddenly it was an opportunity for Matthew Swatton to go fighting for 4th place, and he tried to do so as best as possible versus Max Scharfegger, knowing a first top 5 of the season was on the line for him. They went side by side here on through his lots, but a bit of contact since Max Scharfegger to the grass, and he decided to carry on there and hold on to 4th place, feeling as though that he was pushed aside. However, that's debatable between drivers, but that comes down to stewarding afterwards as we see the alternative camera angle there. In fact, no contact. Well, very glad we got to see that angle, and in the end, Scharfegger, I think, cutting out, because otherwise worrying he'd hit the tyre barrier. So that's good to know. In terms of we thought there was contact, but there wasn't in the end, at least what we could see. Still, those are some highlights from the JSCC, and now here we go for our final race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, race 12 of 12, and you've all been very much waiting. Is round number 11 of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup for 2025, and as we can see, line up and pole in the R53 Cooper S class, it'll be Ross Wilkinson in his lone Mini Cooper S, and he will then have 2 rows between him before we get to the rest of the field. And on the pole position for the R50s, it is Martin Wijatunga. For the grid to be set this way, well, they have to do a reverse grid draw between 5th and 8th, and the number 6 was drawn, and that means Wijatunga, who finished 6th in the R50 class, he's taken that pole position. He's in the company of the newcomer championship leader and pole sitter for that class of Stuart McFadden. And then we have Jack Irvine and Daniel Patterson. They line up on row number 5. And that's going to be your first, essentially, 5 rows of the grid, albeit with a 2-row buffer, as our drivers pull their way away. And then it will be Chad Little and Robbie Dalglish. They will line up together on row number 6. And Chad was absolutely gutted to have missed out on the win versus Robbie after race number 1. And Dalglish did everything in his power to stop him from taking that win, and therefore he's now got to do even more in this race to make some magic happen. Barry Holmes will line up behind them, and Michael Williams with him on row number 7. And then it will be Chris Cockburn and Ross. Oh, excuse me, let me take a breather there. That's not how you say his name. It's Chris Coburn there. Let's get it right. I do apologise. Tired eyes and whatnot. It's been a long day. But Coburn will be in the company of Ross Foster, and then it will be Jonathan Wild and Blair Driver ahead of none other than Sam O'Riordan, who complete your starting order. It's a packed grid here to complete our racing today, and well, what can we expect in this one? If the first race is anything to go by, it was absolute pandemonium. We had 2 wide, we had 3 wide, we had every which way wide around the Oulton Park circuit, and in the end, somehow he managed to make it happen. It was none other And then Dalglish, who held on the front of the field, but Daniel Patterson in the end threw a lot of track limits penalties as well. It shook everything up, and it was Patterson who ended up taking that win ahead of Chad Little. It was absolute pandemonium out there, and well, you can only imagine there's going to be even more of it in this one. But we will see exactly how it will play out, and well, we are not too far away from heading to the green flag to go racing, albeit from another standing start. Oh, goodness me, though, ladies and gentlemen, hold onto your hat here, because we always say that we save the best till last, and well, in this situation, we definitely are saving the best till last. And in fact, I'm not quite sure why I've got Daniel Patterson listed as my winner from race number 1, because I'm just double checking out. It was Robbie Dalglish. I do apologise for that. It was Dalglish who took that win ahead of Chad Little, and then Patterson was behind there. So again, I think this is tired eyes and arms and legs that are right now kicking in a little bit. But as we get set, well, the reason for everyone to be interested in this one, of course, is in the fact as well that we have a championship that is only getting tighter and tighter. And Daniel Patterson in particular came into this race weekend only 6 points behind Chad Little. He has closed the delta a little bit, or at least is trying to, and well, he will be hoping that this race will go a little bit better than the previous one, and he will be able to close up what is a growing advantage for Little, who was gutted not to have beaten Dalglish, because that win would have been worth a lot more points. Remember, it's 25 points for the win, it's 20 points for second, 16 for third, 14 for fourth, and 12 for fifth, and 10 for sixth, and that being in the R50 class. Of course, we will make passing mentions to R53 driver of Ross Wilkinson at the front. He's in a class of his own, essentially, and we do hope to see some more R53 Cooper S's out there in the months and also the years ahead, as the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup continues to expand its horizons. Indeed, is one of the fastest growing and one of the best single mate racing series in the UK, no question about that. And the race earlier on today was definitely a demonstration of just how fine that racing can be. And glad to have so many of you staying with us, including back of the net 07 there, who is still with us, and the fact that he says, oh yes, bring, well, I presume agenda here, I should say they, but says, oh yes, bring the minis on. And we also say hello to Tommy Two-Tone, who says, oh snap, here we go. Yes indeed, gents, here we go once again. And well, whether you're tuning in via the BARC YouTube channel or the TCR UK YouTube channel, you are in for a cracking end to the racing here at Oulton Park, and we will see who is going to be the winner after 15 minutes of racing. They sit on the grid, and now it's time for the lights. And it's lights out, away we go then, as all of our minis get roaring away. And as our R53 at Wilkinson pulls away from the field, all the rest of the field now plays the free wide game down here. It's a strong defensive drive from Widgetunga into the opening corner, but already moves are being attempted there. And we can see the number 91 trying to go around the outside a little. Oh, goodness me! That is a big, big run round and turn around there for the number 80 of Foster. And somehow he's still pointing in the right direction, and he's still going, albeit I can imagine that mini right now is probably going to be retired somewhere on the circuit shortly, unless it limps back to the pit lane. But so far, despite that, we are still under green flag racing conditions. Goodness me, well, style points there for turning it back the right way, but right now it's going to be a battle in style here, as it's going to be an attentive move from Dalglish looking around the outside. A bit of bodywork comes flying off there from one of the cars. It looks as though it's just a small bit of aero, and well, that is going to get very firm and free wide. Well, whoever that is, they are able to squeeze the one through. I think that's the number 17 of Kerburn, who in the end trying to find a way to get some space on the circuit. In fact, that's the number 18, not the 17. At the front of the field right now, Widgetunga absolutely backing everybody up here right now. It literally is following the man at the front of the field in the R50 class, and everybody else meanwhile tripping over each other as quickly as the corners can arise. So this is definitely going to get furious, but with the difficulties that some drivers have had, and I think there's some damage on the side of one of the other cars that Foster came into contact with. Well, here's a move, and that's going to be a change of the R50 lead, and that will be the 91 of Dalglish finding its way past there as Widgetunga falls at the first hurdle versus Dalglish, and now Dalglish will try to run away with this as much as he possibly can. But the question will be, how quickly can the other drivers come on through? Well, here's an exhibit where we are going to see another move being made there, and that is an attempt being made around the outside by the 53 at the Fedden, but he's not quite able to make it happen there at the moment as they come to the end of the opening lap. So as Wilkinson leads overall in the R53, at the head of the R50 pack is Dalglish ahead of Widgetunga. Then it's McFadden who's up the inside of him again. Then we do have a tuck there. That's very sideways, and that's going to be the number 25 of Little. Well, in the end, It's a big save for Little, and well, not to play around size here right now, but it's big moments like that that could define this championship. But coming down in towards Cascades, well, he really right now is in an absolute tooth and nail battle with Coburn, and well, these drivers absolutely leaving nothing on the table. But you can see how Little right now is forming a second pack here amongst all the R50s, and behind that's going to be side by side between the 18 and the 65. Well, the 65 of Irvine trying to go all the way around the houses. I think he's got the grip and the confidence to do it, to be fair. But is he going to be able to? That's going to be the challenge, and I don't think he's going to in the end. I think he has to back off there, running out of road on a hairpin. That's understandable, but down they come in towards his lops here, and behind all them you do have the scatter of Driver and Wild and O'Riordan all continue to fight each other. They'll be too wide towards the end of the lap, and it looks as though there right now the 32 Driver keeping ahead of Wild and O'Riordan for at least the time as they head their way up the rise and through towards Water Tower. But look at this already, Douglas has got ahead, and now he's starting to pull away from Wichita gradually, as we can see further on back there. Well, right now McFadden and Little have yet to make as much progress, so it does seem as though, well, for at least a brief moment, that Dalglish is going to try and run away with his R50 lead. The 25, taking a quick look, that's Little, who I think right now is very eager to try and make an impression here, and he did mention to me he expected this race to be challenging when I caught up with him after race number 1 because of the reverse grid, and he did say whenever we do have a reverse grid where it's normally Wichatunga up front, there's always plenty of dicey action. That's not to critique the man, but that's the way he drives, as that's a big sideways moment for the number 17 of Coburn, and well, as we see another sideways moment there, and that was the number 65 of Irvine. They're going more sideways than straight coming through Old Hall Corner, but the point being in the fact that Wichatunga loves to back the field up together. He's done it multiple times this season. It's all legal, and suddenly it means that everybody's fighting with everybody, and it completely shuffles up championship points, as we do see there the number 6 of O'Riordan continuing on its way. Glad to see it's still running, and I think it was in contact with Foster's car, and that's why it's not quite on the pace. But as all the way towards the end of the opening 5 minutes of racing, there's still plenty more to go. Goodness me, if that's the opening 5 minutes, I can't imagine what the rest of the race is going to be like, and it's absolutely frantic stuff between them all here, as we do say hello there to Britmax Productions, who gives a shout out to our cameraman Richard Barwick on the hairpin, and well, and that's from Richard in the USA, another member of the camera team every so often that you'll see on these BARC Productions. But as you're all absolutely enjoying it, and I can see that it's mini madness, Tommy Two-Tone says, and well, that is an absolutely brilliant quote there, no doubt about it. Well, it's all going to be now in terms of who can keep it calm and stable over the distances. Here comes Little looking for the move. Can he go for it there on the 27 of Wichatunga? He's now got to try and get past the man who he does have his eyebrows raised against, because he knows it's not easy, but I think here he's going to have a prime opportunity. Up the inside he goes, and well, that is going to be a nice move there made, and that will get him now up into fourth place overall and third on the road. Coburn, interestingly, has fallen back a little bit on this lap, and in fact it seems as though some of the pace has come out the car. Perhaps he's had a bit of a little off, or just a bit of a misshift, and well, he'll still get back into the fight. As behind, that's too wide there, and that's going to be the number 52 up the inside of the 65, and that's going to be a move being made there by Williams ahead of Irvine as the newcomer passes the regular, and down they roar in towards Cascades at this time, and no change elsewhere at the moment, although you can see Bell there. He's very eager to try and make an impression, is Bell, and we enjoyed plenty of racing in race number 1. But we now come back to the very front, and this is Dalglish versus McFadden, and McFadden right now has got a lot of pace here, and Dalglish having to go very defensive there into the hairpin. McFadden tries to cut it back, but Dalglish sees what's coming and says, yep, I've seen that one before. I'm just going to take it nice and slowly off the apex, and we'll go to my rhythm. What this of course does is it starts to group the rest of the field back up here, and because Chad Little now is moving closer and closer at the starter lap, it was 1.7 seconds the gap to McFadden from Little. By the midway point of this lap, already I can tell you that the gap has been shaved down by the best part of about 2/10. So I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this lap, suddenly that gap is marked as a second, and we are going to have absolute pandemonium in the minis once again here. And well, they may be small machines, but they do have a big presence on the circuit here at Oulton Park, and it's absolutely fantastic. But as we fade our way then in towards Druids Bend, well, Dalglish this time a little bit clear of McFadden. McFadden was all over the back of him coming out to Knickerbrook Corner, but the run up through Clay Hill and into Water Tower, it's natural that the car behind is going to back off because of the concertina effect. But so as they make their way now back into Lodge Bend, you can see just how quick most this is going to get. And Dalglish at this point, I think he wants to stay transfixed on the road, but the problem is he's going to look in one mirror 1 minute, one mirror the next minute, and then he's going to have to try and position the car as he pulls it over towards the pit wall to go defensive to the inside. Here they come across the line, and they will be briefly too wide for a moment. We'll see the outcome of that as we come to Cascade. Further on back, meanwhile, I think the battle between the 65 and the 52 has calmed down, and now we Bell all over the back of Irvine in the fight for 8th place in the R50s. But at the front of the R50s, again, we see confirmation there. Dalglish still ahead of McFadden, and the newcomer leader and the newcomer championship leader, well, he has won most, if not all of the races he has participated in, and right now he's looking to continue to do that in the newcomer class, and up the inside he goes. Dalglish here being caught out on the outside here. This is a prime opportunity, and look at Chad Little, he comes up through as well, so McFadden goes a bit wide. Dalglish gets the inside line, and Little, as much as he wanted to make it 3 wide on exit, knows he's got no momentum out of there, so he has to stay where he is. But Dalglish immediately now pinning himself to the inside. This is going to get very tasty into his lops, and surely one of them's got to back out here. Will they go too wide in? Will they be too wide on exit? And there's a tap, and Dalglish goes side as he does. Here comes Little around the outside, but he can't quite find it. He has to back off there, and Dalglish is still leading with McFadden backing off as well to avoid that becoming an absolute disastrous moment of contact. But now Clary Hill they go, and Little's going to be on the inside there. So is Widgetunga. They're all going to be together here as they come on through, and well, we're hurrying them to make the way towards us here at Druids Bend. It's going to be absolutely on rails here, as it looks like the 27 of Widgetunga has confirmed to have come past what was there Patterson and Coburn, but ruin the way onwards. The key point being now that McFadden has lost the places, and now he's going to try and get them back again, as that is Patterson who's got ahead of McFadden. McFadden in the end losing 4 places for despite the place of 1 contact between himself and Dalglish, and now with 6 minutes to go here, it's going to be anybody's guess. This is race number 1 all over again, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the win in the R50 class, contested by 6, 7, 8 different drivers. And well, coming on out to turn number 1 there, right now McFadden's race is going from good to bad to backwards, because that is going to be another move being made there, and I believe that will be Patterson making the move stick this time, or will it? No, they won't. It's going to be too wide there into Cascade, as behind we do have Bell going up the inside of none other than Irvine, I should say, and Holmes is right on the back of that as well. So everywhere you look right now, they are fighting everywhere. You can tell it's the last race of the day, because they've all decided to put their gloves on, and they are really going racing here, as that is a bit deep there from our 17 driver Coburn. He gets it stopped just in time and on a dime, but at the front, that's a change of leader. That is going to be Little taking the lead, but has he got enough speed here down towards Hislop? It's side by side, 5 minutes left on the clock, and this could be a huge moment for the racing today at Oulton Park, and it could change the complexion of the championship, and that is going to be Little ahead of Dalglish there, but Dalglish will stay with him, and Widgetunga on through. Then he hasn't made a move, but he has got McFadden all over the back of him here, and McFadden now falling backwards there, exploring the outside line, and suddenly realising, yes, I've run out of tarmac, as they head up through Clay Hill. You can go somewhat wide there, but you can't go that wide, and coming in towards Druids Bend, things calm down for a very brief moment. I must emphasise a very brief moment here, because it could all erupt once again. We are still a few laps away, and this R50 car's absolutely delivering. Whilst we do have Wilkinson all the way up front in the R53 in his sole class there, and running away at 24 seconds a gap, the focus here being absolutely glued to the R50s, and it's absolutely superb to see, as all this battling right now is only building up to one ultimate crescendo. It is now Chad Little who leads, going on to 4 minutes remaining, with Dalglish right behind, and then Widgetunga holding everybody else behind him at the moment as they roar the way in towards Denton's. McFadden, Patterson, Williams, Coburn and Bell, all being brought into the mix, and also Irvine, who's fallen all the way down to 11th place on the road, 10th in the R50 class, so perhaps something's gone wrong there, or he's decided he's got to back the pace off because he's lost 2 places previous lap, so perhaps running it out of a little bit of steam, but it could be any one and which way between them all now. It's a big snake moment there, under braking for Widgetunga. That's going to cause him to go deep at the hairpin, and that will release. Oh, that's a big shunt on the side as well. McFadden now, I think, trying to make his feelings very clear, which is, can you get out of the way? And Wijitunga can't just be moved out of the way there, but that definitely was a big knock into the rear right quarter panel of the number 27, and down they come in towards the chicane right now, and you can see Coburn there up the inside. Lovely bit of position there. That is going to enable him to hold on to that place versus none other than the, well, I believe that there is the 52, so he does get the place. He moves up into 6th in the R50 class, and that will be ahead of Williams, but still more to come. Bell's watching behind, Holmes is watching as well, Irvine's there with them. At the front, however, you can see that what is Little has moved away from Dalglish somewhat, so I think he is now starting to feel a little bit comfortable there in that R50 lead, and this could be the win that eluded him in the previous race, finally arriving, making it free of the season. But behind all them, the fight for the final spot of the podium, that is the big question mark right now, as that is going to be the number 17 of Coburn, and go defensive once again. He's absolutely enjoying it. We all are, to be fair. He's looking left, right and centre, and there's so much action here right now, we don't know which way to turn, and we're so glad we've got so many of you commenting there and enjoying it absolutely to the limit. But pushing it to the limit are our drivers so far. 2 laps remain then, and well, who will finish third in the R50s? Well, right now, you would imagine that it is going to be Patterson, because he has been able to squeeze ahead, but Wijitunga's not going to give it up if he so dares, albeit in fact he has got ahead there. And he's now breaking away, and I think it's now going to be McFadden who's looking for an opportunity to try and move into 4th place there, but that's much easier said than done. Onwards they come then down towards Island, the place where they'll get a lot of slipstream on the toe in the run down, but McFadden around the outside here, and I think Wijitunga's run out a bit of steam, and it's a tap on the rear for the 52, and that's going to be the number 17 of Coburn up the inside. They're getting back ahead of the second of our newcomers of Williams, and Coburn back up a position and holding off Williams for now. But well, I can tell you one thing, Williams and McFadden may be newcomers, but by no means are they on newcomer pace. They are on absolutely top tier pace like the rest of our drivers. That's not to say move them out that class. They're newcomers because they have only competed in the championship for a maximum of 1 year, if at all. This may be their first year, to be fair. They're allowed to be newcomers for up to 2 years unless they win the newcomers championship, then they're immediately promoted to be considered not newcomers anymore, if that makes sense. Otherwise it is just purely battling for overall position between them all. But the top 3 now definitely has calmed down for a bit, and in the fight for 4th place at this point in the race, well, we have to ask ourselves the question, will it be Wijitunga, will it be McFadden, or will it be Coburn, or Williams, or Bell, who ends up in 4th place to the R50, and that and it looks as though it is going the way of none other than McFadden, albeit number 17 they're still holding on. Coburn having to fight really hard here versus Williams. These two are absolutely giving it hammer and tongs as they head on to what we believe is the final lap. Well, here they go, and well, I can see a question there. I could hear a question, goodness me, if only. I can see a question there in our BARC TV YouTube chat, which is, who are the newcomers? They're the ones on the timing tower with the aqua blue behind them. So McFadden, newcomers racing out there. But we look to the front of the field here, and let's not forget about this man as well, putting on a brilliant display of driving in the R53 Cooper S, and this is none other than Ross Wilkinson here, who would love to see some more R53s out there. So if you have got an R53 Cooper S, ladies and gentlemen, and you want to be on this grid, we'll definitely join the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. But plenty of fighting here down towards the island hairpin for the R50s, and that's a very deep run there for the number 17, and that's going to open the door up for Bell there, who says, let's make it 3 wide, why don't we? And Sonny, between all 3 of these now, it's going to be a drag race up towards, and then down from the hilltop in towards Knickerbrook Corner. But from them, we come to the man who started on pole in his own class, but still he's been a class of his own today in his own right, and heading towards an overall win and an R53 Cooper Cup win is going to be none other than Ross Wilkinson, who takes it with flying colours there. And now we have got a 34.5 second wait or so to see how the R50 field will finish and where the championship points are going to go. Well, here we come then, and we come back to right now, and well, for Chad Little, it was a race number 1 earlier where he just missed out on the win versus the man who's right behind him right now of Dalglish. He pushed hard, he gave it everything, but it didn't quite work out versus Robbie Dalglish. But in this race, he's got it done. He's got ahead, and so at long last, that 3rd win that Chad Little has been chasing all season to keep his championship alive at the front of the field is going to come out. Little will take that victory just ahead of Robbie Dalglish, and then it'll be 3rd place in the R50s. to none other than Patterson there. Daniel Patterson, who's not quite able to add another win to his stable, but still the winner of them all in terms of most wins so far this season. And then it'll be your newcomer winner of Phil McFadden, taking 4 for the R50s ahead of Wichitunga. And then it'll be Williams ahead of Coburn, with Bell, Holmes, Irvine and Driver ahead of Wild. Goodness me, how close was that field between them? And we've still got the number 6 making its way around there, and that is going to be none other than Sam O'Riordan heading towards his finish there in a slightly damaged car. We believe this was the car that did pick up some damage in contact with Foster at the start of the race. Unfortunately, that contact resulted in Foster having to retire to the pits come the end of the opening lap, although he managed to save it, to be fair, after an absolutely ludicrous 360-degree spin. But heading towards the line, then he will finish your order and take 14th place on the lead. And it's so great to see most of our competitors making it to the checkered flag. That's what we always love to see. And what a race to wrap up the racing for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup there. Absolutely bonkers is how I describe it. And well, when I got told that this is considered to be one of the best single mate racing series in the UK, I always like to look at that with a bit of an eyebrow raised and ask myself the question, okay, well, that's always a statement, but I can definitely tell you one thing. They have backed up that statement today, and well, that was absolutely fine from the Scottish Motor Racing Club Championship. But here are your provisional results, and Ross Wilkinson taking the overall and the R53 Mini Cooper S Cup victory. Well done to him. Ahead of your R50 winner, Chad Little, and well, he held everyone at bay at the end. Robbie Dalglish being in second of their class ahead of Daniel Patterson. That was your R50 podium there, and Chad Little getting that third win on the board, and now only one win off of Daniel Patterson's 4 so far this season. With Stuart McFadden adding another newcomer win to the books, and he continues that momentum and that form. Well done to him, 2 wins out of 2 from the newcomers today. And then Martin Wichitunga there taking the place just behind him, 5th in class, ahead of with Chris Coburn, Jensen Bell, Barry Holmes and Jack Irvine completing your top 10 for the R50s. Best of the rest in 11th was Blair Driver ahead of Jonathan Wild and Sam O'Riordan, who completed that finishing order. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. And think that was only round number 11 of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, and of course you can stay tuned to plenty more racing from them, because they have got another 3 rounds of racing at Croft Circuit for what will be another one of their excursions down south from Scotland, and that will be on Saturday the 23rd of August through to Sunday the 24th of August, and we will get to see how the story continues there. But speaking of some closing stories from drivers for this race and a visit to Oulton Park, we're going to head down to Parc Ferme to Jack Oliphant, who's going to have a chat to our top 3 finishers and some other drivers as well. We will be back shortly.
Well, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup has come to a close. Ross Wilkinson's already got out of his car because he was quite far ahead, let's face it, in the R53. But apparently he's been chatted to an awful lot. So I'm going to honestly say, Ross, congratulations on winning. Great race. I'm going to keep this very, very quick and chat to a few other drivers. Clean sweep. Must be nice.
Brilliant. Love this
car. Feeling good?
Feeling fantastic.
Love
Can't
it.
wait to come back.
Love it. Fantastic. Good luck for the rest of the season. Right. He's in a class of 1. That's maybe we're going to try and shoot over. Right. Chad Little. Sorry, guys, to interrupt. We're going to have a chat because we didn't get to have a chat earlier on, and you were one of the drivers who really stood out in both races now. So how was the day summed up, and how was that race summed up? Because that was pretty epic as well.
It's made a whole lot better now with that win. I was fast enough to win the first one, but Robbie was really good at defending, and he was good at defending them, but he made a mistake at the hairpin, which let me get alongside him, and then once I got in front I managed to get a bit of a gap, and it was a bit comfortable for the last sort of 3 laps.
So frustrating, isn't it, this place, really, because it is a fantastic circuit to drive, but it's a really hard circuit to race.
Yeah, it is. Overtaking places is pretty minimal, really.
Yeah.
You can make your car really wide, but you know, I managed to get a gap and I didn't have to defend, so I just got my head down and done a few good laps and got that gap.
Do you feel like racing at the likes of Knock Hill, which obviously you guys do an awful lot, really prepares you for a track like Oulton Park? Because it's very tight, it's very technical, it's a little bit up and down, it's nowhere near as up and down as Knock Hill, obviously, but do you feel the similarities here?
Oh, definitely. It's always a really close race in the minis. The top 5 could probably win it, really. Anyone can win, it's always a bit of a dogfight, but yeah, it's hard to come out on top.
The YouTube fans were absolutely loving it, I'll be honest. I think you guys managed to accumulate about 3,000 new fans, and I think you particularly, Dalglish and a whole host of others, they'll be keeping an eye on you. What's next for you? What's the sort of rest of this season, and what's the ambitions?
Ambition is to win. We should be leading the championship now. I've been second in it, I think 3 times, so it's a bit of a long time coming, really. Just need to get plenty of wins, because it's a big points difference for a win compared to second, so just need to keep it consistent and keep it at the front.
Well, you've done well today at Oulton Park, that's for sure. Chad Little, fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Right, I want to chat to one other driver as well. And after having a look down there he is, Stuart McFadden. Stuart McFadden is right here. He was the top newcomer in the series. Stuart McFadden, I was about to completely misrepresent you there. But Stuart McFadden, a top newcomer in that race, and really in the thick of it. I mean, really in the thick of it. Did you even know what position you were fighting for halfway through that race?
Oh, that was typical Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race, wasn't it? It was absolutely non-stop action from start to finish, but phenomenal race, good points, just keep the scoreboard ticking over. That's what you need to do. I had a shocking round at Cadwell and the boys, Big Simon, Greg, I don't know if he's watching, but hello, and everybody that's contributed to rebuilding. The whole front end's been rebuilt.
Yeah.
And to put it, everything, honestly, 3 o'clock Thursday, we didn't think we were going to make it.
Really?
Yeah, on its hand on heart, yeah, honestly.
How did you total it?
We phoned somebody, and then the last thing we never checked, it's always the same.
Yeah.
Changed that, and everyone was right, bang on the trailer, straight into Oulton Park.
Yeah, fair play.
So yeah, big thanks to those guys. Endurance Engines, GRB Stoves, Flannery, Clark Transport, absolutely amazing job. So yeah, I'm thrilled with this weekend, thrilled.
What's the season looked like for you as a whole? What's the ambitions? Why did you step into the championship? Because obviously, as a bit of a newcomer, looking in, it's brilliant racing. Is that what attracted you, or did you have ambitions to take this as a stepping stone?
Yeah, so it's actually quite a funny story. So when I was 9, Malcolm, our championship coordinator, he was racing at the time. And,
really?
I went up to him and I was like, in 5-10 years I'm going to be racing one of these. And he was like, yeah, you know what it's like. But
classic.
The racing in it is absolutely brilliant. And the paddock is amazing. Like, I'm battling with Chad for the front, Robbie, and we go up and have a laugh at each other. Like, Dan texts him through the week just having a laugh. It's what club racing should be.
Exactly.
And I think a lot of clubs could learn a lot from Scottish Minis. We all get on great, and you've seen with the racing today, it's absolutely exceptional.
I was just saying to Chad Little, I think you've gained about 3,000 fans of the people that have been watching it on YouTube, because it is some of the
did you like my move from the outside at Cascades?
Everyone liked the move. Don't get me wrong, you were way after
Did you get that on the live?
I think Paul, that was one of the reasons Paul screamed down the microphone, yeah.
I'm going to screen record that later.
Yeah, for sure. No, it was absolutely epic. You guys are epic, so big congratulations. You really did the Scottish Mini Cup proud.
Well, have us back any time. Yeah, we'd love to.
It was up to me. We'd be here every weekend.
I would love to be back in this pub. I'd love to be. It's been a phenomenal weekend, so thank you to BARC for letting us come. It's been absolutely exceptional, so thank you guys.
No, you've been a testament to it. Fantastic. Thank you very much, dude. Right, okay, that is pretty much all we've got time for here at Oulton Park. I'm going to sign up for myself. I am going to pass back to Paul Walsh because he's got some highlights to go through with you. He's got some rigmarole to go through about what you can catch on BARC TV YouTube and TCR UK YouTube and everything like that. But from my personal perspective, big thank you to 24/7 for putting the stream on. Apologies about the slight technical difficulties that we've had, but hopefully it's been polished through. Big thank you to BARC and everything. Well done to all the drivers. Thank you for watching at home. My name's been Jack Oliphant. It's been an absolute pleasure. Paul Walsh, take it away.
Thank you there, Jack. And well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings all the racing here today at the Oulton Park Island Circuit to a close. And I must issue a quick apology there to Stuart McFadden, who I've been referring to as Phil McFadden for some time over the course of today. Don't know why, but apologies, Stuart, when you do watch this back later. But looking at some highlights then from the Scottish Mini Cup race. And as we saw, it was an absolutely electrifying start with Widgetunga trying to keep everybody behind. But in the end, it all went wrong for Foster, who went around before he started. And in fact, there quite notably, O'Riordan not in contact with him, so not quite sure then what was wrong with O'Riordan, but definitely there for Foster. It all came to a close too soon. It was 3 wide many a time, making their way over hilltop and down, and 2 wide at the worst of times. But as they made the way on down, when I say the worst, well, for our drivers, it was all about the battles there, and we absolutely loved them every step of the way. Over that distance, however, with those highlights, it brings us to say that we've had a fantastic day of racing, and as we do wrap up here, well, we do look to some more highlights there, including what was the frantic battle with Dalglish trying to hold on time and time again to that lead after Widgetunga finally fell. But then it was the opportunity for Chad Little to break his way through past the man who in the end, well, he managed to frustrate him in race number 1, but not in the second race of the day, and finally Little was able to take his 3rd win. But behind, there was still plenty plenty more to play out, including the battle for Stuart McFadden, the newcomer leader, looking to carry on that momentum, and he absolutely enjoyed it, no doubt about it, making overtakes here, then everywhere at Oulton Park, and then taking some inspiration. Well, that was your number 17 driver trying to do the same there, and well, in the end, it all ended relatively calm for the sole R53 Mini Cooper S Cup car. Oh, that's none other than Ross Wilkinson, but still, he had to deliver an absolutely solid exactly that, and that is what brought all the racing to a close there. But as the circuit falls silent, and with everybody now getting ready to depart, that leaves us to say thank you very much for tuning in today, and we do apologise for the technical issues that were experienced throughout, and well, often, but we've been able to bring you all the racing, and well, it's great to see so many of you sticking around despite the challenges. Well, you've been tuning in via the TCR UK YouTube channel or the BARC YouTube channel. We've appreciated it, and of course, make sure to subscribe to those channels if you want to continue following TCR UK as it roars its way through the remainder of the year. Then you'll be able to use that channel to do so, albeit you can also stay up to date with all the latest racing action in the British Automobile Racing Club by subscribing to the BARC YouTube channel as well. And indeed, there's plenty more racing to come. There's also racing still ongoing at Thruxton at the same time right now, so you can hop straight over to that broadcast at the end of this one and you can catch up all the racing there. But from us here at Oulton Park, it's now time for us to close off, and well, Jack Oliphant was your presenter, and we've had in the quarantine booth alongside myself, Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill, covering TCR UK and the Milltek Civic Cup. But as your host here in the quarantine booth, I've been Paul Walsh. This has been the BARC meeting at Oulton Park on the 5th of July 2025. And until next time, ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, and most importantly as always, ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay on track. Good night.